Jason Kaplan, joined by two gentlemen, which I haven't seen your faces in such a long time. We got DDK, we got ZP. ZP, how you been, man? What you been up to in these last, what feels like a year since we've been here on air?
You know, it hasn't been as long as you might think, but it has felt like an eternity. A lot of work behind the scenes to get things going here. Deadlock night shift for the Deadlock community. A little bit casting here and there, other games, quick trip internationally, but all it matters is that we are here and we are back for some of the best in Deadlock competition.
And most importantly, Dan, you are looking ever so more swole. I don't know how that's possible, but how you been, man?
Doing good. I kind of I'm like looking for the tab to like shut off the music because I'm just not used to the the jazz. But it's awesome. It's awesome. I hope everybody's liking the new branding, and I'm so excited that we're back.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic that we're back. So let's hop straight into it here. We're going to quickly take a look at the format. If you're new viewers out there, but let's be honest, all of you've been around for a while. You know exactly what happens here in the DLNS. We're going to be having a best one leading into a best three across two different regions to determine who takes home the prize pool and who's the best team of their region. We're kicking things off none other than a star-studded matchup here, ZP, of Virtus.pro up against One Win.
Yeah, and honestly, it's going to be interesting to see how this one turns out. Obviously, back in One Win Bombshell tournament, VP was able to win it all, even when Abrahams was favored. But you go by the scrim bugs, you go by what's going around here. Really, no one knows quite exactly what will happen here today. A lot has changed in Deadlock in just a little bit of about a month.
Oh, for sure. And Dan, looking over at the North American side of the broadcast later on today, we got Valhalla, who has been putting in work, trying to climb that ladder in North America up against PKP, which most people don't realize that's Axe Team. And we'll get to him a little bit later on. But that final boss of Hydra Nation is still ever so difficult to take on, Dan.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Hydra Nation just sort of returned once again to being perhaps the most dominant team with a big gap of skill between them and everybody else. Because we obviously had for a little bit that not being the case, which was something we were looking forward to for a while. But I do wonder, given now that we have a lot of differences in how the game's played, exactly how that's going to shake out. Because there's so much to talk about when we get onto that topic later, just about the meta and the balance.
Yeah. Oh, man, there's going to be so much to discuss when it comes to that. And luckily for us, we're not here just alone, right? When it comes to DLNS, we want the best of the best. We already got us three. We got the best teams in Deadlock, but we also have some other casters, some other talent who are the best of the best. We're going to be joining us here on the desk. And it's getting very crowded for us. We got Uber, we got Jake, and gentlemen. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen Dan, since in ZP, but even longer since I've seen your two faces. Mitch, how have you been?
Good, man. A little bit of travel here and there. Super pumped, though, to get back into some Deadlock esports. That's the one thing that's been missing from my life. That and your impressive stash, mate. So, yeah, great to be here. I'm locked in, of course, ready to clock in for a big, big day of games.
Getting my Lash cosplay ready to go. And Jake, I've been seeing you stream some Deadlock lately, man. You're in the zone, ready to go. How are you feeling about today?
You're muted.
You are muted.
Classic. Someone had to do it.
I don't know if you know he's muted. You're muted, sir.
Discord, it's on your microphone.
Oh, good opening to the show for me. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. For the old special, but took me long enough, you guys. Took me long enough. Had a little vacation. I finally grinded to hit Eternus. Thank God. Took me a good couple, like a year now since I've been playing the game. But I'm just excited to get back into the show with all you fine gentlemen. Let's get it going.
I'm curious how many up airs you have on your Warden and your Viscous when it comes to that Eternus grind. But we'll check with you two later on when we get into the first semester today, because it's time to get into the meat and potatoes of what we have to offer you here at the DLNS. And to kick things off, gentlemen, obviously it's a little bit different than what we've had before in prior shows. We are going to be having some crowdfunding coming in from you guys who love Deadlock, who love us, and who love all the teams. And we have had a huge wave of support already coming in from you guys. We'll quickly check in with who our current top leader is at the moment. I already know who it is, because this man is he's from Norway. He's got all the monies, apparently. $500 coming from Average Jonas. We'll be keeping track of this throughout the rest of today, and of course over the next few weeks as well. But the important thing you need to know is every single donation that comes in from this does not go in our pockets. It goes straight into the prize pool for every single week, up to $2,000 to cover the 1K from EU and 1K from NA. And any additional overtime pay that we get will go into the following weeks of shows. But this isn't the only way that you can support us here at DLNS. We also have a Patreon that we did start for all of you exclusive members who want to pledge, and we have a couple of tiers in here, a couple that aren't shown just yet over to the right hand side. But to kick things off the bat, I mean, $5, pretty much like a Twitch sub, a YouTube membership. It'll get you access to a live post show that we're going to be having after every single week. When the show finishes, we'll have a special guest. This week it's going to be AVG, and we're going to be just chatting with you guys. We'll talk about Deadlock, we'll talk about love, we'll talk about how amazing my stash is, And we'll be taking questions from you guys as well. Not to mention, you get a special role in Discord, and there's way more tiers beyond that. But we want to find ways that we can give back to you all at home who are loving Deadlock, who are loving the show, and are here to support us. But gentlemen, we get that all out of the way here because it is finally time to head into our first match of the day. We got one win up against VP. And we're going to hop straight into taking a look at VP's roster because, Dan, this roster has been tried and tested multiple weeks, multiple months, very few, I mean, only one roster change, if I'm not mistaken, and have proven to be the kings at EU for such a long time.
Yeah, they're the most steady and adaptable team, it seems like, right at the top, able to kind of deal with any meta, really. Obviously, they've had the hiccups here and there, but generally, they have to be the most stable team in Deadlock. Oh, I almost said it. In the night shift history. I mean, I guess technically, if I said Deadlock Finite history, I guess that kind of makes sense because that was the old show name. But either way, yeah, Oberkim. It's so funny because Oberkim is one of the standouts to me just because, and you can pick anybody, but I just love the fact that he plays support, right? I almost feel like I have to give him the the shout out if I'm just saying one name in particular because he's been such a key for VP. But it's been interesting because we're going to talk about how the meta's been shaping up and what who will be maybe key characters on the team as we get into that draft. But yeah, you can't really go wrong with any single player. They're all legends here on this team, all doing maybe best in class in their respective roles.
ZP, I mean, for me, there's a very certain player on this roster that I keep my eyes on. He's been Hydra Nation for such a long time. No, I didn't say Hydra Nation. I said Hibernation. It's Mikhail S.
Yeah, there's a lot of it where just going to the chat before the stream started, a lot of people go, like, did we finally get him? Is he going to show up? Is Mikhail S going to be playing here today? And the answer, of course, is going to be yes. Mikhail S is going to be playing here today. So the hibernation is over. The bear has awoken, which, you can say that. I mean, VP, they're bears. It's in the logo. So yeah, it all pans out. Now, whether or not we see Listic on Calico, probably not. That should be just Abrams, if anything. A lot has changed meta-wise in just the last month. So, we're going to go through that as we get to the draft. But I'm definitely curious to see what the teams are going to be bringing to bear. Things have changed.
Yeah, things have changed massively. Well, one thing that hasn't changed is seeming to have a VP versus one-win matchup to kick off our events. We'll take a look here at the one-win roster as well. And this team, I have to say, ZP, as we'll go back to you for this one, they had an explosive entrance, I would say, into Deadlock. It took a little bit of time for them to get there, but they were dominating things left, right, and center. But then they had a fall off and not able to really reach those heights once again.
I mean, one-win team is really interesting because they're a team where, on a mechanical level, they have some of the best in mechanical skill, right? Especially, that was really kind of known when ABL joined the team, used to be on Aegis Aurora, joined one-win team. It was sort of like the final piece that they needed to get over the hump and, really be a threat. But they just kind of hit multiple metas where things weren't quite working out for them. They might not have had the right read. I feel like they lost a lot of games in draft phase, or they got a little bit too attached to, overdrafting strong combos, but weren't, necessarily strong enough to win the entire game, where, at times it would just be, overdrafting things like Kelvin Shiv, right? So for one-win team, this is always a team where they have the potential to take any game, but I feel like their overall read and maybe just hero pool flexibility is, kind of bit them a little bit over time.
Yeah, Dan, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I agree. Like, it seemed like they overforced their style to some extent, which I do respect it a little bit. But I do think the way that the meta's kind of presumably shifting a little bit now, where playing more split pushes, playing more kind of invasive styles, where because you have less of a spawn frequency on those neutral camps, like these types of things are, I think, more in their wheelhouse. So if they are to try to keep that style going, I think they should find a lot of success. And I think, again, just some of the changes also play into how they like to play the game. So I think the meta's kind of coming around. That's my prediction, at least. I feel like the meta's coming around for them again here.
Well, I think we can even maybe discuss this for now, where we're still waiting for some things to get sorted when it comes to the draft, is what kind of has been changed up as of late times. And one thing that's going to stick out to me right off the bat, CP, is those teleporters now gone from the outside lanes. That is massive. And I think that really punishes teams who lack on that focus of macro and really rewards teams with high mobility and knowing where to place all their pieces correctly.
I mean, it just changes gameplay flow around the map. It means that if you're going to commit to a side, you're a little bit more committed than you were before. If you're going to leave a side more exposed, well, there's a good chance that you're not going to be able to rotate over to save it. So the decisions you make and how you place yourself on the map at the competitive level now matter significantly more than they did before, where, teleporters at their peak. I mean, we had some games, Jason, we were covering where we would see teams continually shift their lane setups for like favorable lane setups in the first 2 minutes, where I think the record was something like 5 or 6 TP uses in the first 2 minutes. So, that sort of stuff kind of being removed as an option definitely changes how you have to approach a game, both in the early game, into the mid and late games, respectively.
Yeah, Dan, any thoughts on that?
Yeah. I think the way the macro is changing, I really like it, because I think, for example, something we can actually mention here as well is the fact that the troopers run a bit faster as well. So you've got to be a bit more cautious how you manage the lanes, which I think does take us away from, or rather I should say, it punishes your team a bit more if you want to be more heavily grouped. Also, if you're more heavily grouped, you get less experience as well when you get into that kind of 5-6 player, in one lane type of thing. So generally speaking, I think the macro games opened up quite a lot. And in addition to that, in addition to those TPs going away, which is going to help, Mirage have a bit more value with his ultimate, you've got also players, or rather heroes like our faithful magician, who is going to be able to do loads of damage now on those towers, and anyone that's got that spirit damage on those objectives, because those objectives now have no spirit resist. So there's a lot more that I think is going to be possible and threatening when it comes to that split push macro game. So I think that's going to be really interesting, and I like the way that the game's developing from the macro changes they've made like that.
Well, there's a lot more that we can talk about, but honestly, when it comes to Deadlock, one staple that will never change, at least in the immediate future, is having a pick, instead of a coin flip, a 1v1 of Mo to determine who chooses if they want first pick or first ban. And that's continuing here as we have VP going up against OneWin, and it's Obi Kim up against ABL here. Gentlemen, patches might change, heroes might change, but this will never change when it comes to Deadlock.
No, and many tournaments have used it, and the players like it. Even at times where I haven't nagged the players, being like, "Hey, we got to get the 1v1 done." It's like, no, we got it done already. In this case, I was on top of it, but also, what is going on here? This is the most just feeling out your opponent 1v1 I have seen in my life. But finally, a parry comes on in. ABL feeling a little bit of the pain here, Dan.
Yeah, and I think, actually, we had a patch change for parries. Don't they do more damage now? If you've been parried, you're going to take more damage subsequently. So even the Mo and Krill 1v1 not able to escape some of these patch changes. And why is this still going on? Aren't we in overtime? Don't we have round limits?
No.
Sudden death for the next punch wins, So it looks like Obi Kim will end up taking it, and I can see that OneWin will be the first pick. So while we get the draft fully ready to go here, one more change that I think we can talk about, as we saw exactly where the 1v1 takes place, it's the Rejuvenator. It has had a massive change here, and I wanted to get your thoughts. I don't know who wants to go first on how you feel like this plays out now. Is there more reward for teams to contest? Is there less reward? How do you feel about it?
Well, it's kind of gone through a few different iterations, right? Where we didn't quite get to get a competitive day with, and it was the 3 Rejuvenators in terms of us casting it, but now it's back over the 1, but it's still changed up. I think that really the heart of the changes here is trying to come to an idea of making the Rejuvenator worth fighting over as it's always been, but not necessarily making it maybe as overpowered as it's been in the past. It's the interesting back and forth that you have in any game with the sort of mechanic of how do you reward players for going for it and was the proper power level. So I just think we're in another phase of Rejuvenator power being tweaked.
Yeah, and Dan, for me, one of the biggest changes we do have the picks event starting is the fact that minions don't become stronger when you get the Rejuvenator. And that for me is huge, because it really can punish the team being pulled in one direction while minions just split push them themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's a really nice change also from the, let's say a team steals the rejuve, then getting every lane push. I feel like it's a little bit too punishing to the team that's ahead, and it also is a bit too punishing to the team that has maybe a worse mid-boss comp as well. So again, it's it's a change that I like. I think that rewards the team that's playing better overall, and I think it won't just draw out matches that maybe shouldn't be as drawn out, because we've had that, I think, fairly frequently.
All right, well, ZP, one thing I'm noticing off the bat, one thing we should say is we know there hasn't been really a ton of scrims had behind the scenes between a lot of these teams out here. I believe OneWin only came back recently. VP, I've been told, haven't had a scrim yet, technically, when it comes to playing on the latest patches. So we're not entirely sure what we're going to see. But one thing we can tell you is we already have a Holiday and a Yamato being taken away.
Yeah, and also we know, generally speaking, Viper did just get nerfed, but one of the big changes in, the month we haven't been, on broadcast is the idea that, Viper went way up in priority. People saw it in their pub games, and they would see it in comp. Now, is Viper going to get picked in the early stages here? We'll see, because you did just have some nerfs come on in, but 7, of course, has climbed to the top of the heap, but Warden just Jason manages to be a mainstay, just very reliable all the while. And you look at this for VP, probably more likely to be taken up by Sharik.
Yeah, Warden for me. I know Jake's smiling from ear to ear. I know John is going to be smiling from ear to ear, so he'll be playing later on today with PKP. But Dan, I mean, we got Warden locked in, we got Seven locked in, Virtus.pro with the first 2 picks, which we saw be very highly contested, actually, of having the first 2 picks instead of the first pick in general. They do secure an Abrams for their second.
Yeah, and it's hard to know exactly what the priority should really look like. I feel like, Pocket's going to be a hero that will be fairly highly in contestation, just coming into these patches. I think any of those hit and run heroes, especially that's a style that OneWin likes, but I have heard a lot of people say that Vindicta is still really good, so not too surprised to see the 7 Vindicta, Abrams, Warden. This is kind of very much what we were seeing, I think, before. A lot of the big patches before we... How long ago was it, really, that we had our shows?
It was about a month and a half. Month and a half, not even a full 2 months. But what I will say here, I do enjoy how some teams, like regardless of meta, keep their identity. Like things have changed since the last things we've broadcasted. Geist clearly dropping a little bit in value, where Geist at one point was just the automatic pick 1 and 2 along with Warden. But VP also, you take a look at what they were valuing. Pure frontline from the beginning, whereas OneWin team deciding, no, we want a little bit more on the damage and the kick things off. VP now, though, they've secured 2 really strong frontliners on this side. We need a playmaker. Man. We need to give Mikhail S what Mikhail S is good at, which is Paradox. So, yeah. Things change, and yet they don't at the same time, is how I'm reading this.
Paradox got a 10% gun damage buff, right? So, I mean, that's
I've been slapped around quite a few times from Paradox, and it's quite tilting, but this is one way to bring Mikhail S back, to gift him a Paradox here, Dan. But we do have our second round of bans coming through, and Pocket going to be taken away by Virtus.pro, which kind of makes sense considering OneWin, one of the attributes to the success of Empty Dreams playing Pocket.
I would love to see that, Flammer will get on that Sinclair, though, because again, Vexing Bolt was already super annoying before, but I feel like it would be even more annoying for the harass, and not just the harass in the laning phase, but also, without the spirit resist now on the objectives, I do feel like he's gonna be one of the strongest split pushers that you have with the TP and everything. So surprised to not see Sinclair get picked up, but maybe we'll see VP go for that right now.
Yeah, I mean, things are wide open. This is kind of exploratory, not only for us, but a little bit for the teams, because we know that scrims have been a little bit frozen out in the last month or so. So I'm not even sure the teams necessarily know what to expect, where, as compared to, say, at times where, say it's week 1 when Bombshell's going on, then by the final day, the meta gets really locked into place. This is a little bit more free-flowing, not only from EU team to EU team, but likely when we go to NA is going to have their own unique take, too. So, for me, I'm just kind of observing, going, okay, what are the teams valuing? OneWin team, though, deciding, we still value Bebop and his playmaking ability, especially with Holiday and Paradox off the board.
Bro, give it to me. Give me that overseas Bebop. If we're talking about the KLS on Paradox, give me overseas on Bebop. I'd still say the best Bebop player when it comes to EU when we get into these scrims. But Dan, one pick I'm actually kind of surprised to not see so far, because I've heard such high things about him. Mo and Krill coming in as a 5th pick here for OneWin.
Oh, was it Mo and Krill?
Yeah, it was Mo and Krill.
Yes. Okay, well, there you go. It's okay. Yeah, no, I gotta say, it's really hard to take a read on some of what the value is, and I think it might be a while for the players to figure out too, because there was a lot of slight buffs, like a slight buff to the Talon, because Talon kind of disappeared, for example. Is it enough? I feel like that's the question. Okay. I just did it too, so maybe it is enough. But that's a question, I think, for a lot of these heroes now is was that buff good enough? The 10% gun damage on Paradox does seem like it was certainly enough, but Grey Talon for me was in a more gray area.
Sorry, that was a weird laugh. I don't know. I saw what you did there.
I didn't deserve a chuckle, but I appreciate it.
You got it.
That was a sympathy chuckle. That was like, we're all in this together. It's one broadcast, we're going to act like it was funny. But yeah, I mean, going into, I still think GT, a few extra buffs going his way can mean a lot, just because I still think GT gives you a pretty phenomenal amount of presence in the early to mid game. Just the ability to send an owl if you put GT in middle to the left or right, and use that to either secure a kill or force people back. I mean, you can't underrate that, but also the problem that GT has just had in the last month or so, prior to maybe some of the buffs coming in, is just he hasn't been as impactful to where teams feel it is worth the spot. But in VP's case, they're saying, yep, we're gonna roll with it.
Yeah, okay, I think GT's a good setup. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm just the host. You guys are the analysts. You guys are the ones talking.
I was just gonna say GT is interesting because sometimes I wonder if is it a pick to take away from, let's say, 1-win in this example, because GT, as you said, in the laning phase with the ult, it's a really good setup piece. If you land the ult to get the stun, obviously you can get a hook off that, you can get Mo and Krill's combo off of that. There's a lot you can do off of the GT ult, and that's why I think it's one of the reasons why it's so strong.
Well, Infernus coming in as a last pick here for 1-win, with the Kelvin coming in for Virtus.pro. I mean, pretty tried and true, tested comp for Virtus.pro. Pretty similar for 1-win here as well, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see how this is going to pan out. I mean, for VP, it's a little bit more tried and true, right? Where you're going to have your Warden and Abrams front line, where ideally, too, you're going to, like, prioritize them a decent amount in terms of farm, but also you're going to have Zergy on the Wraith. And you're going to want to get Zergy super farmed into the late game. So you kind of wonder about how the soul allocation is going to go here for VP. And, you know, I do wonder in terms of people are going to be on the low end of it, and maybe the GT, for example, the GT maybe being used more for like early mid-game playmaking as opposed to who you want to channel your farm into. Meanwhile, for 1-win team, I mean, you got to figure a lot is just going to be more so in the realm of, you know, feed the Infernus, feed the Geist. And in particular, I think the Geist actually has to have a really good game because the front line is a little bit weak, if not, right? You can't necessarily expect Mo to have the same level of presence as a Warden or Abrams do at times and just being the core of your front line. But, you know, a well-farmed guy is still one of the scarier things in the game. So, you know, for 1-win team in their lanes, I'm kind of looking to make sure that, you know, the Geist end of things gets off to a good start.
I mean, I am seeing a little bit of a comp develop within 1-win, though. They seem very pick heavy with the Bebop, the Mo and Cruel, the Vindicta. They set up kills and they knock them down. And with the teleporters no longer being there in the side lanes, you have to have two heroes that can split push really well and soak up that farm and make it useful later on, which Infernus and Seven would be exactly the two type of heroes I see to do that, Dan.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do think it's a really nice comp for that, and also for just, you know, just ensuring that they can get the fast clearance on the camps, because the camps are a bit highly rewarding right now as well, because they have less of a spawn time. I think the souls per minute doesn't really change, right, based on how they've managed it. So you get a bit of a bonus in terms of what creep rewards you get for killing them, but the actual time is kind of balanced out there. But you know, one quick thing I'll say is another thing to watch out for the GT is the wave management that you get off of the ult, because GT can use his ultimate, the bird, to clear out waves as well. And with the waves moving faster now, that is something to watch out for.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to head into our very first match, our debut match here at the Deadlock Night Shift. So let's throw it over to our commentators of Uber and Jake.
Thank you very much, gang. Excuse me. Great to be back on the Cursed Apple. It's been far too long. I'm, of course, here with Jake, and it is a game that we've seen a lot of changes here to Deadlock recently. We'll start sort of discussing them as they come up, but for the time being, we've got Listic here, Abrams in that mid lane.
You know, these mid lane trades, especially with Bebop, I think are going to be pretty important in the early game, and it wouldn't be a true match of Deadlock without an opening pause, of course. Teams still getting situated, but it also gives us a moment to just chat about the lane setups here in mid. I mean, Bebop in the mid is always a classic, but I like the matchup of the Abrams against him. You know, even if you do get hooked, you know, that can easily be turned around onto the Bebop. So I'm really curious to see. It looks like both teams have put a very durable mid lane together, one that's just going to try to defend mostly.
Yeah, melee has gotten very interesting of late. Importantly for Abrams players as well, you can no longer debuff reduce the duration of the parry stun, which used to, you know, kind of make Abrams terrifying in lane. And that parry stun also amplifies all sources of damage, not just melee ones. So, you know, if you're like a Haze or something, it actually gives you a little bit of agency in those sort of matchups here. But already, fair bit of aggression. Overseas is going to be appending a bomb to Listic. We have some fever back and forth here already through the mid part of the map. A lot of pick, like was mentioned, the Bebop, of course, alongside the Geist. But then I've got the Kelvin in the mix now as well. And crucially, Arctic Beam no longer bounces off those neutral objectives at tier 3, which used to be extremely troll. So Kelvin's been looked at ever so slightly recently.
Another character that, you know, received a bit of a nerf is Seven, but I still see Seven looking pretty strong, like one of the better farm users into the game. And you can come off an early kill on the laning stage. That's exactly what you need, especially with the shorter cooldown on that tier 1 buff to the power surge. I'm really interested to see how Empty Dreams ends up getting into this game. I feel like Seven's that hero that you come off at the start early lane that's looking good. You can really tempo.
Oh, Overseas going to forward. Likely a trade here. Seems to be the case. The Abrams just slipping away. Listic has got the moves, somehow avoiding that extra level of scrutiny, and Obicum is free to put this damage down on Xenon, making this lane a little bit harder for Geist to have that level of sustain in. So a clean first pick, first blood for VP.
Yeah, Listic would love to be, if he can get a couple items, start getting healed back up, and if he can stay alive deep into this lane, that would be a really nice way to get the snowball rolling, especially with Kelvin. You know, you get the first couple kills, you get an early ult that can easily snowball into more, into the very next team fight.
Big pressure here coming on towards this Guardian in this left side lane. Shariq, of course, on the Warden. Already looking, you can pressure a little bit through this lane and try and chase, I think, the side laner there, which is the Mo and Krill. At least trying to keep eyes on them as they go. And of course,
yes,
so I was just going to say also, like, we look towards the Wraith and the impact she has in the late game. That gun build hampered pretty significantly, but seeing players start to look maybe towards playing around the cards on their spirit builds a bit more frequently. But hold that thought. Overseas under extreme scrutiny here once more in mid.
It's a great hero to be shutting down early, right? If you can just really reduce Bebop's impact early, I mean, that's what you really pick this hero for, typically, is to tempo out after the early game. If you win your lane, you start ganking, you're maybe one of the more effective roamers in the game with that hook. But if you lose the lane pretty badly and you're not really able to make a difference in the side lanes, that role could very easily be snatched away by someone like Abrams and Kelvin working in concert.
Listic is spending that health just to put pressure down on Overseas. No longer is Bebop really taking over the lane, forcing things like combat barrier early in response. So again, we'll have a double back here, and some of our first few items are going to be picked up. Still frenzy fighting over here as Empty Dreams has to give a heck of a lot of ground, hit with the flask, and is just able to get back behind his Guardian, but pressure definitely still being felt here. Shariq a little bit on the lower side. Zanya putting that pressure down. He's able to duck back away though. Back and forth.
It's a little too greedy, Zanya, with those light melees. The parry comes in, protects Shariq for the moment, but he's just too low to really retaliate and turn that into a counter kill. I feel like it could have gone the other way, but I mean, you see everyone is taking so much damage in the lanes right now. I think this is the way the game is played right now, is there's just not quite enough regen to go around, and things really do come down to the wire, come down to each shot, each little point of HP, with also, I think, a lot of players just getting better and better at laning and pushing the limits closer and closer.
Listic, though, gets what he came for yet again. Overseas feeling the pressure as well. Listic is going to chase him on down. There's no escape, and that's a clean 2 for 0. Again in the mid. That's going to manifest as the pressure on the Guardian. Up goes Flammable. Michaelis caught out. Tries for the assassinate, but Michaelis able to slink away.
Vindicta's a great hero to come off to a hot start, but for VP, this mid lane is looking amazing, right? Like, especially Abrams and Kelvin, you know, buffs are coming up in 20 seconds, right? And I think if you're able to secure both of these for VP, you could start to influence the side lanes as well. But of course, the mid lane tower isn't down quite yet, so you have to be a little careful with it.
I can't believe also we have Michaelis not on the Paradox. It feels like a rare occurrence, especially if you're checking back in with what we used to see in Deadlock Esports. Dimov instead will be looking to try and set up a lot of those picks throughout the mid game. Some rotations here as well. Looks like we've had our Abrams run into the Infernus here midway between mid and right lanes. And I somehow,
gun buff.
Yeah, I don't think ABL wants to stick around for this too much longer. Overseas though, intercedes, an uppercut, bomb stick to Listic, and then we'll walk back to mid.
Yeah, a bit of harassment. Kelvin holding it down in the mid lane. He should be just fine. Playing low HP as well to minimize the threat of that guy swap. And the hook, not able to turn around quite in time with the point blank hook to pull Dimov in closer, but didn't have the uppercut in anyway.
I trolled, by the way. Our names in the overlay were in the incorrect order, so I mistakenly called Michaelis being off the Paradox, but definitely thought that was a bit sussy. So that are corrected for you guys now. Checking back in here in the mid lane with Xenon. Still a lot of those early items haven't been picked up. Restorative shot, obviously a classic one. Mystic regeneration. Nothing out of the ordinary just yet. Here's the push up. Oh, concussive combustion already popped here, and for whatever reason, Michaelis has opted to step straight into the fire stream. Still gets the win on ABL, and it doesn't appear that the Vindicta is in a position to follow up.
That's massive that he gets away here. He may be losing his Guardian for this, right, even with the defense, but maybe Dimov gets back in time. Abrams, meanwhile, trading in the mid lane. And I will say one thing about Abrams right now, the current build, I think, is just a very heavy emphasis on Spirit. You get that max Siphon, it's a ridiculous power spike in the early game. Once you get the 5th point, you get that huge damage amp, and if you're life-stealing on 1 or 2 players, you just can't hurt Abrams, man. He becomes just indomitable, and I think that could be particularly powerful going into somebody like a Mo. Like, even if you combo Abrams, if he's got that max Siphon up, I don't think you're killing him.
Also, that Battlefest means that if he's being topped up by the Frost Grenade or just kept healthy at all times, he's hitting... he's a bit of a bully. He's hitting much harder. Extra damage and fire rate. Here's the hook, though, coming in, not overkill out to walk away. Hit with the bomb, though. Has to dodge away for the hyper beam now. Everybody batting the hatches. VP are going to be out of line of sight for the time being.
Still force the hyper beam purely defensively, essentially here from Bebop. Not the best value. The bird comes in, a big hit on both. Something you got to worry about, though, is the fact that Xenon has that health swap available. So Virtus.pro, maybe they want to think a little bit carefully about fully committing into anything. And Flammable with a kill, that's massive. I mean, this Vindicta, talk about a hero you don't want to see snowball. I actually love if we could check out the Vindicta PUV. I'm curious what the build is for Vindicta, but it's a fight going on in the mid.
Yeah, life drain here, of course. Zenon skilling into that one pretty early. Listic low, trying to go for the seismic slam. Good stun. Soul Exchange, though, available and used. Zenon still at a relatively healthy life total, but Overkim is threatening. Will force the guys back into her own territory.
He's already got that Radiant regeneration up pretty early, so that's going to make the guys a lot more sustainable in the mid game, but Vindicta showing up. This should be a quick kill onto the Kelvin. Bomb goes off as well, and I mean, Vindicta, you can really get to a scary level right here early, and it looks like, is that a max snipe by Steve? Uh-oh, so this is really scary for VP. If Flammable gets off to a few more kills, he could easily reach this point where he's kind of dealing all the damage the team needs, and all they have to do is hold down targets for him.
Just a suppressor picked up there as well. We'll maybe touch on that a little bit later. Shriek is the pop barrier and walk away. Bear in mind, very long cooldown ability, so absolutely want to save those for the ideal scenarios. And a very small soul lead here, picked up by 1 win, despite not getting that first blood. Pretty active across the map, even with Michaelis rotating in. Here comes the Bebop once more, wasting very little time. And instantly, Wraith has to get out. Zergy, though, lingers a little too long and overseas sends him packing.
Another dive in the mid lane, though. You know, it's just a bloodbath of an early game right now with both teams trading. And I think it's going to be kind of up to the heroes who are snowballing. It's going to be kind of Abrams versus Vindicta, which is kind of an interesting battle. I think once Abrams gets Phantom Strike, this is going to really turn against Vindicta. But prior to that timing, I think Vindicta has a lot of space to work with, where just going to be hard to get on top of this Vindicta. But here you can see Max Saipan. I mean, Mo just has to run, but I'm not sure you're going to be able to get away with this close.
No way. Listic able to chase them down. And with all these battle vests and Enchanter's emblems being picked up, there's so much incentive for these teams to fight early and often while they're at that healthy, life point threshold. ABL is just diving after Dimov here. Looking to pressure down, but has to respect the damage coming back the other way. Dimov obviously will go a little low to the burn damage after the fact. And you'll note, of course, that it's 1 Guardian apiece here. Owl also dodged, so ABL safe from any form of reprisal with a big shove on the right side.
Lift attempted, but Ferrace just going to turn back here and grab the tower. I think it's a wise choice from Zergy. Still has the teleport if he needs to get out of this. Would love to get the tower down before he goes out. He's going to die for it. Maybe worth at this stage in the game. A decent trade. Kelvin couldn't quite get the save in time, and this could turn into a bit of a bloodbath. Virtus.pro, I think, losing a lot of players here, especially with Flammable in the fight.
Yeah, Overkim feeling a bit uncomfortable, and Flammable trying to take the fight in close quarters. Of course, the Arctic Beam making it a little bit hard for Flammable to pursue, but there's really nowhere for Overkim to go. Tries to Frost Grenade himself, let a wall jump into oblivion as Flammable cleans him up. Souls, though, looking pretty even now. Continuing to put pressure down in this left side of the map. This player's rotating over. Michaelis brought down by ABL. Now Mo and Krill getting involved. Flammable with a commanding view of the situation. Virtus.pro surely in the back foot there on the left. Listic is still healthy, though. Can hang around, but very much out on an island. Without this TPs sort of in the game, it's hard to sort of reinforce these side lanes that quickly. Listic has to play his life very carefully.
And Empty Dreams, I think, taking great advantage of that space made on the left lane to grab the mid Guardian pretty much uncontested and just really get into the farm game. And this is the dream for Seven, right? You clear a couple of those opening Guardians, you have a lot more space to work with and farm on the map. Jungle camps are up, and Seven's probably the best hero in the game for a relatively early farm of many jungle camps. I mean, powers are just unparalleled. And I wonder if he's going to get Surge of Power on that right now for the farm potential. Curious to see where he takes the build from here. But he has that max Surge of Power, so I mean, it's going to be a huge farm potential. He could clear the jungle maybe much faster than is available to Virtus.pro.
Okay, he's already managed to pick himself up that Surge of Power T3. He's just got some changes, right, with a pretty big increase to its cooldown, importantly, but a slight increase to that duration in general. So operates a little bit differently now. And the ABL is definitely on the hunt here. Joined by Empty Dreams, they are going to combine. Overseas, though, got picked off, already knocking on the door of this right side Walker. Virtus.pro trying to reciprocate the level of pressure on the left as well. Listic eventually able to chase Zenon down. That is 2 players down here for 1 win, and VP trying to successfully defend this right side lane. Overkim going over the top, but that is going to be the ultimate from Zanya. Try and lock him down. Overkim, though, unperturbed. Frost grenades himself and gets back to business. Empty Dreams is in deep trouble. Looking to get chased down. ABL even being ignored as Overkim will not stop.
Yeah, Overkim dancing around with him. Just has to live a few more seconds here to get that Frozen Shelter online, and maybe just getting back to the Walker is going to be enough. So it's a nice defense here from VP to take down Empty Dreams. Bird forced here onto Bebop, who nearly gets caught super close there to getting jailed in. Just doing his best to get as much Walker defense as he can, maybe with the help of Flammable. Their players are low, and they're still trying to turn around for a chase.
Yeah, a lot of damage on this left side Walker here. Flammable might not help the health to linger as long as he'd otherwise like, but the pressure is mounting as VP insisting on this left side objective. Split between offense and defense across the map are both teams, with a bit of a 1v1 emerging through mid. And again, now there might be a chance for OneWin to push this lane up and maybe take the Guardian. Uh-oh, Storm Cloud here on the right side lane, popped instantly by Empty Dreams, who's again, with that surge of power, hitting very hard on the investment in Cold Front. And of course, Suppressor with some utility on board already. This 7 is going to be a nuisance.
Oh, what a dodge. He just double jumped over the Abrams charge. You know, Listic was flanking in from behind, trying to get a cheeky gank off on that 7, but he just evades it with some nice stamina usage. And maybe they can catch ABL. Hopefully, Wraith can get that counter kill, but the Walker is down. The damage has been done here. OneWin team getting that first Walker drop. We're going to get quite a bit more space to work with, and I think this TP out's going to be good.
I mean, again, that Fortitude's been picked up by ABL. He's really getting running in terms of that soul total in general. Going to make him pretty relevant in these longer engagements. Checking in, of course, with the 7. This is Empty Dreams again, just trying to shove up on the right side of the map. Double up and maybe join up here in the jungle. Obviously, less incentive for one individual to sort of stay in the jungle. Big hook, though, getting caught onto Overkill. And damn, he's getting absolutely crushed. Even with the reduction of the weapon damage buff after being hit by the knock-up and bomb, Jake, still a lot of burst available from that Bebop.
Yeah, especially with Backstabber. You just can't run away from this guy. Like, he's going to do too much to you. And with the double resist here, I mean, he's just a major threat overseas, even without the most souls. All he has to do really is hit these hooks. He doesn't need the farm to contribute as he wants to in this game. He's got the damage, especially from ABL and Flammable. And it's a good point about ABL. I mean, I'm curious. Let's check out ABL if we can get to the POV. I'm really curious what his items are right now. If he has that rapid recharge, this is going to become pretty scary. He does have that maxed out Flame Dash. So yeah, I'm expecting to see the tier 3 charge upgrade here, and that's going to make him just incredibly hard to pin down in fights.
Or that debuff remover on hand as well. Okay, here comes the final stand. And ABL's going to have to just get some space. Al comes in, stuns him up, going to lock him inside that area of effect for longer. Frozen Shelter coming on down. This is, of course, the attempt of Zanya to try and slow up this pursuit onto ABL. And yep, knockdown here as Zanya tries to get up towards the high ground. Definitely going to be surrounded here, though, by 3 VP players and hit with the paradoxical swap. You want the combo, there's nowhere to go. Really delaying the inevitable, it feels, but in comes ABL yet again, and a good time for it, too. Flame Dash applying that damage now. It's Listic who has to turn his back, but Backstabber is shredding his bullet resist. And Overseas is going to be hitting like an absolute Mack truck. Looks like, though, Abrams is out.
It's wild that this Bebop can bully an Abrams out who has a 3K net worth advantage on him. Huge. I mean, I think Abrams is going to be stronger in a grouped up fight with that Siphon book, but man, that's impactful
as well.
Yeah, that disease is causing problems here already in this Bebop. And, you know, soul lead's starting to develop now. Almost a 10K soul lead for a OneWin team. BP are in territory where if they lose a team fight here, they could be looking at maybe losing walkers or maybe even more dangerously dropping a mid.
Well, obviously he's found Listic again, but he wasn't ready for it this time around. Dimmob was also going to be there. There's a seismic slam in the direction of the Mo and Krill. Knockup came in. Zanya, though, very, very tanky. Listic, though, more than happy to stay in the fight for longer. And there is an overwhelming number of players here for VP. Zanya cannot hang. Checking back in with our objectives, of course. It was a blue walker that went down. VP lost that right side lane. 5 soul deficit, but they've got a power play moment here with 2 OneWin players out of the game and earn turn in potentially on its way.
They can get this earn turn in. That could really even up the soul lead. I think it pretty much is going to put the game to even footing, and ABL already has the lane pressured out. Shrek has ulti if he wants to assist this and try and get the contest out. So I don't think this one's going to be necessarily easy for ABL to stop, especially without ulti.
Also, we know what Frozen Shelter and Kelvin can do when it comes to certain turn-ins. I don't think it freezes the earn turn-in yet, although that's definitely something that has been talked about at length.
That's the contest is coming, though. Everyone's coming from OneWin team. They do not want to give this earn up. They know that that represents their entire advantage.
Hyper Beam at the ready, of course. Assassinate charges there for Flammable. Listic here, mindful of this, would like to be second to the fight if possible. Yeah, there's a bit of zoning. Binding Word comes down. ABL's able to avoid it, but Zerg is going to get up in his face. The Infernus can hang in the fight, though. Fort really keeping him here, but he is absolutely surrounded. ABL not able to get out. There are 6 VP players involved in that elimination. And the earn is absolutely dropped. Empty Dreams in trouble. Shriek heading upstairs, but Overseas gets caught out. And this is not the result the one win we're looking for. VP happy to put the urn down for the time being and throw down. One win get flattened, and this is going to now put VP at a sole lead.
Yeah, and Sharik building this very nice all-around strat here, and Flammable as well caught. That was the Vindicta. That's the one you wanted to snowball most of all, and so the game has been turned on its head. Big advantage to VP now. They might be able to grab a Walker off this. It's going to be a little bit tight, but that Walker's already down pretty low HP. I suspect they're thinking about pushing. Maybe they just don't have the ultimates for it.
Xenon, of course, will be trying to stand guard here for a decent amount of time. There will be a quick reprisal, though, from one win as they come off those zip lines already. Overseas is going to set his feet and try and defend that Walker. And Listic here just shoving out because losing that Walker right side is putting a large amount of pressure on VP's base to the effect that Listic can't be as involved in things as he would like to be.
Yeah, no Walker push for the moment, but I think VP are happy to get a little bit of space, clear up some of their own jungle here, get a couple of key items online. Sharik is going to have that cultist sacrifice now, and I mean, when his ultimate's off cooldown, man, this Warden is a major threat in the team fights. You don't really have a way to deal with this other than hard kiting him, but some of the characters, I'm kind of surprised ABL didn't go for that fast recharge to get more of those flame dashes online, especially with somebody like Warden you need to kite.
Oh my, okay, we are serious about catching Zanya out here. Now, Listic is going to be there to pick up the pieces. Dimov credited with that elimination. Also, though, Sharik has gone down. Things looking a little bit awkward on that left-hand side of the map. As VP might look to make a play for the right Walker.
Yeah, Michaelas getting some nice farm up here on the Great Talon. You're pretty much always going to be a glass cannon lens hero. You're always going to be at risk of getting caught off and punished, but if you can stay out of range from that Mo or stay up in the air, it's kind of hard for Vindicta to catch you.
Listic has the seismic slam out of this one. Not a fight he wants to hang in, even with Fort, even with Berserker. Didn't feel like they had a good reason to stick around. Shoved the wave up over towards that right side Walker, and now heading back towards the middle part of the map. Do not even think about mid-boss. It's about some of those booms getting picked up. Now Zerky has to hot foot his way out of that right side of the map. It looks like Sharik was quite in position to assist him. Now they will have a VP sort of concave here on the left. Keep eyes on that as the rotate across from Listic is happening.
Let's look at that fortitude. Oh, that's so tragic. Just barely missed the fortitude regen. And everyone is here with the 8 from Mokrill. And this is a strat from One Win Team, right? These are the types of fights they want to create, playing around that combo from Xenia, hooks from overseas, setups from Flammable. And ABL, I will say the thing about, Infernus and Seven, these are the heroes that they spike very, very late into the game, but they just get stronger and stronger. When you get up to that 40k mark on either of these heroes, the spirit damage is going to be out of control. And VP are a little bit light on stuns. They have a few good options, but there's like Unstoppables online for Empty Dreams. He's going to do essentially whatever he wants.
Frozen Shelter is going to freeze mid-boss in place for the time being. In theory, buy VP some time, but the down to 5 Listic still not here. The Rejuve will go down. And again, it's one crystal that you punch multiple times to give Rejuve buffs out to the rest of your team, and they're being tracked on the left side of the map at the top of your screen. So those credits, once those credits run out, the buffs, of course, that you gain individually will expire. You don't get any minion buffs, as we talked about on the desk earlier, but you get that soul revival effect where you will respawn where you died after a short delay, as opposed to a quicker respawn back from your base.
Pretty massive grab for One Win Team. If VP went for the split, I think that's like sort of maybe the best option they had, with Abrams just not being there, not being ready to contest, and the Kelvin Dome buying more time for those split pushes to do their work. But in the end, I still feel like you'd rather be One Win here. You have a lot of room to create, to take objectives on the map and fight around these triple respawns, and having everyone on your team have the buff means that there's no way you can like pick off a player without the buff and then try to team fight from there. So VP, they have a bit of a soul lead, but this won't necessarily be an easy few minutes to navigate. I feel like One Win Team, this is exactly what they want to do, right? Playing for pickoffs, and now they just are much harder to punish.
Yeah, I mean, they turn the power play into an urn as well. And bear in mind, like, the effective value of, a 15% max HP, 15% fire rate is pretty significant. Might make up for that deficit. Combo connected, and that was nice stake coming in from that top side by Flammable. Again, locking Listic in place. Jake, he wants to be mobile and get across these lanes, but he's consistently being caught out by One Win, creating these openings. And, I mean, Virtus.pro virtually just have to give this ground and try and tank it around these walkers.
Yeah, the combo is proving to be a real problem for them, right? Like, Abrams, I think he's pretty good at striving a lot of damage and slows and still escaping, but the combo is just undeniable, especially with the amount of follow-up that you have from people like Infernus and, even the Bebop to assist with extra CC. So Xenia, just on cooldown with this combo, running around, hunting down players, and the lead has evaporated. It's completely even, and OneWin still have a couple minutes to use these rejuves.
Shriek caught again, dangerous. No combo available for Zanya, but it doesn't seem to matter. So much shred, of course. There was even Bebop getting involved, and toxic bullets plus backstabber, pretty nasty for those heroes that are trying to be tanky. Al catch on to Overseas, able to give it a little bit of ground, though immediately in goes the Mo and Krill. Stormcloud even being added. This is exactly the fight that OneWin wanted, and it's where they wanted it to happen. A lot of impact there for Empty Dreams, who was only getting further ahead in Souls, and this Frozen Shelter only delays the inevitable, it feels. Flammable with some sharp shooting from that high ground. Michaelis and Overkim looking worse for wear. The Paradox brought down. A VP are down to 2 active players. This is very dangerous.
Man, Empty Dreams, that heal bane, it's so powerful on the 7, and this should be at least one set of base guardians if they want it here on this left lane. Maybe they're going to look to go stack for the mid walker, but yeah, I'd love to see a split objective take here with grabbing those base guardians, opening up, accelerating the zip lines, getting some slots up, and giving ABL, looks like a lot of this farm in the mid lane.
Pressure on the base guardians. And there it is, that extra slot, which is pretty timely for OneWin, as those inventories are definitely getting clogged. And yet another walker take here. This is going to take that Soul lead and expand it pretty drastically. And Virtus.pro don't feel like they really have an opening to intervene. Lost all their walkers. Base guardians getting hammered down. The right side, they're down to half health. Not great.
Yeah, and so much farm to be taken on the map right now, especially as Rejuve expires. 30 seconds on the Rejuve, you're not going to force a fight for a OneWin team, but by the same token, VP just can't really force anything, and there's really nothing for them to do on their side of the map. I love this Delta split from OneWin team, just completely taking all the farm out of the map, completely splitting. They know that VP aren't really in a position to force an engagement, and they're just going to expand the soul lead, get up to their next large item, especially somebody like 7 is going to be really out of control here. I think he had enough money for Boundless or Spirit Burn, whichever direction he wants to go. Maybe even just the Unstoppable. At this point, there's an argument for OneWin team to just start playing really safe with some of their cores and just getting the defensive tools online. But for ABL, it's going to be an escalating. VP are going to really struggle in the team fights now.
And that's just the way it crumbles. They turn that Rejuve buff into a big team fight win, where they get that AoE Stormcloud in. Escalating exposure, of course, is pretty scary when it's in the hands of the Infernus. That stacking Spirit Amp is pretty bloody good. Al being thrown out here. Just the look. Some scouting here from Demon. Not a whole lot to see. That's an Infernus. Disregarded. He's just trying to get some information.
Little UAV.
Okay.
Just get the lay of the land here. Make a little space. I mean, honestly, you sort of reduce that for VP. You're sort of reduced for speculative plays. Curse comes up on Bebop. Oh, that is going to be such a problem.
KLS. Surrounded, trying to get on away, but Zanya makes short work of him. OneWin again in a position to take a huge advantage once more, and VP scrabbling to try and get back inside the base. Frozen Shelter being thrown down, but Zanya is well and truly inside of it. A little bit awkward, that had to be dropped. Zanya will duck away now for the time being, but there's still more fight to be had. And OneWin happy to shut the door in their face. Overseas a little extended here, and this thing is an opportunity, just having picked up the Mercurial Magnum as well. Has Sharik. Seismic Slam can't get away. That Flame Dash AoE from ABL will account for the Abrams.
ABL is considering going deeper on this fight. A lot of low players for VP, but a 4-on-4, I think that's actually 2 for 2 is a winning trade here for Virtus.pro, given the soul disadvantage. They're sort of happy to reset this. However, consolation prize for OneWin team is going to be grabbing the buffs on the map, and a spirit buff on Infernus right now this is illegal. Man, this Infernus is going to be so hard to fight, and he's just getting further ahead on the soul front. I mean, this Infernus is going to become unkillable with, like 1 or 2 more green items. Already has 3k base HP.
Yeah, I mean, that infuser is definitely getting out of hand.
They're going to drop his urn with the bird, I guess, but I just don't know what.
Just pick it back up.
What this really accomplishes, right? It's just slowing down. Hold on, though. VP, though, collapsing on this. Maybe they're going to try and use this as an opportunity to punish.
Yeah, one with 2 players down aren't exactly in position to intervene, but they're not really fast enough. ABL is simply going to go and get the job done by the looks of things. That's an urn turn in, and that's the soul lead that's getting out to 12k. Flame Dash will get him away, and Overkin will have to satisfy himself with the dregs.
And that's sort of the story of this match right now for VP. They've got to just bait some over-aggressive move, and Kelvin is a tough go. Infernus is going to get the stun. Oh, no. Warp stone away. Trap comes in, but I mean, ABL almost wants to bait the fight on himself. Look, he's not losing HP right here. This is an impossible trade.
Yep, Infuser popped. He's getting all of that lifesteal, and he's absolutely going for it. Flame Dash in, and he's chilling.
The Scourge from Mo Krill put on him as well. The hook, and this could be game here. VP are getting completely team-wide. OneWin are at completely full resource as well. Listic probably just hiding in a closet right now. I doubt when are aware of the position, but he's not really going to be able to get back to base. And even if he could, not much you can do. And oh no, a mid-boss spawn. It's up to now, big decision for OneWin team. Do they try to drop Patron? Do they go for Shrines? Or do they just back for the mid-boss? I think you could justify either decision right now. They're going to do both. Probably the smartest move of all, right? Get the Shrines down at least. And Abrams, oh no, Abrams dying after that long delay. He's going to be off sync with the team. They're going to get the mid-boss. This game is over, Mitch.
Yeah, they're absolutely cooked. Mid-boss, obviously, all well and good to take, especially with 4 rejuve buffs dropping after the fact, but we're unlikely to get there here. Patron about to be knocked and dealt with. Most of VP still 10 or more seconds away. OneWin might be happy enough just to take everything and get on out here, but it's going to account to a good 30k or so soul lead. And there's rejuve buffs just being passed around. That's right, guys. There's one more. Xenon going to make sure they have that one. And now 4 minutes of hell for Virtus.pro to dig in.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. You might see one more back off from OneWin team just to buy a last item, get all their souls on the map to just ensure impact. But this defense is going to be nigh impossible. I think OneWin team could just hard in for the Patron. I guess your one hope here is for a cheeky save from Kelvin. And maybe that's something that OneWin team are going to be a little worried about, is like Warden and Kelvin turning around to fight inside the throne. A little bit scary there.
Oh my god, the Leech and the Boundless Spirit in hand for the 7. Empty Dreams is going to be nuking, excuse me, as well as ABL. So OneWin, they get their, excuse me, the souls on exactly who they need to. Echo Shard also into the hands of Flammable now. Keep an eye out for that one, of course. The cooldown on those abilities, very, very important. And this is Virtus.pro desperately trying to keep a foothold on this game, but now the combo sets up a pick. This is all to plan for OneWin. A composition that lets them dictate when and where these fights happen, and they have abused that maliciously over the course of this game. Zanny a little bit low, Xenon though low, but has that soul exchange available, and Virtus.pro are going to get stuffed into the trash compactor, such that OneWin happy to dance inside their base. A little bit of revenge for what happened in the OneWin bombshell. It's best served cold, as we know, and OneWin will advance to take on our champions.
Yeah, I love the way OneWin played around the draft they set, right? You know, the mid game, I think, was back and forth. We saw some big team fights out of Sharik with the Warden ult, Abrams coming off to a hot start with Kelvin in the mid lane, but they just played around the pickups. They were patient, they looked for opportunities, and there was just quite a few Mow and Krill pickups in that mid-late game where VP just couldn't quite get the full-on team fights they were looking for. And Mitch, I think you might be right about the direction the game has been pulled without those teleporters, right? Maybe playing a little bit more individualistic, a little bit more, small group playmaking is the better modern style of Deadlock, and I think OneWin team had the right read on that today.
Yeah, again, we've had, I think, metagames in Deadlock where deathballing has been encouraged, especially, when those TPs were active, but obviously you can rotate between those lanes still pretty effectively. And we noticed that, Listic was trying to be active and trying to have impact in multiple of those lanes, but it was read into really effectively by OneWin, whose team excels at, picking off those individuals and snowballing those kind of advantages. It was an uncontested mid-boss. They were able to take 2 walkers off the back of that, and by that point, their carries are so far ahead, the 7 and the Infernus, that there's just nothing VP can do constantly. The Mow and Krill combo to lock down anyone. It doesn't matter. They're happy to go after the Abrams. Even Listic wasn't remotely tanky enough for them to second guess what their target of engagement would be. Feels like the way things washed out, it was pretty easy for OneWin just to roll over the top of VP.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit as well to Flammable on the Vindicta, who was, I think, really the key force in the early game, because as strong as 7 and Infernus got towards the late game, you think that just doesn't happen. It doesn't go that way if Flammable isn't coming into some of those early game fights and turning things around, stabilizing the game, slowing the game down. Yeah, he's not going to hit the same late game power spike, but he's the one, I think, making that game at least winnable in the early stages, keeping it relatively in contest, where mid lane was a problem, right? You could have easily seen that game get out of control with Abrams and Kelvin just running people down. And I think it was Flammable who kind of held the line there for quite a few minutes in the early game and got them to that point where, okay, they have the better late game. They've hit that soul point where, ABL just takes a fight and doesn't lose like 1 tick of HP with all the lifesteal he's getting.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting stuff. We're going to go to our desk, of course, break down our first match here with OneWin advancing to our best of 3 match. And we'll see you guys later for the next games from EU.
I have to say, by the way, Uber, your shirt is fantastic, and I like how we both have matching zits on our forehead. But what a game here with OneWin taking back What seemed like an inevitable defeat up against Virtus.pro for so many weeks in and so many weeks out, they take the victory here. And honestly, gentlemen, as you heard the casters talking about, ABL just became chunky on that Infernus, being so hard to deal with that Virtus.pro had to throw 3 players and a frozen shelter into a closet to deal with him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really interesting how it panned out, because to me, it felt like a strategy where one win team by the draft was a little bit more in on the early game, and then they gave up their early game lead. They had that disastrous urn fight where, ABL essentially got mugged in the closet and didn't get a whole lot of help. But he was so far ahead on farm and was able to just otherwise take good one-on-one engagements, otherwise have efficient farm, and got to the point where he became an unstoppable monster. And the VP approach of focusing more on frontline, more evenly balancing their soul allocation, actually fell in face of the one-win team idea of just feed the Infernus and 7. And it was really interesting to watch this play out, because with a little bit of a lack of data over the last month, I didn't know what to think until we just saw the results in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I think, we definitely saw that scary moment. I agree. I think when we saw that urn fight, it's like, oh, one win, they don't want to take these group death ball type fights because that's where VP have the edge. But it seemed like they were like, we kind of have to take this one, and it didn't go very well. And so at that point, I'm like, oh, the game swung now. The edge went away. But still, I think the macro play was really nice from one win. And I think they really showed, I think it's towards maybe like the 20-25 minute mark, where we saw there was 2 towers or 2 objectives left, the mid objective, the walker, and the left lane as well. And they got such a good pick by just doing this classic macro move. One win, threatening that mid walker, drawing across players. They left ABL, who's obviously stacked, to be able to find a pick on Sharik, who wasn't really aware that ABL was lurking there. Felt like he was safe in the left lane, just trying to do wave management. And then there's a quick switch up into the attack onto him with the rest of the team to assist ABL. They get the pick into the walker, into another walker, and from then on, it's just great control of the rest of the game with that advantage. So just really well done from one winner, showing that their strategy works.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense, right? If you have these 2 really strong individual players like ABL, like Empty Dreams, that we talked about so many times when it came to playing like your Pocket for Empty Dreams or your Motto for ABL, which really got them going initially back as the one-win name, they could carry matches. And when you do things similar to that with the way they're able to feed those souls specifically to those 2 players, of course they can carry out games like this. And of course they can create such a lead that they can snowball from there. I think the really interesting part that happened was when we had 2 simultaneous pushes out of VP on the left-hand side for the Walker and on the right-hand side for one win on the Walker. And ZP were mentioning while we're watching this, split pushes have really changed. Like, you have to commit to them now because you just can't teleport over and defend.
Yeah, I mean, you are pretty much all in, and you have these moments where, okay, what team is going to be a little bit better suited to smaller scale battles? And one of the things that really helped VP was that ABL, over the course of the game, you had to bring a player advantage to deal with ABL once ABL had gotten up about 5 to 7k souls. You couldn't just do a 1v1 and have it be okay. It was situations where ABL would see Sharik alone in lane and force that into a fight where other members of VP had to rotate over. And while you're rotating all these disproportionate resources to deal with the Infernus, you're giving up power elsewhere on the map. And it is a change in how you have to sort of apportion your resources with the teleporter change. But also, again, I think it's interesting to me, just the idea that, Deadlock, and all the time we've watched it, it really oscillates between what roles you want to put your farm behind. And it was just a month ago that the meta was you feed the Geist. You make the Geist your most farmed player. And in this case, Xenon was playing way more of a support Geist, if anything else, not really taking as much of the farm, playing a backseat role to getting the Infernus and 7 farmed, and it actually worked out. So you saw the clash of prioritization between these 2 teams, and based on the results, one win team had the better read on the meta.
Yeah, and I think that's, to be fair, with the amount of scrims that we know have been happening, it's a bike going by, I apologize. He's heading into his night shift right now. We know there hasn't been a lot of scrims happening. So I think the meta, what we're seeing now, or at least the current iteration of what we're seeing, I think that's going to change in a week or 2 once teams start getting back in the mix of things, constantly scrimming against each other. But what we see now of like those individual carries working out really well for one win, at least at the moment. And Dan, you kind of touched on it a little bit, but that first Rejuvenator that we had come in for one win, I think that was the big like catapult they needed to get themselves back in the game. It kind of kept themselves equal when it came to souls. It gives them a large increase in value with the 15% fire rate, the 15% health, and the 20% spirit damage. And that's when they got those 2 walkers and really started to take control of that game.
Yeah, it's interesting because although you don't get the mega creeps and so on, those buffs are pretty significant, and it allows you to very precisely decide to dictate the pressure, and it puts the situation on the opponents where it's actually very hard for them to really challenge at that point. So it's kind of like a similar effect as we had with the buffs before that you got from Rejuve. But I do like this a bit better because I think it opens the team up to being able to be more flexible with how they want to apply pressure off of having those buffs. So yeah, really, really cool, honestly, to see this in our first matchup. The 1-win VP rivalry is never ending.
Yeah. And even looking ahead now, ZP, over to our next match, looking at 1-win and Abrahams. If I'm not mistaken, 1-win Bombshell, 1-win beat Abrahams in that one. So it's kind of, it's like a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors when it comes to EU between these 3 teams.
Yeah, and I mean, the last time around, it was VP that sort of pulled ahead at the very end, but it did take VP basically an entire week of tournament play to get there. VP's sort of the team where they have great coaching, great adaptation, but I do think they may be a little bit weaker when you have things that are a little bit more one-off, or, you know, we have a situation right now where there's a bit of a break in scrimming in EU, so, you know, they got caught off guard. But VP, they're a team that I expect to fully bounce back. That being said, from behind the scenes, the hype around Abraham still remains strong. It was really strong going into the 1-win Bombshell where they did end up losing in the end, but I mean, it's a team that has been on the rise overall, that, you know, made key adjustments, added players like Hoot, and in general has been, you know, sort of the rising star of the EU Deadlock scene.
Yeah, it's been dominating as ever. But of course, that's our next match. But not to take away from the North American games we have coming up later on today with Valhalla up against PKP, also known as Pure Kicks Puppies, but we didn't want to use that name. We kept it as PKP. And then, of course, we'll play against Hydra Nation there later on today. But before we do fully dive into our next match of Abraham's up against 1-win, I want to remind you guys, once again, we do have crowdfunding when it comes to the Deadlock Night Shift, and all the money that goes through in our donations do go directly into our prize pool for the week. And if we go over 2K, then it goes in towards the next week as well. This all goes strictly towards that. We can see ZP, my man, you donated 125 bucks so far. Jake with 100 as well.
Yeah, you know, just had to add in, support things. You know, we can't ask the community. It's like, hey, throw some money the players' way if, you know, we're not going to do the same. And, of course, Jonas just completely clearing us as expected, where Jonas is, you know, just may be the GOAT. But, you know, honestly, all this goes back to the players. And, you know, look, the Deadlock community, you guys are awesome. Just one of the most supportive communities I think I've ever been a part of, you know, game-wise, whether it be esports or otherwise. And it's really cool to, you know, host this and give back to the teams and players in this way.
And because you guys at home are supporting us, we also want to support you, which is why we have a Patreon where we can give back to you and have multiple tiers across that. Starting off with the $5 tier, you get access to the Grave Shift. Now, I know you're out there watching Jason. What's the Grave Shift? Well, what it is, every week after our broadcast, we're going to head over to Discord, where we're going to have a little bit of a post-show chat with you guys. We'll have some talent from the show. We'll have a special guest every week. This week, it'll be AVG, and you get to sit there, listen to us chat about Deadlock, chat about live, talk about how Mitch finds these shirts, or talk about my beautiful stash. Anything and everything goes. And of course, you get to ask questions as well. But of course, this only goes towards those $5 Patreon pledgers, or eventually our Twitch subs when we get that sorted. And of course, our YouTube monetization as well, or the YouTube members as well. So make sure you guys check that out. We will be having one right after the show finishes today. And if you are a supporter on any of those 3 platforms, don't worry, we'll have a VOD available for you as well on top of that. But gentlemen, let's head over into our next match, because this is what I'm really excited to see. I mean, as you already hinted at before, ZP, like Hoot has kind of made a name for himself. Abrahams has made a massive name for themselves here. And I think, Dan, they have a championship belt to defend.
They certainly do. And it's interesting because with Abrahams, they kind of came out of nowhere a little bit for me in terms of their dominance, because we had the 1-win VP rivalry for ages. And so Abrahams, I feel like I don't know what to expect, but like you say, you know, the recent tournament history is going to edge 1-win if you're just purely going off of that. But based on what we just saw, I think we did really see something I was alluding to at the top of the show, where I was saying, hey, I feel like this meta kind of helps out 1-win a little bit. The style that they like to play, they love, you know, invading the jungle. They love split pushing. They love these carries. And although we didn't see them get to play a lot of carries, we did get to see them play the macro in in the ways that they want to. And so this meta is feeling pretty good for them. So just going off of the raw without even seeing a draft or anything, I'm kind of edging one win because they showed they could do it without the pocket, without the Yamato, without the Sinclair, without some of these key picks that we historically have seen them be so good on.
All right. Well. Also, people are just wondering, it's like, why does your Instagram just say Andrew Rush? It's like, well, Instagram locked us out for whatever reason. That is why Instagram was in that instance. But yeah, I mean, looking forward to Abraham's versus one win team here. I think if you're Abraham's, you're a little bit worried because I think if you go by the idea of power rankings, whatever it may have been, obviously things are in flux and there haven't been that much scrim data. But one win team was kind of seen as the number 3 team, and they just beat up VP. So if you're Abraham's, whatever prep you may have had going into the very first night shift, now you're kind of looking at this and going, what to expect here? I would say if you had snap reactions going in once we get into the draft, I would think if nothing else, you kind of look at what one win team was really looking to use. You go, maybe we take away things like the Infernus and don't run into an ABL that is just farmed to supervillain status.
You guys are talking up Abraham so much, and honestly, for good reason, looking at past results. But one thing I've seen, and I hope this man is watching the stream right now, Hoot hasn't been playing a whole lot of Deadlock lately. He's been playing a lot of Peak. He's been playing a lot of like Tarkov back, I think before. He's been playing a lot of League of Legends. This man is playing everything but Deadlock. But I have seen him streaming all day today, and he better get his butt in line because he's got a lot to play for here as they're looking to defend themselves once again. But we're talking about Abraham's. Why don't we take a look here at the roster as well? If you guys might be unfamiliar with who is on this team, though we have mentioned a couple of them here or here and there. And off the bat, I mean, some names are going to stand out here, Dan, for me. Tass, Hoot, for sure.
Yeah, totally. For me, it's going to be together. I mean, again, we get to the situation at this point where everybody is a class act, but Taz, we see the paradox there. I actually feel like Taz has been such a reliable quantity on the paradox in the past that with that buff, that 10% extra gun damage, I'm actually really excited to see a performance here because paradox is not necessarily what it once was, where it's always getting insta vetoed. So you should be able to get a hold of it. So that's like my one player to follow here, but I'm sure ZP, you probably have, something you could say about pretty much everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, I mean, whether you look at Tass, like, I don't even know if they'll go Paradox or just kind of go back to the idea of just being this world's scariest bebop, which, of course, is also in Taz's wheelhouse when being a playmaker. There's also other things here, like Abraham's in their last reign of dominance, right? Where Together was almost always on Shiv. But Shiv has been through the ringer and gotten nerfed a whole lot, but at the competitive level play, still may be getting picked. You sort of hit the intersection of, do you want what is powerful meta-wise, or do you want what is, you are most comfortable on? So seeing that's going to be interesting. I think in terms of, actual support play coming in, Kelvin will be very highly valued by Saint regardless. And Hoot, I feel like Jason, when I look at Hoot's career, Hoot has gone from areas where it's just, you expect Hoot to play certain heroes like Bebop way back in the past, or, maybe a run of Calico. But to me, I think Hoot has actually turned out to be one of the most versatile players on Abraham's.
Yeah, he 100%. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I remember seeing about a month back, there was a vote done between all the pro players in EU of who the best player in EU is. And it was Hoot, according to them. And I think, as you're saying, like, for good reason, he has been very versatile. He has been explosive. Even thinking back, and of course, I always find an excuse to bring this team up. Maidong, seeing him play with them on the Bebop, that was the first time we got a glimpse of him in competitive play. And he kind of put Bebop in this whole other level, this whole other tier of what he did with it with very early rotations. And honestly, look at the rest of the roster. The one player we haven't mentioned, I think, is Saint. He, for me, has massively climbed up in his support role of becoming such a strong player, very, very mindful and very understanding of where he can be powerful and not powerful. One of the moments I could think of back, back in the prior event was him on Dynamo. He had phenomenal black holes to open things up for him and his team, and he's been able to play quite a few different heroes to a level that they desperately need him to. But Abraham's, it's still going to be tough. I mean, it comes down to like how much practice have they been doing, how much of the last match have they been watching here, and we are finally into the pick and bans here, and we're going to see exactly what will be breaking down between these two teams, Dan.
Yeah, and I'm curious with the sort of competition between for both the Yamato and also for the Infernus, because interestingly, it seems like one win it was no no, let's say, it wasn't as though they picked Infernus and like, oh man, we have to play Infernus. It's like, okay, they actually have had a pretty strict plan behind the Infernus and the 7. So Infernus definitely something they would want to play. And Abraham's obviously having that in their toolkit as well. And we're trying to also figure out, as we see these games, like how are the pro teams actually rating these various hero picks? Yamato did get insta-banned last time, so I would be sad if we don't see it here, given that both teams do love to play it, and it is still super good.
I'll return.
You know what
I'm
else
taking
is
a look
super
at
good,
this.
ZP?
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a look at this here,
It's
and I think
music.
for Abraham's, they looked at the last draft and said, you know what, we don't actually, or the last game rather, and said, we don't actually want to deal with one team having the early mid-game power you get off of Vindicta pick, and we're just going to take that away from you at the beginning, one team, in contrast, saying, yeah, Warden's still pretty good, got to get rid of him. Now, the one thing I do find interesting here, maybe the last patch was just too devastating, but we kind of, in the month that, none of us were doing broadcasts, Viper went way up the tier list. And did we just hit this like special zone where we're not going to see Viper get played today after Viper had this period of dominance? Like Viper actually had to get nerfed for competitive Deadlock to come back. That kind of feels like the case here because I was looking forward to, and the plan is like maybe we'll get the early picked Viper, but so far doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, she did have a little bit of nerfs in like the latest hotfix. She doesn't shoot as quickly anymore, which does like it doesn't reduce her damage overall, but makes it much more difficult to apply that in Venom or 2. So yeah, a little bit difficult to deal with, but also I mean very dominating when it comes to like pub play. But I think when you get into a competitive environment, she's very difficult to play successfully because she's so easy to be controlled. Not to mention her hitbox has been increased in certain areas to make her easier to hit.
That 7 coming out, I think. Yeah, we saw how powerful it was. I think just the ability to quickly clear the creeps, given the changes to the creeps, is a massive advantage to just continually be able to like farm. I think that was something that also we saw that was possible from the Infernus. I think it's one of the reasons why the Infernus has perhaps raised in value a little bit. But you talked about Saints on the Kelvin, and that should be valued highly. We're going to see it right there as the second pick for Abraham's.
Yeah, fantastic Kelvin player, in my opinion. And again, ZP, one of those heroes that has super high mobility to get around that map when needed.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. And, look at, I think in terms of meta power, probably not going to be seeing the Shiv come into play. Instead, Paradox going to be picked here from Abraham. So that to me kind of signals that for one win team, they can probably pick Bebop later in the draft like I do, or if they decide to go for it. They're picked Holiday, so there's a world where playmaking wise, both teams are just satisfied. You run Paradox on one side, Holiday on the other. Not that you can't run a Bebop with the Holiday, which one win team has done in the past, but in this case they may be a little bit more set given the fact that the Holiday was available. So that's also though kind of a change when you think back to the previous month of Deadlock play where Bebop was getting picked in everything. So again, just kind of noting the contrast between the last slate of competitive play that we saw versus now. I mean, a lot can change in just 1 month.
Yeah, it's cool to see that both teams, in fact, I think all the teams today have really prioritized in general the more utility heroes, the heroes that are going to be the core to their strategy, and just say, hey, we don't necessarily want to just go in for those carries as super fast, which is kind of what it used to be like. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a Mirage. The Wraith ban isn't too surprising because Wraith definitely has a lot more value, but not seeing the Mirage, I think, has been somewhat surprising to me.
It's a good point.
Yeah. Well, particularly because with the changes, the less available teleporters, in theory, the value of Traveler goes up. But if you feel like the raw power of Mirage has gone down due to the various changes and, not just with Mirage himself, but also other heroes that, you have an opportunity cost for, it's kind of interesting, actually. It speaks a lot to like where you think Mirage's raw power is at, that you remove mobility tools from the game. And in fact, you don't have the knee-jerk responses like Mirage has to be an early pick. Meanwhile, though, one win team not really, trying to basically replicate the last draft. I mean, the main change is that they were able to pick up the Holiday early, but otherwise, they got 7, they got Geist, they got Infernus. It's clear the players that they're prioritizing for one win team right now.
I'm also curious to see if one win will eventually go towards the Pocket. I would imagine not, with seeing Infernus and 7 picked up already for Empty Dreams and for ABL if they stay on those 2 heroes. But Pocket was taken away from one win by VP, and we know Empty Dreams is a phenomenal Pocket.
Totally, and he was on the Vindicta previously, which has been banned now, so it is like a pick for him, like a Pocket is, I mean, I think it's a total layup that you have there, Jason, for this. I think this should probably be, we should absolutely see a Pocket here. And there is a Mirage coming on down as well. But yeah, that core you're talking about, ZP, is there for one win. It's pretty much been secured. And so I feel like there's a lot of flexibility they can go with now from this point forwards, but the pocket does seem like
No more hiding.
it's got to come in. There we go. All right.
Yep, pocket comes into play, and based on this, doesn't seem like it's going to be a Bebop game from what we know here. I mean, still something you could do here, but look at one win team and what they would add here. We'll see. It's still a little bit wide open. For Abraham's, on the other hand, I'm just trying to think. What do you want to end up here? The front line is super solid. They have playmaking ability, and okay, they're gonna go with the Mo here for one win. So they added a little bit to the front line and a little bit more where one win team is using the Mo just for pickoffs and more early the mid game presence.
It goes exactly into what they were doing before, right? Having the Vindicta, the Mo, and the Bebop together, you create those pick opportunities. Now you have the Mo and the Holiday to work together, not to mention a 7 stun to follow up with. So they have that like front line moving around, going for those ganks core. You have this the safety of Infernus and Pocket to split push if you need to. You have 7 to farm up the jungle. One would have a pretty damn solid composition so far from what we just seen in that first match alone. But Abraham's coming in with the haze.
Yeah, and they actually tipped off a little bit that. We didn't get it on the production end in time, but, asking for signature heroes, Jamside wanted to swap off. No longer the Infernus, more onto the Haze. And, I mean, you think about Jamside's hero pool overall, yeah, this kind of makes sense, right? Where it's not the deepest of hero pools, but generally is focused on, carries that, take a long time to farm up. And, Jamside won't necessarily play the most active Haze historically, but you can be sure that by the end of the game, Jamside is going to be pretty wildly ahead in soul count.
I wonder if he goes for that focused lens kind of build, Dan, to go for that like mid-game ganking power, because when are going to roam around at least with like the Mo Holiday like guys together. So I wonder if he's going to maybe go that route to look for some individual kills.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I think it's definitely something that you need out of a Haze. I think Haze has to get active. I think Haze has to be able to facilitate those more invasive plays, pull attention around the map, because you have a lot of escapability, especially if you're in those 1v1s. You can put people to sleep and smoke bomb out. So there's a lot of ability to get value out of that. And I think that's a key moment of the game, as you highlighted, Jason, that mid game to see Haze perform. But I'm a bit worried because I feel like one win's they just got what they want, and it just plays really well into their strategy, into their very kind of invasive pick based strategy, where they're just putting the initiative on you immediately. Taking the picks, setting up the combos. The Pocket is super mobile. Infernus is pretty mobile as well. Guys able to hold down the lanes. Holiday able to do setup as well. 7 also able to hold down lanes into farm. So there's really I feel like much more synergy for me personally out of one win, and we already know they're comfortable with this kind of approach.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at this, I feel like Abraham's the advantage being defending team here is they got that one game preview to kind of see the style that one win team was playing with. One win team has come in and they've effectively drafted a very similar composition to what they did in the first game. So you can kind of imply that a lot of the game plan here is going to be similar, where they're going to go out of their way to funnel farm into ABL and try and get him ahead of the game. Now, tools that they're going to have here, which you didn't necessarily have from the VP end, you're going to have Mirage with Traveler in order to create more mismatches on a whim to ABL if ABL tries to take on one-on-one. And if something like your Amato is able to get really farmed ahead of the game, that's something that you could throw on the ABL in one-on-one and actually have it work out in your favor. So, Abraham's, they have the ability to make micro adjustments here just by virtue of learning from what VP had to endure just one game ago.
I think what's kind of scary about one win here too is just the amount of raw damage you have. Like Holiday hits hard, 7 hits hard, Infernus hits hard, Pocket hits hard. Mo and Krill, it's like being stopped with a wet noodle, but Geist can also hit pretty damn hard, especially with the Soul Exchange coming through. Like they have a lot of damage coming your way. Obviously the Kelvin helps a bit with the Pocket, depending if you can stop the affliction, but you also set up Pocket for a very easy affliction on top of it. And the fact you get Pocket so late on into the drafting phase too is kind of perfect for one win. And Dan, if I were to throw it to you and say, in this first match, not the whole series necessarily, who would you favor? I'm kind of thinking you're leaning one win as well.
Yeah, definitely. I do think, my expectation is that the Pocket should be super strong for one win, and especially when you get into the late game, get the Tank Buster online. I feel like there's just a lot of, just like you said, overpowering damage output on their ends and a stylistic edge as well, taking initiative with the split pushing and having a lot of mobility. I feel like Abraham's is going to be on the defensive.
Well, we have some overwhelming casting output coming your way as well, as we're thrown on over to Uber and Jake to take us into our first best of 3 of the night.
Accept your destiny.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yeah, we're about to take it up to 11 here. Quickly, Jake, before we jump in, are you on board with this sort of assessment from our desk that OneWin have a stronger look here? Because most of the Abrahams draft, they're flipped, by the way. We'll get them fixed for you in just a moment. But obviously, a lot of proactivity still with the Abrahams comp too.
Yeah, I can see the vision. I will say I think the Yamato helps a lot in dealing with this Pocket and Furnace, right? Being able to purge a lot of those damage over time effects and maybe tank through some of the stuns as a frontliner. And I think Mo is going to have to work overtime this game with, you know, both Abrams, Yamato, maybe Mirage that you want to be catching and starting the fight on. I think we're right to talk a little bit about Jamside on the Haze, though. I think, you know, we talked about Haze maybe snowballing, getting super strong into the ultra late game. I do think Haze maybe has one of the strongest like mid late games if you can snowball ahead, but you don't have the best farming tools. So I will say I think the early game for Haze is going to be quite important, since they're probably going to be doing a lot of the raw gun carry, especially towards taking those objectives down.
And that's, of course, in a world where, you know, globally gun damage has sort of been clipped by about 10% across the board. Also, Yamato's less oppressive in lane with that ult fire now. Its base damage has been reduced, but it has obviously a growth per boon. So later in the game, it still is quite a problem. I mean, it still looks pretty impressive to me right now, but the idea, I think, for Yoshi and co is to make that less of a bully feature here.
It's still, you know, quite a strong tool in the lane, especially in this lane, right? Combining with Kelvin makes a lot of sense. You've got those early game slows that can set up for a consistent power slash connection. And, you know, I think the way this early laning phase can be pretty crucial.
Oy.
That's a huge hit. And I mean, Pocket with the negative spear resist on level 1, right? So vulnerable to this lane in particular. You can imagine, maybe this is going to be a rushed Mystic shot from Hoot. And honestly, Yamato could explode into this lane with already a third, a quarter of that tower HP off.
So Hoot also just getting up on that Guardian. Crimson Slash thrown out to sort of ward the Lady Geist away. A lot of pressure here and good sustain, of course, with the Kelvin in the lane once some points start going into that Frost Grenade. We're checking in here in the mid. Saf, of course, is going to have the global presence, the ability to impact the map from anywhere on this Mirage. So it's a brief stun here, but sleep on the Flammable now. Jamside can pump a little bit of extra damage to the Small and Krill, and gotta be careful. Oh, Flammable caught out. Jamside insisting on the chase down.
Well, Perry on the Abrams too. So nice damage trade on the Abrams, which is pretty important for ABL to like keep this lane at least fightable for him. But Jamside, that's the dream, right? Opening kills, Haze off to a hot start. This is kind of one of your stronger moments, is that very beginning of the laning stage, especially against someone like Mo Crew, who just can't quite drop those fixation stacks. I think this is a really nice lane matchup.
Pass here, hit by the Carbine, suspended for a time. All thrown in, allowing overseas now just to reposition a little bit, but of course there's always the threat of that Spirit Lasso once that ultimate is picked up. A lot of gun pressure here though, of course. You know, Saf is going to be a constant nuisance, and of course you've you know, you got that Paradox as well to operate with, so a lot of poke here in this mid lane for Abrahams, and they're putting a lot of damage down. See those Jin mark stacks starting to add up a little, and detonated there as the Dreams takes a little chunk, and will be knocking on the door in moments here for Abraham. So in mid and in that left side lane, a lot of pressure being generated. In fact, even on the right with that Haze in the lane, of course, and that pick off on the Mo and Krill, already OneWin feel like they're on the back foot.
Yeah, they definitely need to survive this early game. But with so many players low, you're not really going to see any rotations come out this early. And, you know, I'm a little worried for them, especially in this Yamato lane, because I think Yamato gets the first ulti here. She's just going to dive and kill Geist for free, and it might not even be that long. Look at this tower is going down here, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, monster rounds, high velocity rounds picked up. Very offensive slant here. Power slash looking for Zanya. And they're going to have to hot-foot it on out of there pretty quickly. Taken low. There was a parry involved there. I think Zanya was caught in place. Brutal stuff. And remember, you no longer stun a mantling opponent, I think, when you sort of hit them, but you do inflict a slow. You can still chase them down. It's a little harder, and Abraham's clearly having no issues doing so.
And look at the HP on OneWin team. Everybody on 1 HP. The trade's coming in, though. They're diving a little bit too deep. Empty Dreams shows up with a Storm Cloud. And that's a very important moment to stabilize a little bit, at least in this mid lane. It's not going to fix your HP problems, but at least you're going to be able to maintain, hold the Guardians a little bit longer.
Speaking of which,
Guardian goes down, and there's going to be a lot of freedom to rotate now. OneWin, this is, I think, a crucial moment of the game for them. They need to be able to get some decent team fights off.
Yeah, they're trying to snowball this now toward that mid Guardian. Abraham's wasting zero time and working these key objectives out of the way, and OneWin really have nothing to say about it. The rotation came in from Together, who had Seismic Slam available. Jamside maybe biting off a bit that he could chew here on that right side, but pressure still mounting now that, God, that mid Walker even having the question asked of it. Frozen Shelter deployed here for Abrahams, giving themselves maybe a pick potential. It'll be Saf tornadoing back away. Looks like Abrahams want to draw the lines of battle right about here.
Yeah, I think Abrahams, they've done a lot of the map right now. Probably can back off, you know, get some item buys, get their souls out on the map here. I think that in general, despite a couple kills going against them here, they're going to be pretty happy with how this game is going, especially with Hoot having such a strong opener to the game. You know, Yamato and Hayes, they don't have the best farming utility to actually farm those jungle camps, but if they are ahead, I think they're quite strong at leveraging those souls and turning them into kills, turning them into objectives. Yamato getting ulted by Pocket here, but I mean, she has ulti. She's going to be fine.
Yeah, Shadow Transformation, and Zanya going to be cloaking on out of there. It does at least draw that ultimate out, but Who was more than happy to throw down and make a real fight of it. In a moment, they'll be joined back in lane by the Kelvin, so top back up and we'll be ready to go. And what is ABL looking for? Yes, I think they're spotted the Abrams here together. Shoulder charge comes in, caught inside a concussive combustion, but a sleep does come through, stunned up as well together up to the sky and straight back down. Hits that seismic slam. ABL though still wants this fight. Flame dash in the direction of the Guardian. Stunned up though briefly under it. Now together getting hit, but Jam side gets involved. ABL is picked off. One win look to make a play. It blows up in their face.
That was insane. He dove. I mean, he even parried the Abrams there, which is massive, but I don't see how that was ever going to work. ABL just absolutely YOLOing. Maybe he just felt like the rotation was already going to come in and he was dead to rights regardless. Wanted to put some damage down before falling, but either way, Abraham's firm control of the game, 5k soul lead established. They're not wasting any time leveraging these full health bars and continuing to push the issue and try and get more trades off. All three of their Guardians are relatively healthy as well, so you're a long way from some of those excess slots for your opponents in one-win team.
And a pick up in mid here, only going to deepen that level of pressure. There's a rotate coming across here from Zanya. No affliction available. Might just be working the jungle, but definitely threatening a pinch. The rest of one win between mid and right lanes here. Again, trying to bully together. We have seen a lot of war crimes committed against Abraham's players today. It has been tough. Together, the most recent victim, but I'm sure there'll be more. Into the chase down by Zanya. Looking to get in the direction of Taz, but no catch. I do think that the Paradox might still be in deep trouble. Here's Overseas pursuing doggedly. Taz with some mechanics to try and get up to that higher ground, but I think eventually what goes up must come down. There'll be more involvement here from Abrahams. The question if they can turn the fight. It looks like Taz has been able to slip away, but ABL, of course, has that burst of speed that will allow him to catch. Now window for one win. There's a couple of other Abrahams plays lingering around here. You can see Saf taking a couple of hits from Overseas. Looking at pressure, and of course, again, those tier 2 items, the emblems and the battle vests are coming out, so bear in mind, above 65% health, you're getting those bonuses.
Yes, the little opportunity here to grab the mid Guardian would be great. Kelvin Dome utilized purely defensively, and that's going to hold the moment for now. Swap can come in here, catch on to Holiday. The follow-up is there, right into the catch there from Together at the Abrams. And they have so many cult sacks, by the way. This is kind of insane. A lot of greed here on the item builds for Abrahams. And although their soul lead isn't that massive right now, it's only going to get bigger with this many cult sacks on the field.
Yeah, look, I think the buff is pretty relevant in the early game. Being able to clear that sort of jungle a little bit more, a little bit more efficiently is important. It also gives them a reason to be floating in between these lanes, constantly looking for those pick opportunities. And we talked up One Win's ability to sort of decide when and where they have fights and try and isolate individuals. But of course, Abrahams, as we just saw by Taz, have that same ability. Gotta watch out for this Paradox, and Taz is trying to be everywhere at once.
We'll say ABL is getting quite a solid amount of farm. Same for Empty Dream. So both teams getting their ideal cores, the resources that they need. Abraham's quite a bit ahead on that front. You see they're giving Yamato the full solo lane. She's happy to just stay there all day. And Furnace still in the same position, dueling for some of those souls. However, Infernus always at risk of being ganked here, right? There's no tower, and you see Mirage rotating in as well. Maybe they're thinking about going for this dive.
ABL gets out of Power Slash radius. The only player for one win on this left side of the map. See, the Saf is also closing in. Here on the right, though, it's about to get hot and heavy. Let's strap in for it. Oh, jam side flattened. Couldn't do much about the combo there. Zenon holding onto that soul exchange. Not needed. Seismic Slam coming in for Together. He is dead serious about starting this fight. Connection comes in on towards the Holiday. Going to get caught in the lasso. Zania goes down. Together eventually will be traded out. Trying to initiate that fight. Now Abrams down a player. Taslo found Overseas. And sticking around is flammable now under pressure. Saint's going to be hitting hard at Kelvin late in the fight. A bit of a problem. Upstairs we go. All of that cooldowns having been used there. I don't think Zenon's getting out of this one. Nope. Attempt at the life drain. Still picked off.
Great counter rotation from Abrahams. You know, they int so deep One does behind the tower for that combo onto Jam side. And yes, you get that kill, but the response punishing, they protect the Guardian, they get a ton of counter kills, maintain the lead. And, you know, Jam side, that's completely worth for him. It sucks to lose your Haze, but, you know, with that kind of a trade going back the other way, you're not too mad at it. He's going to be back and just already farming off. And by the way, Saint also on a huge farm spree now with those, I think, getting a lot of kill credits in that fight. He's up tied with his top cores for net worth here. So, you know, the spoils are really being spread around, and an easy earn turn in is going to be a nice little comeback mechanic here for One team. I think they're just barely on the threshold for that, and I think they exactly needed that here to be able to come back in this game, and be surprised if there's too much of a contest here from Abrahams this early into this part of the jungle.
And there's so many souls that are just contained in those Guardians for One here. It's like, you know, makes up much of that deficit. Big turn in, of course, the rush for Majestic Leap is very much still in the playbook for Pocket, so Zania able to get around the map in a pinch, and already One converging on this right side again, might be eyeing off that Guardian. There are 3 Abrahams players here, though. Here's the concussive combustion, gets it off pretty nicely. 2 players stunned up, now Frozen Shelter deployed in response. A little bit awkward for ABL, but healthy enough as it is, trying to dash away. And it looks like Abrahams is going to let him go. Yeah, power slash on the back foot from Hoot. And Abrahams did not want that smoke.
Yeah, there's so many players rotating. I think it's wise for them not to come in on the chase. ABL with enough life, so just tank through that. They are going to get the catch onto Saint and try to TP over and flip and maybe punish some of these Abrahams players pushing the other side of the map. It's Jam side and Saf, who aren't really the most durable when it comes to surviving a gank. Pause comes in, but I don't think they know about this position for Pocket and Holiday. No lasso, but that Pocket ulti, you if you're able to catch that onto somebody like Jam side, he could be in real trouble. I don't think he has much durability yet in terms of the items.
This is playing out pretty similarly, actually, to One last game, where early on, losing a couple of these lane matchups, there is some sort of frenzied rotations. And we mentioned how so much of this soul deficit is, you know, kind of contained within those Guardians. And One have been able to take 2 back of their own and get within 1 or 2K now. Again, eyes or course will be over to this left side of the map. Zania doubling back, just doesn't want to be caught out there if possible. Clear the wave. Now turn around. Yeah, we are pinging out that left side Guardian. One looking to get the bag.
And I mean, Abraham's kind of hanging onto their lead pretty much with these cold sacks. Fury Trance is up online now for Haze, so she's going to be a real problem in these team fights, but doesn't have the ultimate, and so it's mostly going to be a passive defense here. Tower goes down. They're getting a couple of kill trades, which is maybe what they wanted after all here as the rotation comes in for Abrahams.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable. Even things up here on terms of Guardian, but straight away together goes for a seismic slam, and ABL's the one that gets called out. Obviously, one of the, you know, most farmed members of One. After the fact, One say, well, we have to be happy enough with this exchange. Still sort of behind in terms of some of these souls. Obviously, bounties matter. We have a pushback here in mid. So Abraham's had that early lead of all 3 Guardians down, manifesting that into pressure on the walkers, or, you know, across the map or in farm. They haven't really been able to do. Cold front pop straight away. What a charge! 2 players connected with. Now eyes over towards Flammable. Here's Jamside, tries to stave off the Mo and Krill. Gonna be tough for them to get away here. And here's yet another seismic slam. Rotate that through. Flammable has that shield expiring now. Abrahams clearly don't feel like they can do too much with it. Another nice shoulder charge on ABL, but you've got to respect the furnace in these more drawn out engagements.
Yeah, everyone's so tanky right here. Everyone's going for these very survivable builds. So far, no one's really able to get kills on one another. Pressure coming in on the Walker here with the help of Yamato, who would love to be the victim of a gank, but hold on, the swap is massive. Oh, the swap saves from the lasso. Who gets his ultimate off? He's so incredibly low. He can't really take much damage here. And ultimately, it's going to be Overseas coming away with the kill. Well played. Who just got a little bit too low into that lasso to survive in the ulti.
Yeah, Shadow Transformation just not doing nearly enough to keep them in the fight. Taz v Zenon, dangerous fight here for the Paradox to take. If you get hit when you're on a rope, you get slowed over a 4-second duration, so got to be careful. Taz is still able to slip away in time. Of course, mid-boss is up. Buffs, though, a minute away. Another thing for these 2 teams to fight for. Keep your eyes on those health bars of those walkers, as we might see a power play here off a fight around mid-boss into some of those key objectives.
BBL happy to be grabbing a few boons here, getting online. Does have that max dash, maybe looking to get toward the rapid recharge here. And Furnace also, I think this dash and Furnace build, one of the reasons people have been going this direction is it's so good at farming some of these hard camps much earlier than most other characters can. And Seven and Infernus really are some of the best at this stage in the game at clearing one of those camps in just 1 cooldown cycle.
Yeah, Spirit Shredder Bullets already picked up for ABL. Obviously, that builds into Spirit Rend, which is pretty insane for everyone getting Spirit Lifesteal against the players that are hit by the Shred. So very dangerous to be afflicted by. We'll see a bit of a spread over the map now. A lull briefly, believe it or not, as some of those neutral camps are going to be cleared out. You'll notice that the Holiday of Overseas is looking for something here in this right side jungle.
You could come and try and catch this, guys, but it's sort of one of the scarier characters to initiate on. She's relatively tanky. She's got that life leech, and the swap, of course, is the real problem with that debuff remover. Hard to burst her quickly enough to go on that. So Abraham's just going to maybe pick up this urn, push a wave out, and try to force towards the opposite side of the map. Jam side looks like he's the one under pressure, maybe getting ganked in that left side lane. 3 1-win players surrounding him.
Yeah.
And Jam side just too aware of it, man. He knows that game's coming in. Nice read on the map, just absolutely aware of the threat coming in.
Yeah, nice slick dagger there. Saf as well, obviously mindful, given what their Haze player just had to do in order to escape capture. So we will see Abraham's being able to group up, but it's 1 win. They are the swarm across the map. They are looking for opportunities here. And I'm seeing some defensive pings by our Abraham's team over towards that mid walker. They definitely have a sense that it's going to be collapsed on. And on the right, we have a straight 2 versus 2. There's the paradoxical swap into a storm cloud straight away. Damage not really given enough time to ramp up. And Empty Dreams is picked off in the sky. That's the 7 off the map. Successful defense now. Frozen Shelter here. We are in the mid lane now, fighting around this walker. And a concussive combustion will interrupt Saint. That Infernus is looking very scary, but finally ABL getting chunked on down. And when push comes to shove, Abrahams are winning these fights out. Great sustain from State in the middle of that fight. Frozen Shelter also making it pretty tricky to ABL to choose his intended target.
I will say, man, ABL is insanely tanky there, like surviving under the enemy walker for quite a while being hit by many players. I mean, that's sort of a sign of things to come for this Infernus if he gets toward that late game like our panel we're talking about. You know, this time Abrahams have enough resource to shut him down, but I can envision that going differently. You got, you know, Infuser online, a couple of these key late game items for Infernus, and he could be a problem fighting amongst these grouped up enemies.
Spicy gun items here for Taz. Headhunter picked up at tier 3. Curious to see. And also like more of a spirit oriented build for Overseas, you'll notice. Less sort of utility obsessed. If you're sort of hearkened from a time in Deadlock where it was all about rescue beam and building as many activated items as possible, we sort of moved away from that. A little more towards a selfish build on some of those initiator type heroes, which is more fun to see. See them have more impact sort of later in these games. Note that mid walker for Abrahams is down to half health, so they got to be aware of that. Definitely starting to see 1 win find some edges, but they are still trailing in souls.
Women's team are just trying to rinse and repeat, I think, what made their strategy at this point in the game effective last time, which is playing around this Mo Krill, looking for combo pickoffs, snowballing from there. Lasso attempted on the right side lane. Once again, it's Jam side defending a walker, holding the position down. But yeah, I don't think it's enough. There's just too much resource here. The life drain from Guy's too strong, maxed out, clearing that walker out. Jam side unable to defend it, just has to fall back with his life, get some more farm.
Look, at some point, Abrahams have to exercise this soul lead, otherwise the game is going to get away from them. Empty Dreams here sees a shadow transformation. Nice little flying strike here, but who probably realizes it's not a winnable situation. Trying to back away from this. Flammable elsewhere, though, was picked up and puts 1 win down to 5. And ABL seems unperturbed. He really wants to go after this Yamato now, but the Frozen Shell is going to come in, lock ABL in place. Still, Flame Dash being used. Hoot, though, good for the fight. ABL now more thinking about escaping. Concussive combustion pop there, but the shield is going to protect it against it. ABL eventually falls here. 1 win, though, down to 4. Hoot was picked up finally. Big investment to get the Yamato. Will it pay off? Saint under pressure, doesn't have another Frost Grenade, so they will fall invariably here under the scrutiny of Empty Dreams. So 2 for 2 over an elongated period of time. But Abraham's looking a little in disarray right now.
Yeah, and Empty Dreams has been farming up a storm, meanwhile, about to have that Storm Cloud online, and I think he's going to be the real problem for Abrahams, with ABL taking a lot of these mid-game fights, maybe recognizing that the game state was a little bit more difficult than their last game, couldn't farm quite as much as he wanted. Now Empty Dreams has reached that point where I'm curious to see what his items are looking right now. 7 could have an explosive quantity of spirit damage and be a huge issue, especially with Kelvin Dome down for about another minute.
Yeah, you can already be working towards those very powerful Surge of Power-esque items that make you pretty terrifying. Even with some nerfs to Stormcloud recently, it's still something to play for. It's absolutely something to still build your compositions around. That's a Boundless Spirit picked up. Okay, so we are there. Yeah, we're at tier 4 now. Empty Dreams is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, Empty Dream's definitely an issue here. There's not too many stuns to work with on this Abraham's comp, right? You're really dependent on what Together can do. And so, after Abrams comes in with his initiation, I think Seven is going to have some free reign to come into these fights and just be a massive issue. Kind of a balance of cult sacrifices on both teams here. So economically, I don't think either team is necessarily happy to play things super slow. I think they're both going to want to get into fights as they can.
Oh, it's a very tight game now. Soul-wise, Zanya, though, caught out. Hoodia sees an opportunity, combo used and cancelled instantly. Flammable realizing there was no winning in that situation. This is dangerous to one win. They are at risk of being run down. What a power slash. Overseas in mid-air, bisected by Hoot. And that's Abrahams with a 3-pick into mid-boss transition.
And they went so hard on Jamside trying to take down this Haze. It's all going to be for nothing. He's going to lifesteal with a ton of lifesteal back up onto this mid-boss. The Fury Trance working overtime. Jamside's going to be full. Rejuve coming down. And Abrahams, in what looked like just a skirmish, have blown the game wide open.
Danger zone here for one win. Kept it competitive, still close in souls, but you've got to deal with this Rejuve buff, which again, like we mentioned, no longer buffs those minions, so you don't just have to sit in base and defend, but obviously makes it pretty undesirable to take fights against the team with the buffs. That's what Taz is looking for. ABL has to skitter on away. Does fear the buffs on them, and Xenon flattened underneath Abraham's Walker. So finally, Snap been able to assert himself in this lane and start to push it back. Some of those neutral objectives on the table here for Abrahams, and they are 2 down on Walkers, Jake. They'd better get busy.
Yeah, I do think they're just gambling on the split push, trying to get that last Walker. And I think one of the team are just saying, you know what, we're going to lose players here, but we're going to do what I can to make Walker trades happen. Combo, going to be for nothing here. Couldn't get him down off the high ground. Not really any follow-up there as well. Pocket coming in, but Mirage is sort of happy to take this. Yeah, he's got Tornado online. He's chilling. And quite a few kills back-to-back here across the map. You see Taz with a ton of gun damage. He's going to get an easy Walker. This could be 3 Walkers down and another kill on the 7.
Yeah, 3 Walker play is absolutely mental. That's the first of them falling at the very least. That was Taz making sure to go in and clean that up. I don't know what ABL's going to be looking for here. They're in an odd place out in the jungle, but this is on the left side of the map. We're on board with Zanya, who was picked off to start that Avalanche, and ultimate mid-boss pickup for Abrahams. Shadow transformation popped again. Who is insisting on taking this Walker. Daring the guys to try and fight him. Eventually, though, a little bit too much of their health is going to be drained for their liking. They'll be able to double back, regroup. There should be yet another push on towards this. Remember, 4 minutes is greatly reduced at Rejuve buff duration as opposed to in the past, almost half, but it's very, very potent still. Does a heck of a lot to the individual stats of all of these players. You can see them really abusing that. That's the second Walker down.
The siphon is ridiculous for Abrams. He's just healing up under the enemy Walker. Silence as well. Another silence follow-up onto that Holiday. She can't quite get escape. And honestly, this game is snowballing out of control. Abrahams, another 3 kills. They're going to be able to get base Guardians. They could probably drop Patron right now.
Yeah, they're in a very good position. And the amount of souls that is going to filter their way as a result of this exchange is going to blow that lead wide open as well. You can see Together sitting on 7k at the moment and is already terrifying. So 1 win with players already down, having to respawn, and honestly with pretty large time. Is what a shoulder charge there. That is cute tech from who drops back behind, knocks it out into the town square. And that's yet another pickup. That's a 40+ second respawn timer. Abraham's chilling, making the most of this buff.
I think they just want to get their souls on the map here, get a couple buys off. You can see if Abrams has 7k, probably all these carries have a lot of major items to come down. Transcendent, cooldown, Ricochet,
oh my goodness,
Miners, Kevlar, Phantom Strike, Ricochet. I mean, this is insane. That's plus 30k souls on the map right there. That's the entire lead for Abrahams coming out, being deployed into items. And they still have about a minute left on the Rejuve. There's time to work with here. And I think they might go for it, even with all the jungle on the map. This is a moment to fight.
Okay, Flammable spotted out here. Together, making sure he can get up close and personal. And with the wall up, nothing Flammable can do. Silenced passing through it. And there were 2 ricochets picked off in that last fight. And of course, Phantom Strike means that Together will always get to his intended target, providing that he's in rage. This ability also helps with that. Bam! Straight on ABL, flattened like a pancake. Abrahams here, starting to knock over the base.
Quick Frozen Shelter, get everybody back up to max HP. Shrines dropping like flies out here. You're going for the 7-0, trying to clear, but the knockdown from Paradox takes him out of the sky. Follow-up is beautiful. Hoot is just crashing through them for the moment. And it just feels like you're throwing pebbles right now. Abraham's just unperturbed, going to drop Patron, and they're going to have some time. At least 2 players are going to be down after Patron knock, but Rejuve ending, it's just kind of a tough call. I think Abraham's going to go with the smarter play here to back off, reset, get your HP back up. And I mean, with a 40k soul lead, you shouldn't have any problem closing this game out. But what's the rush, right? It's a best of 3. You can make one win teams sweat it out a little bit longer here, which kind of sucks, right? For them mentally to be in the spot of almost certainly having lost, and you're just making them kind of sweat in it.
Despite this, the souls on some of the individuals in one win does lead to some promise, right? 25k for ABL, 30k for Empty Dreams. The issue is that Overseas and Flammable are obviously a little bit behind in that regard, which is fine. They can sort of, be used to initiate, but with all those ricochets picked up, these carries on Abraham's side of things are pretty terrifying. It's not always desirable to go after a Mirage first in these fights, but Saf is going to be putting a disgusting amount of damage out. That's a pick attempt. Looks like Together was able to slip away. You don't want to make any of those mistakes here. And yes, eyes are being turned towards this last Blue Walker remaining, Jake.
Oh, 7 is in big trouble there. Trapped in. That's your highest net worth hero now off the map. Needs to be a desperate retreat here for one win. See if they can get back to the base and stay alive. Seems like for the moment they can. Holiday maybe the one in question, but I think she's got the mobility to just slip away from this, especially with Veil Walker. And you got to go for things like that. You got to force attempts at this point in the game with how desperate it is. But I think Abraham's batting that one away. 7 down is going to be all they need. It's going to be a very deep dive here. The threat of a counter combo, but I don't know if you want to even fight here, even if you can get the combo. The damage is good, though.
Lasso? That's a decent catch as well. No chance to use the Shadow Transformation, so their Divinus Kevlar does nothing in that fight. However, one win still have to find a way to account themselves in the later fight. You see Jamside getting a safe distance here. Xenon chunked down. We are melee after melee. Xenon flattened, run into the ground by the shoulder charge. That should be about that. Empty Dreams is about to come back off. Of course, one of the most, farmed up player on one win side, but it's going to be an overwhelming numbers advantage. I think Together was looking for ABL there, but there's nothing to find except the smear on the ground. They got flattened off screen. Here's the charge. Empty Dreams once again straight out of spawn and straight into the meat grinder, Jake. This is ugly stuff. As Abraham's, I think, here are going to finish off the game.
Yeah, 1v5. It's just too much for Empty Dreams, even with the farm and the low players. So Patron is going to fall, and that's going to be Abraham's snagging game 1 of our EU money match best of 3 here. A strong performance, especially, I think, out of people like Hoot and Jamside, right? They were the ones who needed to have strong games. We talked about them not having the best comeback mechanics, but they didn't need to come back. They got ahead. They stayed ahead. They kept their foot on the gas. As much as one went struggled and grabbed a few picks back here and there, Abraham's won some of those big team fights, played around the objectives better, and I think just leveraged the vision of the comp quite better than, think about VP last game in our last series, played a similar style, trying to force those team fights for the most part. I think you got to give a lot of credit to Jamside in the late game, not getting caught. So many times he's alone, he's defending the Walker, he's the vulnerable one. He's the one that if you were this one-win team strat, you need to gank Jamside. And he's just so aware, dodging a lot of those ganks, and each failed gank is expensive in terms of time, effort. You're losing something elsewhere on the map when you fail that gank.
Yeah, we definitely felt at some point that Abraham's had like a lot of breathing room early in the game. They have 3 Guardians down in every lane and are sort of just jockeying for position, maybe just clearing some of that safer jungle with those cleared off, but don't really put pressure on the Walkers until later on. And it felt like there was a window there for one win. They got back in. They pretty much evened up the souls. Though I think we're at the point in Deadlock now, and probably have been for a while, where both of these compositions have enough tools to create picks. It's the teams with the superior macro that are really able to make the most of them, right? One team gets Paradox, one team gets Holiday. And, basically it's a wash at that point. Both rosters have the chance to be really proactive and get across the map. But if we harken back to sort of how our desk talked about it, they felt like the one win cop was just really, really strong. Felt like they'd be able to sort of do what they wanted across the map. But lane matchups like the Yamato Kelvin lane, really oppressive. Hoot, I think, looked terrifying coming out of that game. Tass actually ends, with 8 kills, 21 assists, highest on the team. But there are 4 players on Abraham's with 21 assists. So that is just how involved they have been in a lot of these kill opportunities, a lot of these eliminations. Whereas on the other side of things, you have Mo and Krill, you have Holiday, you have a lot of things to maybe set up good fights. You've got good roaming as well in the Majestic Leap Rush, Zanya Pocket, and yet you're not able to manifest those opportunities. So tough pill to swallow, but it looks like coming out of the draft, one win were positioned well. It breaks down pretty quickly though after losing all those Guardians.
I will say for one win, I think a weaker team down 3 Guardians to 0 that early in the game would have just been bullied out of existence. Yeah. And we could have seen this turn into a kind of a crazy stomp. I was a little worried things would go that direction with this hot start that Abraham's got. So I do want to put some respect on one win that not many teams could, I think, hold that game off and keep it so stable for so long. Eventually eventually Abrahams do overpower them there, but there's quite a long mid game where you're at a serious disadvantage. The 1-win team are just playing their draft really well, like finding the opportunities, and they bring what looked like they had like a 10k disadvantage. I think in the first 10 minutes it looked kind of out of control, and they did stabilize it, which I think bodes well for the series. There's definitely adjustments that 1-win can make that could win them this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this best of 3 is promising to still be competitive after a bit of a tough first match for 1-win. We're going to head over to our desk. We're going to break this one down further, and we'll get set for game number 2 in this best of 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And that was honestly a very interesting match to kind of see the state of Abrahams and see the state of what 1-win can bring into this series against the best team in EU at the moment. ZP and DDK join me once again here on the desk. And ZP, let's start off with you right off the bat. A very one-sided start to kick things off, let's say.
Yeah, and it was kind of interesting too, because normally 1-win team in the past, they were a team that if they had a bad start, they were just completely out of it. But even though Abrahams came in and looked mechanically very dominant in lane, I don't think it was really a bad hero matchup thing. I think it was just raw mechanics. Abrahams just played out of their minds in the laning phase. 1-win team was actually able to make really intelligent rotations. They were able to secure an urn early in the game. I mean, it kind of benefited them that it was just barely the safe urn. And it just kind of worked out. Okay, we're able to get an urn. We're able to like get back into the game. You had smart plays coming out of ABL and Empty Dreams to actually maintain a good level of farm. In the end, it doesn't quite pan out, but the fact that 1-win team was actually able to get back into the game after a bad start, that is evolution from 1-win team based on how they usually played. But on the same note, the mechanical dominance of Abrahams and just the overall just raw, stat level, I guess I'd say, of the team, and just how they're just playing well mechanically cannot be understated, just how much Abrahams has evolved over the last few months.
Yeah, I really liked, obviously that early start was really impressive. I think, there's a bunch that goes into that. You mentioned the mechanics and obviously the team play, but some of the picks too were really conducive to that. Yamato's still super oppressive in lane, but I think for me, the standout really goes to Saints on the Kelvin. Yeah. Because not only was Kelvin super powerful in really allowing that kind of lane momentum in addition to Yamato to be won there by Abrahams, which gave them all the initiative, because after you get those first objectives, it's the ball's in your court. You can start ganking the opponent. They've got to react to you. So they were really effective at doing that. And that's like one key part of the game where 1-win are normally going to be in that position. So 1-win aren't able to get themselves going there. But in addition to that, when 1-win do finally try to break out in that mid game, Saints was a player that was excellent at preventing some of those pickoffs and ganks, just being that Kelvin in the right place at the right time with the shelters. It just, I feel like, really put a huge hole in the game plan in that mid game, the pick-based game plan in the mid game that 1-win had, and not getting the value there, it just allowed Abrahams to continue to get power ahead. So a lot of things not working out for 1-win, and they certainly, I feel like, need to ban their Kelvin.
One thing that kind of stands out to me, ZP, that you haven't mentioned yet, because you're all about the economy of the game.
Yeah.
And one thing I've noted in this last match and what we've seen before out of 1-win against VP is that they're very heavily relying and investing a lot of their economy into ABL and Empty Dreams. I mean, Flammable playing from very far behind at 1800, Overseas playing very far behind at 19.5. And obviously there was a big soul discrepancy at the end of 50K, but you look on their opponent's side and it's generally more equal and closer together in who they gave farm to.
Yeah, I mean, 1-win team is very much playing in the ideas that we are specifically trying to funnel 2 players in particular, and everyone else is going to take a knee. I think when you play a hero like Mo, you're kind of putting that into it, because it's pretty rare that you'd ever see Mo get played and Mo get a substantial share of the farm, right? It's why like he's almost half a frontliner when you get to the end game, and is more so a vessel to drop combo on people is where you're at. So I mean, that's not too surprising. But yeah, I mean, overall for Abrahams, they actually didn't funnel as hard as I would have thought. It was more of a, hey, everyone's going to get a piece of this. Even Saint, by the way, where I'll say this in terms of draft, I couldn't agree more on the idea of just highlighting Saint, because when you think about comfort heroes and people that have had like really good games, particularly when they get to play a specific hero, I think Saint has to be top 3 in being linked to a hero, and that in this case being Kelvin. Is Saint useless on non-Kelvin heroes? No. Do I think Saint is a significantly lower performance if you get him off Kelvin? Yes, and that's only because Saint on Kelvin is just such a ridiculous comfort combination right now.
One
I mean,
thing
it's
we got to
the
notice.
Bash brothers as well with the Kelvin and the Abrams together. But go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say, yeah, like we talked about Taz on the Paradox, and speaking of like comfort picks and just a hero that's really good right now, we know that the best Paradox players can output insane damage, and that's not something that typically you're going to have out of a lot of the more utility picks. But Paradox is one of those. So you've got like a double threat there with regards to both the Kelvin and the performance out of Taz there.
That's a very good point. Thinking back to like the early days of Deadlock, there was a couple of names that really started to shine through when it came to doing a ton of damage on Paradox. And for me, the one that stands out the most is Flick, who used to play with Hydra Nation way back in the day. He would consistently have the most damage done on his team, and this was before we had these big buffs to Paradox and the gun damage. But yeah, I think it's a fantastic point you brought up, and you really can't underestimate that extra damage you get out of Tass. But also Jamside, I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts when it came to the Haze. He had the most souls, most objective damage, being a nuisance constantly. And you already said before, ZP, Jamside wanted to change his signature hero to Haze before this match even began.
Yeah, I mean, Jamside clearly is invested more time into the Haze, broadened his hero pool a little bit, and also was more active, which is one of the concerns I had seeing Jamside go in on the Haze to begin with, is that I think Haze has to be more active than how Jamside has historically played heroes like Infernus, and, Jamside managed that. Wasn't as ultra active as, say the old school Play With Me Haze was, maybe not, but also didn't really need to be in this game. Picked good points, and I think Haze still remains a hero that has a unique niche in the mid game of applying a lot of pressure, and Jamside was able to play it quite well. I mean, you don't beat a team like One Win Team if you're not getting performance out of everyone, and seeing Jamside's evolution as a player is pretty interesting, because I think there was a period back in time where you'd look at Jamside and be like, all right, he'll have some impact on the game 40 minutes from now. Maybe back when he was trying to play Gun McGinnis in the last major tournament. But, even still, this was a pretty good showing for Jamside.
And that's a good point for me, Dan, because you can't have those players be stagnant. You can't have Jamside being only known for like one or two heroes. And we've talked about that be a really detrimental factor to some teams, and why we always talk VP up so highly is that their hero pool, it's great to see that, Jamside in particular has been able to really extend on that.
Yeah, and if you can find those heroes that are not necessarily super contested, but have a lot of application and can kind of stand sort of on their own 2 feet. And I think Haze is one of those picks because just the nature of the solo playstyle you can do with the Haze, where you're kind of getting into the back lines, you're trying to try to get picks. You have a lot of solo ability essentially to create impact. But the interesting thing in this particular matchup was that you didn't even need to see anything out of the Haze pick in particular. You just had to do your very basic job, because again, such a good performance from the rest of the players, like Saints on the Kelvin, Taz on the Paradox, together on the Abrams. Like this front line, it was so dominant. It created all the opportunities for Jamside to be able to be very comfortable in how he was able to play and how he was able to pick his fights, and wasn't having to try and go out there like we saw with Play With Me in the past and really be the player to create the edges. It's more really capitalizing off the edges and extending the lead.
Oh man, just seeing these
here,
Yamato
by the way, just you talk about going ultra deep. Poot maybe overplayed the Yamato invincibility towards the end game, where if you get CC'd that hard. The problem there is, you look at that highlight though, is that you're so far behind at that point that Abrahams is still able to turn that into a winning fight, despite what is basically objectively something served up to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, and that goes to one of the first merch pieces I think we ever need to develop here at DLNS is stat check territory, because that's exactly where they're at, ZP. I mean, so far ahead, you can see at this point it was basically 50k, and it was just, there was nothing they could do. I mean, yeah, you take down Hoop, but it cost you 3 players for yourself, and well, One Win will unfortunately go down here in this first map of the series, but it is a series, right? It is a best of 3. It's no longer into the best of 1 territory, so they have a chance once again, and they need to show something a little bit deeper. But before we get into draft, speaking of deeper, I am once again asking for your donations to dig into those pockets. We have some crowdfunding here you guys can support us here on the show. All the money in our exclamation point donate link in chat will go towards the prize pool. And if we hit our threshold of 2K, any additional overtime pay will go into next week's. We also have a Patreon as well. You guys can support us on. You can pledge money on different tiers. And if you pledge at least $5 per month, you get access to our Graveyard Shift, which is an after show little podcast that we're going to do with some talent, with a special guest every single week. This week it's going to be AVG, where we get to talk about Deadlock, talk about life, talk about everything in between. And not to mention, you guys will also have the opportunity to ask questions to us and, of course, to our special guests. Make sure when you do that, you also link your Discord to the Patreon so you can get added to our special Patreon supporter channels. But a big thank you as well to a lot of people out there. I mean, look, taking a look at our donations as well. We mentioned before, Jonas donated $500. We got Wick donating $250, Unfeatured and ZP going head-to-head in the battle of who could donate more, and I'm all for it. Not to mention Jake in there as well. A massive thank you from all of you in the audience who are here to support us, because honestly, we all love Deadlock. Deadlock. We all love to put on a show here, and we're all very excited to see where Deadlock goes in the future. And the future, well, it's not too far away, because we are going to be underway with our second draft in this series momentarily. And we're going to see if OneWin can change some things up here, gentlemen.
I mean, you got to pick between the Kelvin ban and the Paradox ban at this point. Those are two really impactful heroes, and like you said, ZP, those are two comfort picks too.
Yeah, I honestly think if you're OneWin team, you're facing elimination here, where now it is do or die. Your one Matt Mulligan is gone. Maybe you do go into this and you think, do we want to let Saint get Kelvin? The answer should be no. And going into this here too, if you don't ban it, then you have to pick it if you're looking to die, because Abrahams is going to look to grab it with their first two picks. So Abrahams, they have first pick here. They're not, I don't know if they'd first pick Kelvin, but they'll definitely get it on 2 or 3 if OneWin team does go. There it is. They immediately decide, you know what? We're not going to deal with the Kelvin this time around.
Perfect. And I'm really curious whether OneWin are going to be able to get onto a Yamato. I feel like that would be pretty huge, but obviously Abraham's in a spot right now where they could still grab it. I think Yamato is really, really nice as a high pro pick to make sure you have something that's super oppressive in lane. Even though they nerfed the right click a little bit, it's still really good, but they choose to actually go with a Warden opening instead.
Crazy to see that, actually, considering what, a month and a half ago it was super high priority, and we're still being at super high priority even now after this much time's passed and the game's changed this much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with Warden is that Warden is still just consistently good. It, like, builds up really well item-wise, like, isn't bad in lane, and it, like, is not only frontline, but also someone that is, like, a good recipient of farm and can kind of work in the carry role. You're getting high value in essentially multiple categories, which also, by the way, Yamato tends to be highly valued, because when your Yamato's ahead of the game, not only is your Yamato dealing high damage, your Yamato is also giving you all the benefits of a frontliner too. So it's kind of why Warden and Yamato have been in the top echelon of pick priority for such a long period of time.
Well,
interesting opportunity now for Abrahams.
Go ahead.
Oh, the pause. I wasn't sure if I could jump in or not, but the Paradox is something Abrahams kind of have to get in before the first wave of bans, or else it's definitely going to go away. And so I feel like that's got to be one of these two picks for them. There's that Paradox. So they've secured that at least. And I was curious because OneWin could have stolen it away and forced Abrahams onto the holiday, and then they would have taken away both Kelvin and Paradox. So I was hoping they would go for that.
I think if you're OneWin team here, I would try to attack Jamside's hero pool a little bit. Like, thinking back to the OneWin Bombshell tournament, you kind of had situations when Infernus was off the table, Haze was off the table. Like, you would force Jamside in that tournament onto Gun McGinnis, which really didn't work out all that well for a variety of reasons. Like, look, I wanted it to work too, but it wasn't the greatest look in that tournament. OneWin team here, they could either grab Infernus for ABL, which I think may be likely because ABL is clearly just, very comfortable on the hero, and then ban Haze in the midterm, or rather mid picks. But instead they decide, okay, they need to secure at least a little bit of frontline. I'm curious though, because going in here, I believe they're going to have first pick out of the mid-stage ban, so they still have the ability to ban Haze and then pick Infernus if they want to go down the route of like trying to target Jamside and put Jamside a little bit off his comfort zone hero pool wise.
Apologies, I'm spoken for today.
I said they go with the Mirage ban here, throwing things over to Abraham's side. I mean, Dan, in your opinion, with where we are in Deadlock, targeting a player, do you think there's a reason to do that, or do you think there's success in that? Or is there a better option to maybe focus on what you want to run or run well? Like, do you think we're at that point now where you need to target an opponent, or just focus on your own team?
I guess it always comes down to the hero pools and the comfort on the hero pools, and also your ability to ensure that you can lock in your approach and your strategy. And because I think that always comes first. And I think that's kind of how One Win has been prioritizing based on how we've seen them pick so far. Is they're really just trying to get the heroes that they need for their strategy for that to run. And we're going to see, we're not seeing that in Furnace just yet. And that has been somewhat key, as well as the 7, both of which are available. So it does feel like we are seeing a drift away from that for One Win, perhaps because it just didn't work out as well for them in recent times.
They're going
no
heavier.
more, please.
Yeah, I mean, they're going heavy on playmakers here. Where before, they got the Holiday, don't necessarily need Bebop in this case. They're going to have Bebop and Holiday. And I mean, it's very, look, it's playmaking focus. It's going to give One Win team a bit scarier early the mid game. But the question is, are they going to be able to, maintain presence with the setup? We'll see. I still think from what they said, they haven't picked up the 7 yet. They haven't picked up the Infernus. Surely that is going to be coming in. It won't be the Infernus because Abraham's now picked it for Jam's side. So for One Win team, seeing what ABL ends up on here is going to be kind of interesting.
My twin. Sorry, I thought someone would mention that. My brother from another mother being picked up here. First launch of DLNS. This is going to be exciting to see, especially when you're up against Bebop, who can basically take your ultimate away from you, or a Holiday can do the same. Going to be very difficult for whoever's on Lashlet of Abraham's to be successful for those Death Slams.
Of course, waiting for the final pick to come on in here for One Win team. And this is going to be interesting, Dan, to see what comes out here. Again, thinking towards what may be playing. Okay, they're going to go for Viscous here. So kind of interesting. Again, Viscous kind of all-purpose and how he could play. I mean, we've seen Viscous basically played as everything over time. And Deadlock, there's been metas where Viscous has been more hard support, metas where Viscous is more frontline, metas where Viscous is more playmaker. Where Viscous is going to land here is going to be interesting. I would expect more in the playmaker side because One Win team, I feel like they've kind of built their team very heavily around early the mid game power here, and then getting farm over to Yamato and 7 as necessary.
Yeah, I mean the cube as well from Viscous is one of those unique abilities that is just it's guaranteed save, and especially given that Murren Krill is the finishing move from Abraham's there, having that is going to be super nice. I don't think you can ever scoff at Viscous. Viscous did get some slight buffs as well, so it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out, because typically we would probably be seeing One Win get the Murren Krill in these last couple of spots, but they've also decided to give that up here. What do you like it? Do you like this, Jason?
I'm a bit torn on One Win's comp, to be honest. I do worry that you can be too far behind in damage if your 7 or Yamato gets set behind. Now, I know we've seen Empty Dreams have a really good game against VP on 7. We've seen ABL in the past on Yamato, so there's a very good chance that won't really matter too much. But if those two fall behind, I don't think you're going to have the damage you need to be able to deal with Abraham's, because they have such a beefy front line, like a Warden, an Abrams, a Lasha, Mo, and Krill. Like, that's so much tankiness. Not to mention you have control out of Lasha, Mo, and Krill. You have Abrams who can pull off someone with a charge. You have Warden with the last stand. You also have the pick potential of Paradox. I feel like they have a really well-rounded composition paired in with the fact that they're just so damn beefy. So, I mean, for me, I'm leaning towards Abraham's, and I'm a little bit worried for One Win when it comes to like what I'm seeing here. But ZP, what's your thoughts?
I just think it puts a very big slant in the game in terms of early game versus late game, where One Win team has very defined win conditions here of, I think they need to get to like the 15-minute mark in the game and have probably around like a 10K soul lead at a minimum, ideally more. If Abraham's is able to keep things even, which is a high possibility, even with the slight favor of the early game, the One Win team, just because Abraham's is so mechanically good in lane, I think it's going to fare poorly for One Win team because they are not going to scale as well as Abraham's is on the whole. So for One Win team, their win condition, they need to just crush early the mid game and give themselves enough buffer to actually trade out evenly for objectives as you get into the latter stages of the game.
All right, gentlemen, it is time to find out if One Win can take us to our first 3 mapper here in the Deadlock Night Shift, or if Abraham's will close out in 2. Let's head back to our commentators with Uber and Jake once again.
Thank you very much, Jason and co. And our desk pretty much outline the key win conditions here for One Win is that early, strong start that they're going to be looking to try and make. Again, we'll get the names flipped over for you, make sure they're over the appropriate teams. The Viscous Shake is an interesting involvement. You'll note, one of the heroes that was exempt from the reduction to light melee damage because his Puddle Punch scales off of it. So still effective, still has a place.
Yeah, I've seen like a melee build actually look pretty good for Viscous recently, as I do play a lot of the hero myself, although recent days I've been changing it up, trying to vary my hero pool. But I think Viscous does play towards this early game aggressive strategy, and I actually like the matchup against Abrams. While Abrams is typically a very tanky and hard to fight laner, I think the matchup is really good for Viscous. Even Abrams isn't tanky enough to deal with this like infinite harass. But Infernus could be a problem, though. You get some burns from Infernus, man, and this lane will start to turn against you on Viscous.
It makes it hard to just arbitrarily stick around in the lane. See to what effect they're able to do. So obviously 7 here. Empty Dreams will take some time to get ramped up. So Jamside is going to be a nuisance. It's going to be a bit of a lane bully, of course, even without those items built. And you can see these movement patterns indicating he tends to agree. Wants to come forward whenever possible. Obviously paired together in this lane alongside the Abrams. So when push comes to shove and his fights sort of break down, you've got to be afraid of what this melee output from the Abrams can cause.
Yeah, I think, this is going to be a key lane where Viscous we want to see come off to a strong early start. And I think we're right to say that, okay, yeah, Jamside on the Infernus, if he gets that ultra late game, we've seen how hard to kill Infernus can be. And I think Jamside is going to be a perfect player to play towards that greedier build. But I like that one team have gone all in on something, right? I think rather than just trying to be the jacks of all trades and trying to match everything, based on that last game, laning phase was rough. You went off to a hard start. You barely clawed your way back to almost even in the game, but never could get in control. And I think one team going for the early game pressure strat, maybe it'll be punished, but I like the vision here as a way to turn this series around. Just start off on the right foot here on game 2.
Definitely feel like this is where a lot of our attention is. But this is in the mid lane. We see Overseas, of course, on this Bebop. And alongside ABL, again, a pretty annoying lane. Last time was the Yamato alongside the Kelvin. Now, of course, Bebop looking just as lethal. ABL hoping to get some power slash damage there, but good trades back, at least from this Paradox-based lane on the Abraham side of things. Always, those right clicks getting mixed in. Power slash to follow up. This time, Saint was able to get cleared.
Yamato doing what she can, get some of that pressure down. Hook comes in. No, should be just fine, burrowing out of there, but it's a little bit of harass you get to put on this guy, and hopefully you can get into that point where he's low enough where he can't quite get to the creeps or the heroes to scorn them. So Mo, this pressure at this phase and halfway through the health bar is pretty important.
The kickback from the carbine here, or the primary fire rather, for Paradox is more reasonable now. There's less of an upward, movement with your camera. The quality of life increased Paradox, and they're still doing what they do best. Monster rounds here alongside the restorative shots. So of course, some consideration towards that sustain in the lane. Off to the side, Saint getting chucked down a fair bit here. So a lot of harass. These windows, though, opened up with the kinetic carbine and the potential follow-up damage is where Abrahams are looking to try and get themselves back into the lane, but Tass is nothing to shoot at. Hold on.
Harassment coming in from ABL. I like that, putting these bombs on Yamato. She can kind of be a heat-seeking missile with that grapple shot. But seems like the lane's very even for now. Let's see if we can check in over here. Lash putting a pretty huge amount of harass in. Wants to play off these cooldowns. Has built all damage, as is pretty customary for Lash in lane, but could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, even with good sustain in lane, I don't know if he can deal with this level of concentrated pressure. Nice connection with the barrel explosion there from Flammable. Classy little pick off. There it is. First blood finally drawn. This is on that right side of the lane. Pretty annoying lane to deal with between like the alchemical flask spam and the flog for the sustain for Lash. It's can be pretty oppressive. So one would have done well to extricate themselves from that lockdown.
And the lasso's online, so there's an opportunity here for Flammable to continue to push the tempo once this healing right finishes up, doing a nice little rooftop box run here. Quite a lot of souls to be had in this spot. Geist is going to hold the lane for the moment. And Sav is back at full HP, though. Once this Lash ult comes online, could also be a bit of a problem. And a miss hook may be doomed for Bebop, who's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's a struggle also. You'll notice the Yamato from ABL seen better days. So all of a sudden it's becoming a bit more of an oppressive situation for 1 minute in this lane. Okay, Paradoxical Swap there used in a pinch. Oh, buddy, 1 winner falling like flies across the map. 4 of them get picked up. And now those Guardians are about to feel the burn. Flammable falling as well. Abraham's in a pinch, go absolutely hog wild. So Deslan come out there, Binding Word shrugged off. Alchemical Flask dunks on Zenon though, burns him to a crisp. And all of a sudden, Abrahams just decide they are sick of this parody. The 4K soul lead and a devastating advantage early.
It's such an even game, and then it just explodes all across the map. Every single player on Abrahams getting involved, finding kills. And that's sort of the dream too, because you're not stacking too many souls on any one player. You're just across the board strong. And now you're in real trouble for one win team, right? You went for this early game draft, you went for a stronger laning presence, and that one moment of across the map domination means all of your lanes are now in question.
And that Warden as well, Quicksilver reload and the Mystic Burst. So honestly, started to turn into a bit of a terror in that lane. Hyper Beam here for Overseas. Will be swapped into range of the Guardian, taking a large amount of damage. Carbine also fired off and connects Overseas, stopped in his tracks, and won't be able to get away from that one. Nice little setup there already. Taz exerting some pressure across the map, but in comes ABL looking to finish the kill, and the power slash gets him there. And that'll be enough for him.
Yeah, bomb from Overseas attached to ABL, so beyond the grave, he gets a little bit of assist damage in there. Pretty nice stuff, able to turn that around and make something. I mean, in the end, the lead is not insurmountable here for one win team, but they're still under a lot of pressure and heavy investments in early damage items for Abrahams. A lot of spirit nuking. This could turn from bad to worse here. Flambolt just has to full back.
Yeah, healing right, popped. So still a chance to defend. And Xenon is in the lane, of course, with some sustain, but it's a little conditional. It's very cooldown reliant. Saf wants to go over the top here. Also the ground strike hitting much harder from the top of those buildings. Combo, ABL. Had already used the shadow transformation. No chance to make use of it there. Is the trade back, but it's Saint for 3. I think you take that every day of the week. And here come Abrahams now. First Guardian falls right side, and the ground slam for Flammable. He'll be sent packing.
Yeah, it looks like he tried to get a cheeky zip grab there to maybe play his way out of that one, but got instantly stunned off the line, and yeah, just dead to rights there. Lee is expanding now. They're starting to be in some serious trouble here for one win team. They know it too. They're trying to force things. They're trying to open up some of the Guardians. Viscus just forced to back away from the tower, and Jamside holding this down, just won't give it up, especially with Abrams coming in to help.
It's getting low. Mid Guardian now as well, getting absolutely burnt down. There's really not a whole lot can be done. Overseas is forced to look on as this important neutral objective will be claimed. 3 players grouping for Abrahams, an easy enough take because, frankly, Hooters chilling in the right lane. Has that Guardian advantage. Happy to farm up as much as humanly possible. Already 7.8k souls leading the server. I'm trying to give us that sort of endgame Warden fantasy that is often talked about but not always seen.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is an interesting game for Warden where we see Warden built in all sorts of different ways, whether I think in competitive games, I've seen more and more people go for a heavier spirit build, sometimes even including the Majestic Leap and really playing around that ultimate in the big team fights. Also see it built for gun. So a lot of different ways to look at this. Roll coming in, but Infernus is just dancing with it. Seems confident, got the burn on Viscus, who may be in real trouble now, cannot get reignited. Oh, just got tapped again, peeked a second too early. Jamside was ready for that one.
Could not get away. Together, at least is able to take a Guardian off the back of that. So now, one win. Their walkers are relatively exposed and have not really been able to generate any momentum across the map. Jamside's going to have some fast footwork, and to the rescue comes together. And they absolutely sandwich the Bebop. Overseas, once again, going the way of the Weary. An 8k, if not more, soul lead being picked up. Now, we saw this last game from Abrahams, and, you know, we had some thoughts about how they transitioned out of this phase. You notice they are really getting stuck into the jungle, farming these neutral camps and keeping waves pushed out. And I wonder if it'll take them quite as long to start pressuring those walkers, because this is where one win were able to show good resilience and good macro to pick up the Guardians for themselves. But looks like the other wants to keep the fight going. Up we go. Seismic slam straight down. Zania flattened. Scary stuff. Puddle pump thrown, punch thrown out, excuse me, just in case there would be any pursuit. And here's Overseas finally getting something on the board for one win. This Hyper Beam here, hard to answer. Zania did fall together. Those looking healthy, gets a bomb stuck to him, and Overseas is trying to follow up with a little bit of that extra damage. Flammable did go down. Tass fighting through the wall here. Paradoxical swap, silence on Overseas. Trying to get away, but yeah, that combo drags him straight back down to earth. That's yet another pick off here for Abrahams.
This is something that I think Abrahams did really well in the last game facing the pickoff threat is when one win team bring numbers. It looks good for them. They're getting full value in the Bebop laser. Abrahams with this lead, they're not letting them get away with those pickoffs for free. They're turning them into full team fights. And I love this positioning too from ABL's Yamato. Instantly going to grab all the boxes in lower mid. This is actually quite a lot of farm, deceptively more than you would think, more than most of the camps in the game. And you can clear it, of course, so quickly. So a nice set of boons for Yamato if she can get out without dropping that bag.
Definitely the best spot on the map to start to scoop up those boons, but it can be dangerous to contest. Not if you're in the position of Abrahams, though. They are absolutely chilling. Together goes low, but does his job in terms of the initiation. It looks like the aggression on this left lane has been staved off for now. No hook available there for Overseas. Probably no inclination to start a fight. And so now we'll disperse a little bit more. There's an urn turn in behind all of this, only increasing that soul lead further. Call to sacrifice for many players. Obviously kind of heralded Jake with the early pickup of monster rounds by a lot of these guys in lane. So that's something to bear in mind. Both teams investing pretty heavily in those as they run through the jungle. Here comes Saint trying to get forward. Being knocked down by the goo ball, but more than happy to maintain the front line right here. There is backup behind us. Infernus is coming. Hook here on Saint, copping a lot, burrowing down to mitigate a lot of this damage. God, this guy is so hard to kill. Eventually, though, Abraham's have to do something with this initiation, and there we go. Concussive Combustion comes in, goes for the stun. Connection off Flammable, knocked to the ground, but the walker damage is something to be concerned about. One win able to jockey back to safety while fighting on that retreat. And Jamside probably wants to dissuade any further aggression. Hit with a flying strike, though, by ABL. Power Slash to follow it up. With the Hyper Beam, should be enough to force Abrahams away.
And a lot of players are here for one-win team. This could go against him. Yeah, he doesn't have that next cooldown available for the Flame Dash. So ultimately just biting off a little bit more than they could chew. Abram's still here to defend this Guardian. Doesn't want to give it up for free. I think that's wise, but support's coming in. Ulti coming in. This could actually turn once again for one-win team.
Together, struggling. Shadow Transformation, a factor. ABL goes down. Even with the help of the Puddle Punch, Daniel wasn't able to get them out of dodge. Overseas still healthy enough. Here comes a Death Slam, though. Okay, interrupted potentially by the hook connecting midair. Quite the interaction.
Did he get uppercut out of it? I don't think he had hook. I don't know. Maybe he...
Okay, mate.
He has max uppercut and he reset it.
No, hook is just now on cooldown, so you might be right there.
Yeah,
okay.
I actually think he missed it or something. I didn't think uppercut would reset it, but let's see. I have to study up my interactions.
And that is a bit of an esoteric one. He gets pulled into the Death Slam, but is still able to uppercut as he... Cool. All right. You know what? That's fine. We're going to move on. Tank Buster. Honestly, a sick item to pick up because that now ignores Spear Resist, which is kind of insane. So great to break through those sort of scary looking front lines like the Viscous, for example. Keep your eyes peeled for that one.
It's huge. He's able to get away on Sap there. Escape, continue the farm. And this is also just so much space for Hoot, man. Hoot has really been, he's been playing the map. He's been farming up camp after camp here. Looks like Geist is in a bit of trouble with this farm. Warden chasing. He could be getting dove under tower here. Maybe it's a little bit scary to dive this deep.
No. Together reconsiders. That's proper goon squad though, isn't it? Warden and the Abrams walking up on your position. They opt to back away. Discretion the better part of Valor, but amidst all this, one win still haven't really gotten any real Guardian pressure. Here's the paradoxical swap. Flammable's in trouble. Zanya's trying to get involved. Taz constantly getting stunned up here. Viscous, an absolute nuisance. Very disruptive. Again, we're going to try and roll all through, but Zania is outnumbered. Flammable got caught there on that high ground, and down we come. Big damage with that slam. Binding Word also on Empty Dreams, and they're not going to be able to get out of the concussive combustion. So much CC, so many stuns, and 1 minute are getting rinsed.
Yeah, another 3 kills across the map here. Abraham's going to have free space. And I mean, they're doing what they can. They're trying to put as much split pressure as they can to get these Guardians down. I think that is really crucial for one-win team at some point. ABL is going to, follow suit here. And I will say one thing about being this far behind is your deaths aren't worth that much in terms of farm. And if you're able to get this Guardian, it probably would be worth it. Doing what damage he can, ABL is probably going to be a little sad that he wasn't able to grab that. I like the parries from Abraham, just protecting their own Guardian there. They know that ABL has no intention of backing out of that fight. He just wants the Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, ABL really trying to build towards being able to use Shadow Transformation before he gets bursted down. You'll note the Spirit Shielding, comes in just to maybe stave off some of that burst that might otherwise come in. And there's a lot of it to be concerned about, of course. So we'll see if that plays out. It's 14k for ABL. Zenon also been able to farm up a reasonable amount. Who does at 18k though? Just, want to let you know, whisper in the president's ear, sir, they have an 18k Warden on the field. His paradoxical swap though, and Flammable is probably the easiest target to blow up in that case. Another pick here for Abrahams. They're getting active.
Yeah, Taz has been so active this game, and his build is giving him so much greeting and snowball potential. This Paradox is going to be a really serious gun threat this game, on top of all these setups, on top of all these pickoffs. And Zania, this is sort of the struggle on Viscous. If you have a rough early game on Viscous, the hero falls off dramatically and just isn't that much of a factor. Abraham's being chased down. Is he able to escape? Not quite. So ABL is going to be very happy to get that comeback kill.
Yeah, I mean, that headhunter we saw on Taz, obviously giving him that extra movement speed to chase people down if he can hit headshots on them. Pretty significant. Death Slam. ABL shrugged on off here. Power Slash comes in. Saf looking a little bit vulnerable, a little bit exposed. Chase down. Crimson Slash ends him. Zenon with a kill credit. Still, Abrahams have Saint looking for his next target, but combo not available. There might be something here for one win. Overseas picked off though. Last stand. This is a little bit scary. Fed Warden coming at you. 4 players being affected by it right now. Binding Ward also thrown down, but who's looking for a proper fight? There it is. Alchemical Flask right on top of Flammable, living up to his name, I suppose, as Taz is going to be the trade. ABL still causing some problems in these fights, and here comes Empty Dreams off the back of it. Stormcloud at the ready, but might not need it. Abraham's down 2 players, as are 1 win. Insane doesn't really want to stick around for this fight. Eating a bunch of damage of Empty Dreams, he'll opt rather to circle back to the rest of his team, because Together is still a threat. ABL low, but took all fight to get the Yamato down to a critical health threshold. And Saints trying to push forward for a little bit more. Caught out, did find ABL, but can he get away? Yes, here comes Lash, gets back involved. This could be scary now as the Stormcloud in a very small room, not exactly where you want to make use of it, but Together is picked off by the damage eventually. Overseas gets Saf, who came in late to the engagement to try and keep things in his team's favor. Saint is low, hit with the bomb though, forced to try and butter all away, but there's Jamside getting involved. Should at least be able to trade out onto this Bebop, and he does. As the dust settles, an extra player up for Abrahams. And they might be able to convert this into some objective presence right in front of that mid walker, which is low. But it's a brutal fight, and they'll maybe opt for the Spirit Urn, turn in instead.
And Urn would be great getting some kind of prize out of this fight. You feel like you really need it for Abrahams. I mean, remember, they came into this fight with a pretty serious lead. So despite all the insane, chaotic fighting there, the scrappiness of the fight, Hoot coming in with a fully farmed Warden ult, the fact that that fight is as scrappy as it is with as many trades as come out really has evened up the game for one win team. I mean, when you're in a serious deficit and you can get those kind of trades, they're almost always going to favor you. So really well played by one win to fight that one out. ABL did a great job kiting away on the Yamato, living forever. Xenia, even without much net worth, right, still really powerful on Viscous with that ulti. And Empty Dreams bring in the damage. So they found the way to make that fight as chaotic as it was. And they're going to be feeling pretty good about their chances coming into this game. But the key question is, can they replicate it? They're still down a little bit. They still need to come back and come out of that relatively even soul situation with some objectives or some more farm and actually win a fight to start to push this game in their favor. But in general, I think they should be happy with the way that one went.
And who we were on board with him during that final stand. One win kiting that ultimate really effectively. Warden's a problem right now, especially because that superior duration's been picked up. So all of those abilities, almost like 30% increase, I think it's like 28 on their duration, means that Hood can really be a nuisance, really stick around, unless that ultimate is kited. They did well. Ends up being a very scrappy fight. Honestly, a bloody good fight to watch. Very hectic with players sort of diving in from left, right, and center. We're using Final Stand here as well. Hood maybe just looking to clear some of these camps quickly. Keep Abrahams ahead in terms of that soul total.
Yeah, I wonder if they thought they were getting a catch there or something. There's no way you would normally use that Warden ult to just pure farm. So maybe a fat finger, or he was hoping to catch something that didn't materialize. In the end, the cooldown's not that insane, but it is going to be, especially with that patch, a few weeks ago, to increase ult cooldowns across the board. It's going to be just a little bit more threatening, a little bit more of a problem to not have that Warden ult, which is like you mentioned with the Despair duration. That's what you built for, is to make this ult as impactful as it can be.
Yeah, it's literally majestic leaps, superior duration. So bro is going for the wombo. I respect it, honestly. What's Taz looking for here? A pick opportunity that unfortunately doesn't materialize. That was the use of the paradoxical swap that did not connect. Got called down for about another minute. Watch out for the Siphon Flammable, trying to keep together at arm's length. And they are going to throw down a little bit.
Lasso miss.
Missing.
Yeah, Abram's going to be out of that one without the lasso. I'm not even sure they had the follow-up with the lasso, but fair attempt there. And once again, the scrappiness. Low comboing somewhere.
Yeah, uppercut on Jam side. Flame dash away though. Keep an eye on this Bebop's health bar as it will start to decay away. But Jam side, not quite even like the truck he needs to be. He's going to have to back away. Would like to at least, and that's why Saint has to get involved. Jam side did not escape with their life intact, and Together also went down. Abraham's just got clapped in 2 parts of the map, respectively. This is where one win might be able to find their way back into the game.
Yeah, I think they've done it, Mitch. The game is equalized now from a soul perspective. Lanes are starting to come against you. Warden is hugely farmed. Insane healing from guys. Wait, no way. Okay, yeah, surely that's too much, but it does eat the whole duration of the Warden ult. You're able to grab the pick up, get the bags here. So another winning trade, I think, for one win team. Nice rotate by Flambeau. Unless Lash can get this punished, but seems like, yeah, this Holiday just too mobile for that.
Yeah, I mean, the tank bust is nice. Those barrels are really dangerous, you know, to those tankier targets, getting, like, now doing, like, an extra 5%, I think, of their health in terms of bonus damage. So, obviously, and that's, of course, with, like, a bonus spirit damage on top of that. So, pretty powerful, especially against a lot of these sort of vitality build heroes. I'm glad to see getting picked up because, again, it ignores spirit resist. So, really good in, you know, like, some of these builds, or Holiday going more in that spirit direction now. Can really be quite devastating. So we've seen a couple of those picked up. Saf has one as well. So that is, you know, one player on either side who've specced into that build.
Looks like Abrams bringing a lot of players towards this middle lane, so maybe interested in taking some kind of a fight. At least they're going to steal a little bit of the enemy team's jungle, which will be a nice little reward for them. Playing around that Mo combo. ABL forced into a very early ult. I don't know where the follow-up is, though.
Now Saf got the heck out of dodge. No interest in fighting that. Zanny, though, drops down the pit. He kites them quite admirably. Finding word. Catches on ABL. No, he's able to get away from it. Okay. Saint, theoretically on the hunt. You see via over the rooftops there. Overseas was, I think, dueling a little bit with Saf. See now, very quickly, one minute trying to fall back on this. I think they feel uncomfortable. Empty Dreams picked off. And behind all of this, Earn picked up. And the way is essentially clear for Abrams to go for a turn in. They've got a 6v5 for the time being. And the way is essentially open.
Yeah, and I think the extra charge now, or the rapid recharge online here for Jamside, which is really going to be huge, I think, for that Flame Dash. They're going to go straight for the mid. And they have the Warden ult, the Lash ult to fight for this. I like the decision. There's no Yamato. This should be a very difficult contest for one-win team.
I mean,
they're here, but can you fight this Warden ult? It seems like just too much of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, this is just pop for pure deterrence. So that's 2, 3 rejuve buffs going over to Abraham. So while the souls might favor one win, the implied value of this rejuve buff is pretty considerable across the whole team. In theory, that would put them ahead. Some of those ultimates are now coming back online, but Overseas could be in trouble. And no good opportunity to make use of Hyper Beam here. He is absolutely cooked, and that's something that really hurts one win. They were really probably hoping to try and find an edge here, maybe pop some of these rejuve buffs, but they're actually just getting run over one after another.
And those are also crucially your two heroes that give you a bit of pick threat and make heroes maybe a little bit cautious about how they use this rejuve. You can see one-win team push a wave, and they're just back to base. I think this is the only play in this spot. I don't even think you can defend these walkers. Honestly, I'm not even sure you should show up to defend the walker. Warden's going to clear this first one, rotate right over the next. He's got Mercurial Magnum online too, which is going to really up his damage when the ultimate is not online. So a lot more stability here from Hoot. And ABL is in trouble. Even just being forced to ult here would be a huge loss. Luckily, he's able to get out and hold on to that one.
Another Shadow Transformation. ABL obviously specking to be able to get that ultimate off, but if you don't have it available, you lose so much of that value. Or at least that implied threat. Here's the hook. Death Slam coming in. And, yep, another interrupt. That is nice from Overseas. A very nice little tech. But Combo's going to be catching out the Bebop here. See ABL trying to help out with the Crimson Slash now. Lasso also committed. That's a little bit scary. Saint, though, of course, coming back. Rejuve buff going to keep them in the fight here, but still there's one of those buffs popped. In fact, 2 across the map. So a lot of value here for one win. Finding these picks, taxing those Rejuve buffs down to 1.
Yeah, Mode. Saint just going too deep there, too close to the base guard. Is the rest of the team not able to fight that one. But Yamato, yeah, without ulti, you still have that one extra Rejuve here, so you're chasing. You could take down this Abrams, but are you going to be able to kill him a second time with the rest of the team showing up?
I mean, crucially, though, that's the Rejuve buff gone. All of the charges of it have been exhausted, so their buff is now no longer going to be felt by this Abraham side.
Dream?
The other is back in the fight. Saint down, Jam side just got picked off. This is getting a little hairy for Abrahams. Still a full 6 one-win team ready to go with the player back in base, but they look like they're happy to fight regardless. Hoot now going a little bit low. Empty Dreams, though, was picked off. Zanya free to harass from this high ground, but ABL going to be the next to follow him. Both out for almost 50 seconds. And here's the drop in together. Seems to be everywhere at once. That was the soul exchange, used there by Zenon. Keeps them alive, forces them back, and now Abrahams have lost Saf as well. It looks like Together doesn't want this smoke anymore, but they don't have a choice. Nice shoulder charge, but they're going to be unlikely to convert that into a kill. The life gain, far too good for Zenon.
Yeah, such massive healing here for Zenon on the Geist. Huge fight for them to be able to take away against the Rejuve, no less. So really well played by one-win team, baiting that one into a comfortable spot for their engagement. Hoot going to use that Majestic Leap to great effect there. Going in with some aggressive damage, slipping out for a quick heal. Has the Boundless online too now, so This Warden ulti, the Spirit threat is huge in this game. I mean, you've got to really be worried about that. And as well, I'm curious to see, let's see Jam Side's build when we get a second. I think this Infernus gets a couple actives here in the late game and the build really starts to take off. Infuser, maybe this game you consider an unstoppable or at least a counterspell to maybe deal with the Lasso.
Yeah, Lasso, of course, just getting hooked in. It's also something that you don't necessarily want to deal with. Yeah, so we did end up going that Spirit Rend direction that we talked about earlier on. Something that's worth keeping in mind. Looks like Spirit Resilience there also taken. So mindful, of course, of the Yamato's threat. Is a Flame Dash flammable? Lasso? What's the follow-up supposed to look like here? Oh, I can't see the bloody wood for the trees. I won't lie to you. Cube there, used there by Zanya. Jamside trying to wrest themselves out of the grasp of OneWin, but unsuccessful. OneWin have the durability, which is, we kind of talked about them needing to get an advantage early. So they don't get sort of outscaled or have to deal with these bulky bodies late game. Saints picked up a Phantom Strike, by the way, so absolutely can guarantee locking down a player. And that still wasn't enough in that fight for Abrahams.
And this Yamato is turning into kind of a problem, right? Has gone very, very heavy in the damage. The only real defense is that debuff remover and the Spirit Shielding, which isn't much to speak of, but the damage threat is huge. I mean, if you're able to get those Spirit Burn procs, things get out of control, and especially it deals with a lot of the healing on the opposing side. So the Mo, the Abrams that are even Infernus and Warden, I feel like this Spirit Burn is actually going to be a huge problem for these heroes, so that rely a lot on the lifesteal to go deep into the fight. Maybe that's why Jamside's a little bit cautious to go for something like an Infuser.
Reduced healing. Pretty painful late on these engagements. We have an Urn pick up, but doesn't look like Abraham's in too much of a hurry to get that turned in. However, they will, of course, have all 6 of their ultimates online. The game plan, of course, is about together getting a good engagement and Saint probably locking down the Yamato if at all possible. Mid boss is up in a minute. So that's precisely what we're gearing up for. Healing tempo taken in by Zenon here, of course, just meaning this Geist is constantly going to be a factor in these fights, of course. Such an interesting one, like, being able to heal yourself gives you the bonus fire rate, move speed. I always thought that would be like more of a supportive item when I first saw it picked off, but with that healing effectiveness increase and a 40% fire rate buff as well, it makes the guys pretty terrifying.
Yeah, the Mystic Regeneration, I believe, does proc it. If you're able to grab this, would be huge. Yeah, but Viscous is there with that max upgraded Puddle Punch. That heavy punch does cause you to drop Urn, so turning this one in is going to be an absolutely massive nuisance, especially with the pickup disabled. Trades across the map. Mo for Bebop. Yeah, I guess that's a pretty even trade. Maybe I'd rather be OneWin.
There is a fudging brawl on the right side of the map. I wouldn't call the trades
here, man. They're trolling him so hard. The Viscous just will not let him get the pickup, and he's kiting from the Phantom Strike as well. We got to get the Benny Hill peep on here. Viscous is absolutely danced on him.
Bro got the Urn.
No way.
I'm not gonna let him have this. Surely not. Oh, okay, no. Interrupted. Cube. Okay, this will be waited out. So, in the meantime, there's a fight. There's a genuine, like, USDA Prime fight going on the right side of the map. These two, though, clearly have a score to settle. Okay, Transcendent cooldown. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. I think with the, ultimate sort of cooldown increase across the map. The other is pretty sick of this. Now they're going to try and find Zanya. Puddle punched up into the air. Seismic slap. Give me some of that. Zanya's going to be in trouble here. No escape, but he's bought time for none other than ABL to turn up. And the Urn is currently walking away. Together only has eyes for the Yamato here. That shield now proc shoulder charge does hit. Urn taken by Saf behind all of this now, and ABL is going to struggle. Tas gets involved. I don't know what I just witnessed, Jake. I'm not really sure it benefited OneWin, but it was sure as hell funny to watch.
We waited long enough, and the fight actually came to us. It was perfect. The rest of the team finished their fight and came and joined the 1v1. Oh man, but that's going to be a mid-boss for Abrahams. I don't think there's going to be much of a hope for a contest here, and all the lanes are against OneWin team, so the best they could do is get the lanes out, but I don't know that they're actually going to be able to get any objectives for this. I think it's pretty unlikely, and so that's going to kind of blow the game open for Abrahams. Once again, I mean, it looked like OneWin team had brought back into this and turned it into an even game, but the chaos on the Urn and losing the fight elsewhere, I think Jamside having a big contribution in that fight ended up being just a little bit too much for him.
Transcendent cooldown being picked up by a couple of players. Obviously, there's a global increase to ultimate cooldowns, like a 10% one, but this item reduces all your ability and item cooldowns by 30%. So, and some like out-of-combat regen as well, but it's very much just for those cooldowns. So, saw Tas pick one up in ABL. Obviously, two heroes that really want to play around those ultimates. So I was wondering if we'd start to see them getting picked up. Oh yeah, it's a lost fight, a 5v5 that OneWin don't win on the right side of the map. Without their Abrahams are able to win it out because they've got their... Oh, there's a lightning scroll. Okay. Hoot is Hoot is absolutely going for it. Now that final stand will stun and do minus 0 damage. So that's effed up. Definitely committing to a very disruptive and devastating ultimate there.
Yeah, it's such a hard ult to fight into. You know, I think like the amount of effects on the ground here are going to be really problematic, especially if Infernus is in the mix. It's really challenging for one team to fight into that. I think they need to play for the most part for the Sky, and a stun comes in here on the guy's hits the debuff remover to get away, but the damage is done. 7 down. That's massive. That's your carry for one team.
Zenon gets swapped out. Of course, soul exchange there. Jamside doesn't seem to care because there's that much spirit lifesteal. He's chilling. That's the guy's picked up, and all of a sudden things look like they might be falling apart here for one win. Kept the game pretty close. That earn exchange was bizarre, and a lot happened in that moment. Ended up seeing like a pretty substantial soul lead derived off the back of it, and then a mid-boss take. Looks like Hoot was able to use their final stand, so I'm really proud of them. Looks like ABL not so pleased about it. Taken down there by this 42k soul warden. Yeah.
Viscus is getting a decent amount of value from this. I think it's basically the best play he could be making on the map. I don't think there's much to be done in terms of the base defense, but you can see shrines are dropping across the map. Viscus just cannot keep up in terms of that amount of base pressure. And we are going to see a patron drop. You'd love to just get a shrine down here as Viscus, maybe get both, but yeah, the defense has come in, and it's Abrams back once again to get revenge on the goo ball.
Dania, yeah, desperately trying to get away. Zenon just getting back off spawn here. Okay. All transcendent cooldowns.
I think this is game over. 7 ulti is going to slow this down a lot. Maybe it's pretty scary to fight into the 7 ulti, but they're just nuking the patron, man. With the rejuves, this one's done. Abrahams are going to be our inaugural night shift champions here in Europe, going away with the 2-0 victory. Well played from them, but one win team did not make it easy in this match, CP.
No, like
CP.
ZP?
I saw Abrams, the picture, and I thought
okay,
it popped into my head.
Whoa.
All right.
That's
That
for later. You
is
can't see
going-
Abrams and think it's me. That's all.
That is going on your tab. That's all I'm saying. I tell you what, though, genuinely glad we got such a competitive game. Like, there's no blowout early, but once again, same situation. Those early Guardians, Abraham's really pressuring, just winning out in those lanes. I think what impresses me about one win is their ability to sort of scrape back from a deficit. And once they're sort of down in Guardians, when they, in theory, have far less map control, while Abrahams are starting to transition into like a neutral camp farming phase amidst those jungles, that's when they're able to generate some opportunities. So credit to them, kind of keeping all the balls in the air, not only trying to keep lane pressure and actually start to pull people off the jungle by threatening those Guardians, but also rotating across the map, finding some fights. Obviously, their composition was built to do it. Both teams have really good pick potential, and we didn't spend a lot of time watching Hoot. Slowly, he was in the background, just building up, getting stronger and stronger. You see his investment was always, in that last stand. Thank you, guys. Sorry, chat. And we saw it was pretty devastating when we saw it. Or we were watching an attempted earn turn in for 2.5 minutes, which frankly was kind of the highlight for me. But a lot happened behind that, that really shaped how the game ended.
Yeah, I think a lot came also down to Jamside, who built like almost both of those cores, right? They both built kind of a lot of utility to support one another, whether it was like the Spirit Rend or the Toxic Bullets for Infernus, which aren't the best damage options for Infernus himself, but you combine that with somebody like Warden, who's also getting on top of you, also stunning you, controlling you with the AoE Spirit. Both of those cores really went for a more AoE team fight focused approach, and I think that kind of spoke to how they approach one win throughout the series. When one win comes in, trying to get these cheeky pickoffs, trying to fight and make it scrappy across the map. When Abrahams are able to deploy the big numbers, bring Infernus in, bring Warden in, it just ends up being an overwhelming rotation team fight, especially with that Majestic Leap build. It's like they're bailing their teammates out of these fights, and they're making it hard to turn a comeback into like an actual advantage.
This is like the early stages of the game, right? Where I just see like Together really asserting himself in the lane.
Oh, what a parry. That's a nasty one.
I like that shoulder charge as well, just as the 7 dropped down in front of him. And obviously, it was a parry involved. Really nasty stuff. Abraham's fighting beautifully in lane. I thought that Flammable, like building obviously in that heavy spirit direction with Tank Buster, saw a couple of situations where like Together we get blown up pretty quickly. Holding someone inside the hyper beam. This was definitely when we started to realize that one win still had some play in this game, and this was after they'd lost all those Guardians. Still able to fight back and sort of claw back a lot of that soul disparity, and then start the transitioning into defining these Guardians for themselves. But Tass looking incredible. That Headhunter build, obviously Call to Sacrifices across the board. A lot of pick potential, as you would sort of expect from, a world-class Paradox player. And that was a pick, I think, after, let's get a mid-boss take or something. Yeah, that was really weird. A lot of nice little, Death Slam interrupts with the with the uppercut there. I quite enjoyed seeing that from overseas. Again, one win made it sort of pretty exciting gameplay. I think there were a lot of these, like, you know, a 1v1 Jake turns into a 2v1, a 2v2, and people just keep piling in one after another. Really, you know, fun to watch these teams not offer any level of respect to each other, especially in moments like this. Unfortunately, as you see behind this play, Abrahams are all walking over after winning a 5v5 on the right side of the map and snowball this into their advantage. Lots to talk about here, of course. We've been yapping. Let's head over, of course, to our desk to break down the action, of course, and crown our first night shift champion for Europe.
Not gonna lie, Uber, I thought you would never stop talking there and let us get on the microphone, as it is a 2-0 win for Abrahams in a very quick and relatively easy fashion. I concur when it comes to the Abrams and the Viscous 1v1. In my opinion, that was definitely one of the highlights of that match. But gentlemen, Abrahams looking just as strong as they were a month and a half ago, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the thing that like blows my mind for Abraham is I think they've gotten mechanically better over time. 1-1 came in with a comp that theoretically should have given them a big edge in the early game. Didn't quite work out that way. And yet 1-1 team, even without like having a dominant early game, still was able to claw back in the mid game. Like, I really think 1-1 team, despite losing here, has really improved their mid game team fighting. Something about maybe the teleporters getting called back has just worked out for them and how they're approaching rotations. Obviously, this game also had a little bit of silliness with just thinking back to the Urn fight, where, by the way, that Urn fight, the part that was off camera was kind of where things started to shift finally, like towards Abraham's way in a way that 1-1 wasn't going to be able to bring back. But we did get probably the funniest one-on-one that we've seen in a long time in competitive Deadlock. But yeah, overall, I mean, I think to me, the biggest overarching story of the game is that Hoot is incredibly consistent, got farm funneled into his Warden, got ahead of the game, and simply was a force all game long.
Yeah, the early game is a sad problem, I think, for 1-1 to need to really figure out, because if you can't get any traction on that early game, you know, it doesn't matter sort of what your strategy is. It's just a non-starter. You need to at least have some level of parity, some level of back and forth there. But they ended up having all three objectives go down again pretty quickly. And at that point, you know, you have so many plates to juggle to be able to stay afloat. You know, all this, like, you know, wave management that you have to try to manage whilst the other team is able to, like, pick their point to fight. And that's really, I think, a problem when you get to this level of play where a team gets to dictate the fight so freely. Because there's one thing if it's just one objective that's down, and then you don't have quite as much pressure on your team, and the decision making is a little bit easier. But when there's multiple objectives down, there's a lot of information you just don't have, and it gives so much advantage to Abrahams in this case, multiple games in a row. So that's like the sad note that I would say for 1-1. But I think, as been highlighted, the positive note is that when we did get into the mid game, they were able to show that they can still concoct plays from behind, which is a plus.
And I think we're also seeing, you know, some sort of adaptation, as we mentioned before, with the teleporters now gone. There's a lot more emphasis to keep certain players farmed and keep certain players shoving those lanes out. I mean, Hoot, relatively quiet in the beginning, but it wasn't so quiet later on. 43, almost 44,000 souls with 11 kills and the most player damage at 44k, really being a pivotal point of the team later on, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, the stats kind of give you the overview of where the game was at. And, you know, it's also interesting, too, the change between 1-1 and Abrahams and what they, you know, valued to get farmed. If it was 1-1 team in Abraham's position, it probably would have been more being funneled in the jam side, whereas Abrahams, they kind of went the older school idea of like, well, part of the reason why you prioritize something as a Warden as a first pick is that you can do both. But also, I feel like we're in an era of Deadlock 2 where it's like, how much of it is the hero? How much of it is the player? And I think the reality is it's a mix of both. I think whatever you put Hoot on, you're never going to put Hoot on a hero where you're not at least apportioning at least a good amount of the team's farm to Hoot, just because he's so good at actually making plays, you know, when properly in the game. It's pretty rare, I think, to see Hoot in a spot of being like, yes, I would like to be broke this game. That doesn't happen too often.
I'm going to take a phrase from you, ZP. It's just giving LeBron the ball, right?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. And even beyond that, right? It's something that we've talked about and you've been heavily hitting on, Dan, is that, you know, Paradox with the buffs to the gun damage, TAS still putting up some really good numbers at 31,500, doing more than Jamson and Furnace, doing more than Saf, more than Saint. Actually, the second highest damage on the team.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen a Taz get banned out or Taz get pushed off the Paradox, just because it just seems so like too good almost to have Taz be so stable behind whatever else the roster is doing. And And this was a very interesting situation because it's one of those games where your Abraham's got ahead with 3 just super tanky heroes. That's a really difficult thing, especially when when the other team on the other end has, let's say, damage that ramps up very slowly from your carries. So for example, like an Infernus, for example, he's not killing anybody very quickly, and so then it just changes the dynamic of the fight so significantly when you've got really tanky heroes that get ahead, and the other team hasn't hit the power spikes in time. And so that was another thing I think OneWin were working against. And when you add Taz into the picture there on the Paradox, doing insane amounts of damage, the time to kill is just too troublesome, I think, at that point. It just gives a lot of options for Abrahams in the fights. So yeah, they're looking good, but I feel like I would love to see what VP would do against them. I don't think VP, I feel like they don't tend to give anything away very easily, whether it's the early game, the mid game, the late game. Nothing comes as easily as the early game was coming there for Abrahams against OneWin.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I think for VP, I'll do just one quick point on that, is that I think for VP, it would have been an interesting matchup just because I think when you look at the draft and how teams are drafting, VP and Abrahams definitely have like closer drafting styles than Abrahams does relative to the OneWin team or OneWin team relative to the VP. So I think it would have been an interesting series the other round just because I think both Abrahams and VP really value their front line more than OneWin team was in this series.
It's just the nature of the beast, right? You have a best of 1 into a best of 3. If you make that mistake in a best of 1, you say goodbye to your hopes. So at least for VP and now for OneWin's sake, they have to wait until Night Shift number 2 kicks off next week. But for now, what we're going to do actually is have our very first interview here on DLNS. And of course, none other than the man, the myth, the legend with the red panda painting behind him. We've got Hoot join us from Abrahams here on the show. Hoot, I'm going to drop you your first question. Do we have your new stream title now already in the works? One-time DLNS champion.
You know what? I'm gonna, right after this interview, I'm gonna go change it. Number 1 DLNS winner.
There you go. And that'll be forever written in history. But what's also written in history, you're our very first player of the match as well from this series. So ZP, I'm gonna throw it over to you to ask our MVP of the last series our first question.
Yeah, so this is kind of a two-parter. One is just the general information here because, of course, after every show that we've done, you kind of have this scenario where people goes like, what's strong, what's not? Notably, one of the things that wasn't played here so far in EU was Viper. Have the changes of Viper killed her on a competitive level, or even in her stronger form, was she not going to get played when brought to the scrutiny of competitive play?
I feel like if there's Viper's a carry that has to be really up close. She's always gonna be prone to being like just CC'd or put in a Kelvin dome. So we feel like it's always gonna be easier to have the carry in the backline that we can peel. And then if we have Warden that plays like a semi carry, he is still extremely tanky with last stand. He can basically not die. So, yeah.
My second question there also on hero pool end is that Shiv also falling out relative to the previous month of competitive play. Used to be one of Abraham's go-tos. I mean, together would lock that in basically every game. Not part of the game plan here today.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now Abrams just makes a lot more space than Shiv does, and basically does what Shiv does better. But we will still look to pick him if Abrams is taken or banned, because he still provides the good team fighting and good space making. So it's not something we're still looking to pick, because together is number 1 Shiv. 100% in EU.
Nice. Well, I have a quick question that's not necessarily about Deadlock, but it's about you. And for people that might want to know more about you, what games did you come from before playing top level Deadlock? Is this the first game that you've played where you're kind of at a top level like this, or like where have you come from?
I mean, I've played a bunch of different games, but nothing in like scrims or just professionally in general. I've been high ranked in League and Overwatch and sort of high ranked in Valorant, but I've never tried really to go pro. But Deadlock was my first game to start scrimming in and start competing.
It's going pretty well.
Yeah, it's going well.
Going all right. Going all right. I want to ask you maybe like one question before we let you go, before we get over to NA. The teleporter change in the side lanes. I just wanted to hear your thoughts and view on it and how it's kind of affected things, and if you feel like it was a good or bad change.
I think it's one of the best changes I've ever done, because it really amplifies how you play macro wise, how you position yourself on the map. So you're like, I feel like I'm very often looking at the lane and saying, well, what lane is to be pushed, and I'm really like enforcing that we don't death wall, that we sit on the side lanes and make sure we don't lose walkers for free.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for participating and taking home the first title in the DLNS #1. Before you do go, though, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to your stream so people can go check out that new stream title you're going to be rocking probably tomorrow.
Yeah, check it out. It's HootDL at Twitch, and I will be streaming tomorrow with the #1 DLNS winner.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, man, and we'll see you next week for some more Deadlock action.
Thank you.
I love that he said he thinks it was one of the best changes to Deadlock, and I think he hit the nail on the head. Like, it really amplifies a team who has good macro, and it really gives ways to show that.
I think the other thing too is it just gives you more options how to play different compositions, right? Where you think about how One Win Team was able to take down VP, the fact that you could decide, hey, we have a super farm in Furnace, and this is going to create real rotational problems for you because you can't overload him the same way you would if you had access to the previous teleporters. You have more areas in the game and where you can, choose a comp, get a hero to a specific state in terms of farm, and use it to create favorable conditions. So yeah, I mean, I think it just greatly enhances the strategic depth of the game, at least from what we've seen here so far.
More choices is better than having total freedom. Sometimes full freedom is just makes the quality of the gameplay worse. So I'm super with that.
Okay, well, gentlemen, that does wrap up our EU portion of the Deadlock Night Shift #1, but we still have more action coming your way here at home as we move into the North American portion of our show with Valhalla up against PKP. And of course, it wouldn't be a DLNS, especially the first show, without our reigning champion of Hydra Nation to be the final raid boss here in the North American series. But while we do head to break, we do have also a special treat for you. Not only were we back here at DLNS, I'm back making content for the show with it locked in. And we have a Pictionary #2 with AVG, Lord and M, and of course the trackball master Zergy. So check that out. We'll be back with North America portion in a few. Everyone, welcome back to Locked In, as we're finally here after a long hiatus to bring you some hardcore Deadlock action. Just not in the server, it's going to be a drawing version of it as we're back with Pictionary Part 2, this time with Lord and M coming in from Hydra Nation. We got Zergy defending the VP title when it comes to Pictionary, and AVG to redeem himself, only getting 2 points last time. AVG, what have you been practicing and training to be more prepared? This get-go?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm probably not gonna do any better. Sorry, guys.
Okay, at least you're honest. Zergy, I'm really curious how this drawing is gonna go on a trackball.
Plenty of loop for it. Ready.
All right, he's lubed up and ready to go. Lord and M, this is, I think, your first appearance on camera, if I'm not mistaken. Are you worried about that?
No, I'm here for NA.
Okay, so we have 3 categories for you guys at home who are unfamiliar with how this Pictionary works. We're gonna be starting things off by drawing heroes. We're going into round 2, which will be drawing hero weapons, and you get an extra point if you can guess the name of the weapon. And then round 3, we're going into drawing items. But to kick things off, we have Lord and M diving into drawing our picture first of his hero that I chose for him. So Lord and M, why don't you kick things off?
All right.
What?
Looks like a piece of
Is this like the Chad guy from the meme, you know, with the flowy
Dude.
hair?
Oh, he got it. Yeah.
Oh, he got it. Nah.
Was that Zergy with shit?
Nah.
Easy as that, man. It's as easy as that. He's got the goddamn JoJo hairstyle.
Yep.
I should have known when I saw just the hair. I should have known.
All right. Well, that means Zergy's gonna be starting things off on 1 point. We're gonna move over to AVG now to draw out his hero.
Let's do it. So.
Calico.
I need to double check who I sent you because I'm not even sure.
Yeah, listen, that's as good as it's gonna get. I'm not gonna lie. I actually practiced my drawing before doing it, so.
Are you sure?
Is this?
Who guessed Calico?
I did.
Yeah.
No.
Sergey, you wanna?
Is that Calico? No way.
You wanna take a guess? A different one, maybe?
Ivy?
No.
It's only 24 more heroes to go to guess
No,
here.
no.
You have to get it.
My
eventually.
turn, right? Okay, can you try something else?
Yeah.
Don't use colors. Don't use
Oh,
colors.
okay.
Oh.
Viper.
We're using colors. We're using colors.
Nah, Viper.
Nah, it's cheat. That's
Nah,
cheating.
nah.
That's actually cheating.
Okay,
I don't
wasn't
think anyone.
told.
I don't think anyone would have gone now about the colors.
Viper.
Okay. You didn't tell me that I couldn't use colors before. I wasn't aware of that.
No, that's that. You're right. You're right. So I'm gonna give executive the decision here. I think Lord and him gets the point.
Nah.
Fire.
Nah, NA.
Let's go.
Okay.
I was.
Fine.
All right,
They
well,
need,
that
they need the
means-
handicap.
Yeah, they need that. Oh, come on. All right. Well, now it means we have Zergy with the trackball all lubed up and ready to go for his drawing.
I'm ready.
So let's see what he has.
I'm going in. Okay. Hang on.
Holiday.
I'm actually impressed how fast he's drawing with a trackball.
Hang on.
It's not holiday.
It's not holiday.
No, it's not holiday. That's the best you're gonna get.
What?
Ivy.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Nah.
Okay, why does she? What?
Nah,
It's a cap.
what's that
Okay,
hat
She has the,
doing?
she has the
Okay.
cap.
What
Okay, the cap's a
is
little bit.
that
The cap's a little bit
hat?
smaller. It's like that. It's like a little bit
Okay.
smaller hat.
What
but
is that
I
hat?
got the wings. It makes sense.
Yeah. Okay,
Nobody
I
else
mean,
has wings in the game.
Listen, that. You know what? I have no right to say anything, so I'm just not gonna say anything. So
Listen,
it's
I'm
all
just
good.
winning
Good.
for NA. It's all good.
Good drawing. I'm glad to still be
Crazy.
at 0 points.
So, AVG, I have to tell you, just because you and Lord and M are on a team together in Deadlock, it doesn't mean you're on a team together against Zerga here in Pictionary. You're on 0 points.
Can I get 2 times points?
No.
For oh no, I don't think you need it, Zergy. I think you need the handicap to make it a little bit harder for you. But that's gonna do it here for our first part of Pictionary. We still have 2 more parts to come. We got hero weapons, and of course we have items. But currently the standing is this: Lord and M on 2 points in first place, Zergy on 1, and AVG on 0. But who expected differently? That's gonna do it here for our first part of Pictionary version 2. Make sure you guys like and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here, and we have a side grade to the desk. We have DDK and ZP going to be heading over to Castle North American region, and I have Uber and Jake joining me here to talk about the NA region, the burger boxing that will potentially take place over the course of the next 3 hours. Gentlemen, I asked this before, Uber. I'm curious, where did you get your shirt? Because I'm kind of digging it.
So this, without going too much into it, is a Critical Role piece of merch. So if you like Dungeons and Dragons, or if you have an ex-wife that works on the show, you can get one of these shirts yourself. Obviously, I didn't get it after the ex-wifing, but still have retained it since then and felt that it was a we're 3 seconds in, I'm talking about this, that's crazy, but I've still retained it, and I think it's a great fit with the occult vibe of the show. Thanks for asking, Jason.
Completely agree. You always have some great shirts. And Jake, man, we have the North American region coming up here. Speaking of great shirts, the black looks great on you. Really brings out the white in your teeth and the curls in your hair.
I need a camera filter for my teeth now. I think of it. Damn, I'm behind the game.
Me and Mitch have it's a wild anti-synergy on our clothing choices. With me, it's like solid colors only. I just get real crazy. I'll wear a polo shirt once in a while, man. That's really pushing the envelope for me.
I mean, to be fair, he has like a six head and you have a normal 4 head, so it really blends well together. We're gonna move on to talk about what's coming up next, North American part of the show. So we'll just quickly take a look at the schedule. If you guys are just joining us to see what's happening today, of course, we did have Abrahams take a 2-0 very quick win over one win team. But moving on over to North America, we have the fast and rising stars of Valhalla, who currently we are hearing are doing extremely well and have made some massive improvements in the NA region, taking on PKP, also known as Peer Kicks Puppies. And this team, you're going to recognize a ton of names behind this. Yeah, these it's going to be an interesting name.
Okay. So obviously, like in NA, after a certain show that had been running for about 20 weeks went on, or 30 weeks rather, went on hiatus, NA was like a little quiet. I do want to shout out to the Dead Air guys who've spun up recently the Deadlock Deathmatch. That's kind of cool. And that's been a chance for some of these NA teams to get involved, where Valhalla actually played against Hydra Nation in the first round of that one and lost out. But it's cool because it's all like integrated. So that's tournaments running. But outside of that, the opportunities to get out there and play in high stakes games have been like somewhat limited, right? I think Melee Creeps played in like a 1-win bombshell and went 0-7. And that's sort of, you know, that's the last we saw of that situation.
Has a caveat to it because AVG and Low Main leaving the team, so they got disqualified from the bombshell. But they did lose, I think, every match before that happened. And now Melee Creeps is kind of gone, just left with Sai and John, who are actually playing with PKP here today. So it's a great little turnaround for them. We'll see how the roster's going to do. But before we can head into that, remind you guys once again who are watching the show, we are doing crowdfunding with this. You can actually donate to the show, and every single dollar goes towards the prize pool. We currently did have someone overtake Jonas in the 500 slot with 501 from a man named Lotu. Just eking him out by one. You know, maybe Jonas is going to see this and he's going to do, you know, another $2 donation to pass him, and we'll have a little donation battle going on. But every single penny goes towards the prize pool. And once we hit the 2K for the week, any extra overtime pay does, of course, go into the following week of shows. We got ZP in there at 125, Jake at 100. We're, you know, kind of missing, you know, DDK, Uber, and myself here. Maybe we need to get on that at some point.
Oh, come on, bro.
Look, everybody contributes in different ways.
Do you want me to go from getting paid to do this to paying to do this? that is a significant swing. I tell you what, I'll think about it. But right now, I'm spending my youth on this show, Jason. What remains of it, anyway. And I think honestly, that's worth a little bit. I would say the value of it has gradually decreased, but there's still some there. That's what I'm offering right now. Big shout out to all you with money bags and no kids, though. Keep it up.
Well, you know, you're not taking inflation into account here, Mitch, when talking about that. But also for all of you supporters of us, a way for us to get back to you guys is through our Patreon. We have different tiers set up for you. If you pledge for $5 or more, you get access to our graveyard shift, which will be happening every week after DLNS finishes off. And we'll have a special guest. This week it's going to be AVG. And make sure if you do sign up for this and you do pledge the $5 or more, that you go ahead and link your Discord. Because if you don't do that, you won't have access to this show. And we will, at least if you do miss out, post a private link for you to go ahead and check it out. And also, if you hit the 25 per month threshold, you get a special shout out on the show. But if you're 5 or above, you get put on the end of the show anyways to actually get your name out there as a supporter. We appreciate you guys' support of this. And of course, we love to get back, and we'll continue to come up with new ways for you guys to actually get rewards while doing this. But speaking of that, it's time to get into the nitty gritty of what North America has to offer. It's going to move into our very first team here of Valhalla. As you did mention before, Mitch, they have had a recent showing in DLDM. And right now, Jake, they have, I don't know if he's a staple player.
Car Battery has a team?
I don't know if he's actually a player or if he's a sub. I don't know yet.
Well, I mean, it's great to see him on the server, though, because Buds has been one of those players who's been like a top-level rank grinder, streamer, and had been kind of, you know, looking around the edges, waiting to find a team to join, and coming onto this Valhalla roster that has been making waves. Admittedly, like Hydra Nation are the stronger team in NA. We'd probably call them the favorite. I mean, they are waiting in our money match. But this Valhalla team has been kind of impressing me here and there, and I don't even think this PKP opponent are going to be pushovers either. So it's great to see some more depth in the NA scene, some more of those talented players coming out and playing here on Night Shift.
Oh man,
yeah, I mean, excited. They've been together for a good amount of time as well. I have confirmation from ZP that this is his team now. He's not subbing in for him. And we've been waiting what feels like over 8 months, actually like 8, 9, 10 months for him to join a team, him and Coolmat as well. So I think he must have a lot of expectations and high hopes for this roster if he's committed to them, Uber.
Yeah, I'm really hyped for this. Obviously, Buds, if you watch his stream, I used to sort of, hang around there a bit and pester him with questions because he owes it to me because I said nice things back when he was an Overwatch player. Obviously, like, big Infernus player, really likes to play towards those sort of late game carries. So I'm glad he's been able to find a team, and hopefully this Valhalla roster can absolutely get around him and set him up for success. But I'll be talking about, there's a couple of, familiar faces, DMB and Scout, of course, on this particular team as well. So very excited to see what they can do. And again, we kind of talked about it, right? Not every team has had a huge incentive to put the hours in over the last few months. Hopefully that changes in the near future, and hopefully we can help with that to some degree. So great to see these guys have made strides in recent times. Looking for a rematch, of course, with Hydra Nation in that final game if they can get through this best of one.
Yeah, and it's going to be no pushover like you mentioned before, as we'll take a look at their opponents of PKP. I told myself I didn't want to say their name, but I'm finding myself wanting to say it more and more often.
You did it straight away.
Here kicks puppies. Yeah, I know,
you did
right?
it straight away. That's crazy, dude.
But this team, we have John and Saya currently subbing in for the team, as they still are part of Melee Creeps, even though Melee Creeps does not have a roster right now. And we know Axe was previously on Melee Creeps, so maybe there's a world this could be the new Melee Creeps roster. But Jake, I mean, we have the Goo Man himself, Goober, coming back here into DLNS.
Curious to see if the Viscus does come out. Like, I mean, we saw that melee build on the Viscus. It didn't end up winning the game in that last match, but I think that is quite a potentially strong build with tons of nuking power that brawls well, at least with some of these favorite heroes. We'll have to see, what the picks end up being here. But it's great to see Saya and John finding a team and also some new names. And I think that's something that we're going to be getting used to in general in Deadlock, right? With it being such a new game, there's going to be new names bursting onto the scene, new players climbing and ranked and, wanting to test their skills like in the full team format. And I think one thing we see consistently in Deadlock Night Shift is that, well, there's a different look of the game in this full team setup. We talked about teams rotating, different macro strategies, and NA tends to be pretty different than Europe. So in this moment of transformation and change, I'm excited to see some new NA players showing us what they got.
Yeah, again, like a mix of like some of these like, strong rosters of yesteryear as well. Like I think especially towards the Fight Night era, we really enjoyed what John was able to bring into the game. Sire as well. Did a full get to see the Calico, but she was also spared the light melee reduction, and we know that she loves to mix them in quite a lot. So I was wondering if we'd sort of see her pop up a little bit more. And if Goober, when was the last time we saw Goober play in like a Deadlock tournament, like us?
You give me like 1 minute, I can tell you.
Okay, because I feel like I've seen them way more in chat than I have in game. I won't lie to you, and they are up in that chat.
I will say Goober represents. I think Goober came into my chat when I was streaming recently. I'm the worst person to ask history questions to. I know nothing about history. I only know about the game.
You also don't interact with your chat at all. So I'm surprised you knew he was in there.
I'm gaming. How can I can't read. I was elected to lead, not to read.
Oh man, I love that.
So the 20th of November, he played with Tier 2 Boomers as Paradox.
Oh, an opening parry. Brutal.
Fixing that. Forehead. The forehead was not accounted for. You might be in some trouble.
Oh my god, dude is getting smoked by the parry.
Bro, do that, baby.
That's a beatdown in the 1v1.
That's tough. Well, I guess we know who's going to get to True Side, huh? Fair enough.
Honestly, I have no idea if first pick or first or second is better though. I think with like how much the meta's in flux, like I think different teams could have a totally different take. In general, it doesn't seem to me that there's that many heroes that are way out of proportion to the rest of the cast. I actually think the balance in this patch has been really solid. And I think that means there's a lot more room for teams and players to show their personal style in these matches rather than it being just about chasing sort of the top quality heroes. There are a couple above the rest. I think Holiday is one of them though.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing about this for me is that we know John loves Warden, and we know DMB loves Warden. So with Valhalla banning Holiday first, they either force a ban out of Warden from PKP, or they get to pick Warden as a first pick.
First ban here. I'm curious to see. Yeah, I mean, I thought that the Shiv changes were also quite interesting. It was mentioned, I think, who was talking about it. They would still want to try and pick him if they can, but Abrams is sort of shot ahead in that priority. Because obviously Shiv is now no longer gaining rage like out of like you have to shoot players to build that rage up, which I think is pretty important for Shiv now. It means that he can't passively get it while he's out like in the jungle. There's less incentive to do that, but still strong in the space creation. Yeah, first pick Warden here for Valhalla. They want to lock that down.
I have a hot take about Shiv, which by the way I agree, and also he doesn't farm as fast because he's not rage farming jungle the whole game anymore. But I would love to see them take away the execute reset and then just give him make him strong elsewhere. I think like the chain executing is the real problem on the character, and now that's like all he can do is chain execute. I'd love to see them, if that went away, feels like that would open a lot of space on the rest of his kit to not be nerfed so egregiously.
Do you feel like cheat death though already like maybe answers that threat of like execution fairly like well?
There's answers to execute, there's counterspell, there's answers to it, but in the end it's just rough playing against chain execute and like buying a 6k item to deal with that, and he could just ult somebody else.
Like big investment.
It's I think in general that's what has been his strongest PowerPoint. So I'd love to see him just as more of like an Abrams style like frontline brawler tank that isn't necessarily going to kill your entire team at the end of the team fight.
Yeah, I think you have to be a little bit careful of like the identity of the hero if you do take away the execute, that because that kind of has been his identity.
I'm not taking away the execute, but the resetting of kills. I think like
it's pretty high cooldown though, isn't it?
Or like reduce the cooldown and then it doesn't reset. The ult max is insane. It's so powerful. But speaking of which, Valhalla are going to hard prio some of those frontliners earlier in the draft, getting the Abrams and the Warden, where PKP going a little bit more in the carry direction. Yamato is a great opener against some of these heavy frontliners. Like you're one of the best heroes at shrugging off all these stuns, especially the delayed stuns. Very predictable stuns for the most part from these Valhalla heroes they picked so far. Maybe a Mo comboing with them though would be a nice way to just get that full stun cycle going on Yamato, where the 7 and Abrams can get their stuns to proc.
Yeah, 3 stuns for Valhalla that are telegraphed, or at least there's a wind up associated with them. In Abrams' case, it's him running at you like a bat out of hell, but still, you can essentially sort of see that coming. I like it. Infernus picked up PKP. My boy Bud's best be on that one.
I mean, yeah,
I like the Infernus a lot here.
Bullet sticker.
Yeah, Toxic Bullet's an interesting item because people have been buying it a lot less since the change. It's interesting, but maybe you do need it this game with Warden Abrams. There's a ton of healing, so maybe all the anti-heal you can get. I love this Mo ban. That's actually the perfect ban. I feel like the Mo sets you up for then the rest of these stuns to just come in one after the other and turn a chain stun into just a certain death for Yamato. Without Mo, how do you start on this Yamato, right? Especially if there's a debuff remover or a counter spell in play. It's going to be a lot more difficult to get the hard lockdown going on even Mirage too, with the tornado to dodge the 7 stun or the Warden trap.
Does that make you feel that Paradox might be like prioritized here? Because obviously Phantom Strike for Abrams like allows you to at least like close that gap and give Yamato less of a window. But it does feel like Valhalla thinking now about how they maybe sort of lock Yamato down, or even Infernus to some degree, right? Like really limit that mobility, try and hold him in place. Mo and Krill obviously not available, and Paradox picked up because obviously Holiday is banned. So we see a sort of move back towards the whole like ban one hard initiator, pick the other, PKP making sure they secure Paradox in lieu of Holiday.
Could see a Bebop here potentially from Valhalla if that's the direction they want to go. Maybe Lash is another option. I think different perspectives here. Lash could have a little bit of trouble with the Paradox swap, but they're going to go for it. Maybe they just feel like at this point in the draft, it's your last chance to get somebody who is going to really catch and start the fights. But I feel like you almost need to pick Bebop now because it looks like such a great pick for PKP from my perspective. If you don't take it right now as Valhalla.
I'm also looking at Valhalla's side of who's your kind of hyper carry or late game carry going to be. I know Warden obviously goes to that kind of level when you leave him alone in the lane, but you have to, I guess 7 could technically be that. I was curious if they would go towards having like one more obsessive damage dealer on their side, like a Wraith potentially, but the Kelvin, I think Kelvin has 100% win rate so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I like the Kelvin. It's also a block pick. Maybe I didn't even realize it's more important to steal. The Kelvin would be this great defensive tool that, breaks up like under the 7 ulti or the Warden ulti. You can isolate the fight, Lash ulti as well. So you're so vulnerable. This is, I think, both a block pick and a really solid pick for Valhalla. It's really bringing the draft together. The Ivy's interesting. I think this could be built in lots of different ways. I expect it to be a little bit more supporty in this game. But yeah, it's a good point. I think Valhalla, maybe they close out their draft with one final, hero that has just a bit stronger scaling in late game, and it will be the Shiv for PKB. So they're still going to have the faith and the confidence in that Shiv's threat as a frontliner. And, maybe there'll be a different build coming out here. I think a lot of Shiv players might be watching the build and just seeing how PKP play this for deploying into their own games.
I don't really see an identity though at a PKP. Like where are their picks coming from? Is it strictly just that paradoxical swap to set anything up? If you send Yamato in deep, Yamato's going to be focused down quite easily and CC'd. Obviously, Shadow Transformation is going to be huge when it comes to that, but you don't really have a solid way of stopping Lash unless you're committing the paradoxical swap. I find PKP trying to lock down kills with the current lineup is going to be very difficult against what Valhalla have.
Yeah, I mean, we've observed a lot of drafts that sort of play out this way, where like maybe the strictly speaking, like the hard engage isn't quite as present. Valhalla obviously have extremely good team fighting, and they can guarantee engage to some degree. Like Lash, of course, death slams. Abrams is pretty hard to deny, especially that Warden Abrams lane. I think we saw that in the previous game. It was like a Warden Yamato one as well. Really annoying, really aggressive. Anyone that lanes obviously alongside a Kelvin, and the Lash is a real nuisance with that innate sustain that Flog has, and just being able to get around the map and also throw burst damages in with that ground slam. So, Valhalla out of nowhere have like a lot of like pretty nasty burst damage, especially Pocket if he's able to connect good barrages. So, a team that gets around the map also pretty effortlessly. Well, they don't have, strictly a ton of lockdown, like banning Holiday and seeing Paradox picked against them. I think that their ability to team fight should be pretty decent.
Yeah, I think PKP's problem this game will be that they're relatively light on lockdown. So I'm looking to see them build towards items that maybe remedy that to some extent, maybe a knockdown on the Paradox. Maybe even people like Infernus going for a bit more of a mobility option to stay on top of their opponents. But maybe that's less of a problem for Infernus now that the dash build looks to be pretty strong in the meta, and maybe Shiv can get some of these chase downs going. But yeah, just curious to see how they end up catching and killing targets. I think PKP's vision this game, as I see it, is just to survive pretty deep into the late game. If Yamato, Mirage, and Furnace, if they really start to get online with everybody and maybe can just defend for long enough with the Ivy, I think some of these characters for Valhalla might fall off a little bit. I think Abrams and Kelvin, if they're not ahead of the game, at some point, super deep into the late game, you get to that 30-minute mark and they just become a little bit less effective, a little too easy to hard burst down. The Kelvin Dome doesn't heal quite enough to like guarantee win you the team fight anymore. I think the vision is going to super late game for PKP, but whether they can weather this storm is going to be the key question.
Yeah, the question indeed is we're going to head into our first match here in North America. We're going to throw it to our commentators of ZP and DDK.
Thank you, Jason. Dan, we're heading on into it, and this is going to be interesting. Not only do we get to see how good this new PKP roster is going to be, of course, benefiting from having members of Melee Creeps like John on the team, but also Buds coming into competitive play, where I would assume, based on his history, probably on the 7 for Valhalla. Small chance it'd be onto the Pocket. Bud's pretty versatile, but get to see some interesting first times here, Dan. Are you there, Dan?
Bro's muted.
You have been muted this entire time.
Oh no! But I said so many funny things, CP.
It's into the void now. All right, but it's okay. Jake did it first. Everyone gets one.
That's true. At least I wasn't on camera, so it was a little bit less awkward. But I'm British, so I'll find a way to be awkward soon, I am sure. So I love Shiv, but I feel like Shiv is not great right now. Well, I guess, we had that interview from Hoot recently where he was talking about the Shiv a little bit. I think those are, great points. I think obviously melee Shiv was kind of nerfed a little bit as well with the patch, where parrying, you get kind of punished a lot harder if you don't have like a good way to secure the melees. So that kind of melee dominant Shiv build, I don't know that we'll see that as much. But I'm curious what Axe will actually do with it. Axe obviously historically CP, he's been really good on Shiv. And Deadlock is a game which is where pretty much everything is adaptable one way or the other.
Yeah, I also think for PKP, they needed to shore up their front line a little bit, and they figured, okay, Shiv was the way to go. But the reason why you pick Shiv has definitely shifted relative to how it used to be, where you'd go pick Shiv early, put him in a lane with Kelvin, and free lane, right? The power lanes that we saw a month ago have definitely shifted up considerably, and I'm not sure anything is quite the power of what we were seeing with old Vindicta Abrams. Well, maybe if you actually were able to get Vindicta Abrams, Vindicta getting banned a lot today.
Yeah. By the way, obviously in previous broadcasts, I feel like we can claim 100% responsibility for getting Healing Nova nerfed as quickly as it got nerfed. And so I wonder if us being offline is slowing down the progress to open beta.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because there was commentary when we, announced the show, and us doing a broadcast again, that people were just going, it's like, oh good, I'll know what to build now. So there is definitely a ripple effect where people will see things on here and really bring it into their games. But right now, both teams in lane phase, both about as even as can be. We're going to see which team is going to get an advantage first. But a bit quiet here, which is interesting because sometimes NA is the most brutal in the laning phase in terms of aggressiveness between the two teams.
Yeah, and that mid lane is certainly an interesting one too from that perspective for me because Yamato can be so dominant. Again, I said it a couple times today already, but the right click for Yamato was super oppressive before. Yamato got nerfed slightly, but it's still pretty oppressive. So still very dominant look there in theory for PKP. So would expect them to win that lane.
League in a decent spot there from, but going to get forced out a bit by the pressure from Axe on the other side. So Axe going, no, not quite the time to slam on in. But yeah, I mean, interesting. You take a look at here. You've decided to drop the middle lane as Mirage Yamato, which, I mean, honestly, it's a scary amount of poke still, even with some of the changes that have come on in. You kind of take a look at how mid lane has progressed here so far. PKB is, been keeping Valhalla on the back foot, starting to get some reasonable tower damage, and it's something you have to play really carefully against, lest you give up kills and have the game get snowballed out of the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely got to be very cautious on that mid lane for sure. It's so there's so many reasons why it's really important positionally. I feel like there's a good. If only I knew chess, I feel like there's a good chess analog. But whoa, what a charge there! That's a fantastic charge. That is a closest. Okay, well I was going to say escape, but it's not going to be an escape there. Yamato will fall, and I feel like that should have happened because that was such a beautiful charge. ZP, what a catch from Scout.
And it still comes at a cost, though, because while you're going there to focus down Wage, and, Wage does go down, the entire time on the other end, you just got John just plinking away on the Mirage, which is like, by the way, I still have really good poke damage. You can't completely ignore me. And speaking of getting ignored, Axe just getting crunched by League off on the left-hand side. So a little bit of action finally coming through here on all ends. And, shifting lanes here. You see Do in real danger, 14 HP and down.
Yeah, and Do definitely, I don't know if we have made much mention of it before, but on the Pocket, definitely quite iconic as far as the NA region is concerned. And Pocket's a hero at the moment, which is a little up in the air, I think. I think the expectations at Pocket should be pretty good. Got some buffs on the Affliction, but we'll see how Do is able to perform in this matchup. These early objectives are definitely interesting at the moment. There's some good pressure, I think, still going the way of PKP into this mid tower. Still feels like this is really the best look lane for them at the moment.
I mean, PKP, you just have enormous poke damage here in middle, and yeah, Scout was able to, disrupt it a little bit with a little bit of sneakiness on Abrams, but you can only do that so many times in a match before people get used to it. Meanwhile, all PKP has to do the execute in mid lane, just hold back a little bit, continue landing shots while poking, and it puts the onus on Valhalla to find a way to disrupt it. And the way things are right now in map mobility, you can't really expect a lot of help from your left or right lanes in middle. You kind of have to be self-sufficient until you get a little bit deeper into the game.
Well, it feels like we have things slowing down slightly here. Although the left lane is under assault, that objective, gotta be cautious if you're Valhalla. You're gonna lose some tower damage there to that Shiv Paradox combo. That will be addressed now.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at it, Valhalla had to go for the double full heal. They're going to come back and have very good health presence in the lane where, health effectively being a resource in the laning phase where if you end up behind, it, lessens how aggressive you can be. They give up a lot of tower health by virtue of going back, but now it puts in a situation where, for Axe and Goober, kind of have to start from the beginning.
Power Slash is coming in here, keep that pressure on. Getting good progress on this tower here for PKP. Certainly really important. Trying to be disruptive is Scout once again. That charged threat. And speaking of threat, concussive combustion is coming out there. Once again here from PKP, looking to try to take control of the situation on this right lane as well as that middle lane. So at the moment, it feels pretty good across these lanes here for ZP for PKP, but I feel like we're not too far away from things kind of snowballing and getting like multiple objectives going down.
Well, that's the scary part there is that finally all the pressure from the Yamato Mirage lane comes to bear in middle. However, it's getting a little bit spicy elsewhere on the map. Last stand going to be coming out here from DMD. DMB moving forward, able to find Goober. And just straightforward Warden play. Get ult, look to force a fight, get a quick kill, and convert that into more lane pressure.
Yeah, Wage just coming across, though, from that mid lane. Like you were saying, that pressure's gone from mid. And Wage, is there anything to be found here? There is the Flying Strike, looking to follow up here on these kills with the Power Slash. Invasive maneuvers coming in from Valhalla. to see what they can do here. But there's the assistant scout in from that mid lane as well here. So evening things up on the numbers game, making life very difficult for PKP to get this gank working in their favor. And in fact, it's going to be a trade of kills here. And it's going to be very important, I would say, for Valhalla to ensure that they come out on top here. But with that said, it looks like they won't. So the tower is now under threat.
I love what PKP has right now in terms of advantage on the map, where you've left your Mirage in middle. You have the ability to reinforce the Traveler if it's really needed. And otherwise, you can let your Yamato free roam because you got middle tower down so quickly. So we'll see if PKP is able to take advantage of it. They've already kind of pushed it to a 5K aggregate lead. But strategically, it's a really nice spot for PKP to be in right now.
Yeah, and they're forcing reactions as well, you know, being aggressive on the left side jungle. Now there's a chase down from Valhalla. They were chasing onto Goober, who was trying to escape from that deep position. And I don't know that there's anything else to capitalize off of this, because simply Valhalla need to get the lanes back in shape here. That left side lane super pushed, and so they're going to be cautious of that. And also, I feel like at this point, ZP, the neutrals start to become a really important focus as well. Making sure that you can get ahead there too. And right now, PKP is in a great position to take the initiative on all fronts.
Yeah, I mean, having a 3 Guardian to 0 advantage is massive. And also on top of that, you look at the allocation. Saya actually oddly mega farmed on the Ivy, but also a scary part here is that, you know, regardless of nerfs that have come in over time, if you're Shiv and you end up way ahead of the game, which right now Axe is, that is still one of the most dangerous heroes to actually have to deal with. So PKP, you know, a lot of this started from the middle pressure they were able to put down, you know, has put themselves in a good spot, but they're not so far ahead that one bad earn fight couldn't shift it back the other way.
Yeah, and for PKP, you know, it's not just about having an advantage, but it is also about knowing how to leverage it effectively so that you get ahead and don't allow your opponents to get back into the game too easily. And with that said, I feel like PKP, they could be more aggressive. There is a world where they could be more aggressive here with all this map control that they have, but it feels like they're really focused on their own jungle and they're being fairly passive at the moment. Still have the Yamato just wage guarding that mid position, ensuring that there's no chip damage done to the mid tower. But with that said, the left side lane here is seeing some action here, ZP.
Yeah, DMB gonna go for the last stand, but gets swapped in the Guardian. Last stand long over and immediately has to make a very quick retreat. 200 HP, getting helped out by the Kelvin. Dome coming in towards the end. Now trying the reverse course here on the Axe, but may just be far too low. Is the save gonna be up? No, DMB going down here. The Axe, but the presence of Kelvin, Dan, makes it close enough that it gets a little bit scrappier towards the end, and it's turning to a full wide-scale fight.
And a big problem now because Saya has come in on that very buff, tanky Ivy. And it looks like the fight will be controlled overall here for PKP. Looking in good stead again after that fight to just continue being the dominant force on the map overall. And in the meantime, you know, we have had Braden over on the right side lane on the Infernus just free farming, just getting whatever he wants at the moment to try to get ahead in this game.
As I look at this, the one thing I think goes for Valhalla, even though they're starting to look a little bit behind, I do like Valhalla's team fight ability if they're able to get an actual full-on team fight, which is going to be more the question here as we enter the Urn phase of the game. So Valhalla, they get control of the Urn, which is pretty nice because now they have the ability to actually dictate how this fight goes down. They can rotate over League when he's ready. Death Slam is off on cooldown. You know, if I'm Valhalla, I probably wait till Dome is up for Kelvin to really go for it. But if Valhalla's able to secure Urn here and not give up too much objective-wise, it's not the worst spot to be in.
And just thinking about the overall souls and the allocation, it's even across the board. No one's really standing out being sort of oversaturated on souls, really. So that also adds an interesting dynamic to this. One thing that, for me, is important and standout is really Do's progress. The standalone player on 11k at the moment, highest amount of souls for Valhalla. And I definitely think he's going to be absolutely key in a lot of these big fights to come.
So this is kind of interesting. You take a look at the decision-making coming from Valhalla. They just decide they want to focus more on Guardians. They give up Urn control here, even though they have a comp that's actually quite good at forcing Urn fight here. I think the calculus you have to take here is that being behind in Guardians actually one of the worst things that you can be at right now, even more so than being behind in Souls because of how it impacts your map controls. So they would rather deal with the Urn fight where they're not dictating exactly how it goes down than be down Guardians going into the Urn fight.
Yeah, we do have the end fight coming up, and League actually has that Lash ultimate, and that could be very key if that's timed correctly. But you can see there's caution here from PKP, not going in for the dive, falling back into their side of the map here, but the fight's being forced. That should be pretty nice here for them because it's on their territory as the fight continues. The Shadow Form is going to get popped here. 2 kills coming quickly and easily for PKP, and this is not a good look here for Valhalla. Oh, they got sucked in, ZP, into PKP's territory, and that was not a good look.
They forced the fight way too early. I mean, you take a look, League I don't think was even in position to go for a good death slam. DMB thought there was something there that wasn't. I mean, they all go in, they drop their team fight ults, it doesn't work out. And in exchange now, they give up a walker early into the game. They give up control of the urn. That's very likely now to just get capped on in by Goober. I mean, that decision-making from Valhalla to dive in for that team fight there, Dan, is disastrous. They're now distinctly behind in the game. And, you know, should Valhalla lose, that team fight that just happened is exactly what you're going to have to go back and review.
And this is one of the challenging things in team games, especially with as many players as you have in Deadlock, where you need really clear calling and communication when not to go in, because it can be very easy for one player or 2 players to commit the entire team into a fight when that clear shot calling isn't made. And that can really be the difference, as we see here, because now the edge, as you say, with the Walker given up too, is going to just grow this edge, just grow and grow here for PKP. So they've done a good job, actually, just waiting for the mistake and then punishing it.
Yeah, and I mean, you take a look at how the front line is going down here, too. I mean, you got a 10k Abrams that's going to try and throw hands with a 15k Shiv. That never ends well. I mean, Valhalla's going to have to really play, you know, essentially, you know, avoiding fights, trying to get 2-on-1s, like getting really sneaky ganks to get back into this. They can't really fight PKP straight up right now based on who has the farm where, but we got the swap coming in here from Goober. Goober look to extend the advantage. DMB goes down, nothing he can do.
Yeah, definitely a nice find onto DMB, but PKP in terms of objectives, you know, they can put all the pressure on. Again, they've got all this map control, like you were saying. One of the benefits in having John on the Mirage is having that Traveler up. You can really push these lanes pretty deep and then, you know, do a good job with that ult to assist your team pretty much wherever they are. And so the pressure across the whole map, it just is such an unenviable position that Valhalla are in right now.
Yeah, I mean, right now, you get to this part of the game where you're pretty distinctly behind. You start wondering, you know, what are your win conditions? And part of it right now, I mean, if you're DMB, you see where he's on the map. I don't think you really want to fight right now if you're Valhalla. You would love to have last stand up at the very least. You know, you want to sort of stack the deck in your favor. Maybe you think you have an opportunity for a gank here. I mean, Death Slam maybe gonna come out. You're looking for Braden, but Braden right now is looking for you. Concussive combustion, point blank. Gets Death Slammed in the middle of it. Still, bomb gonna go off. Frozen Shelter in on after. It is all in for Braden, and Braden is going to go out, but that's a massive commitment. And you look at the map here, DDK, and it may come at the cost of a walker.
Yeah, it certainly will, and not only at the cost of the walker, they will be pretty vulnerable after escaping this mid-walker, Valhalla that is. Even if they get this mid-walker down, they have to retreat out of that position, and both lanes, side lanes, are massively pushed right now. We're going to get somewhat of a response here after the walker goes down. Now, how deep do PKP go for the chase here? It looks like Valhalla are actually looking like they want to take some of these fights before now backing away. Maybe they overstayed their welcome as the rest of PKP now come in for full reinforcements. And it's looking fantastic here, getting all the kills, all the stragglers going down. And the problem is, yes, you get that mid-walker, but without being able to escape, you might just give up your own after just losing the right side walker.
You never should have messed with
Yeah,
me.
things looking very, very rough here. Urn can be picked up, and it will be a safe side Urn coming in for Valhalla, where, you know, again, it's not over yet, but the last few fights have been difficult. They're not going to have any answer to mid-boss here. I mean, they're just going to have to deal with the fact that, you know, triple rejuve is coming on up. Maybe they're able to get the turn in, but, you know, the timing here is such that there's a world where PKP... Wait, they're going for it. We got contest here in middle. They're saying, you know what? Let's see what we can do, and it is going to be fully captured by PKP in turn. No worries whatsoever. Valhalla get the urn as a consolation prize.
Oh, and there's so much to play on the map right now. So many decisions to make for PKP to extend this advantage. Lots of creeps across the map as we see here. League is going to be finding some for Valhalla, but there's a very, very much on the Valhalla side of the map. There's not much of the map that they have, but that is on their side. But there's so much for PKP to clear out right now. And it seems like that's their focus, as opposed to going for the mid-walker. They're just keeping maximum lane control, pushing the left lane, mid lane, right lane, and cleaning up all the neutral camps. whilst they are just chilling, knowing that there's nothing that Valhalla can do to punish any of this, and that they just get further ahead as time goes on.
You know, I could translate that very simply into they're just doing everything at the moment. It's like left lane, right lane, middle lane. It's just like, well, actually, you've just kind of let off all the things they could be controlling right now. And, you know, 20k down, I mean, again, for Valhalla, their soul's in search of answers at the moment, and Scout is just swapped and immediately dispatched. So that was not one of the answers they were looking for. PKP looking to maintain their edge, chasing down over the rooftops, but instead they go, we don't need to chase down. We got a Walker to play for, and the Walker certainly is not going to withstand this onslaught.
Yeah, and especially with the rejuve buffs, it just makes everyone so much more deadly, the Yamato especially, as you do get a buff on the attack speed and as well as the spirit damage. So yeah, not a good look here for Valhalla to try to defend any of this. It's just a slow but sure death. There is the gargoyle stone form coming in.
We didn't touch on too much, but there's a reason why Sai's been consuming all this farm. It's you know, a gun heavy Ivy, throwing a little bit of vitality in there, but Sai saying, wait, you think I wasn't gonna be carrying on Ivy? Yeah, I got other things to talk to you about. Death Slam in from League. Is anything gonna come of that for Valhalla? Valhalla trying to get any sort of momentum going. Axe, meanwhile, just cuts down League where he stands. The lead, Dan, is growing even greater in favor of PKP as Valhalla is running out of time.
Yeah, it's looking really straightforward at the moment, looking to push things into the base, not messing around. I respect it. Still a couple rejuves up in action at the moment. And you got the 7 there on the defense, but trying to see if he can just hold back the tide, but he will be a part of the tide now, getting washed away as the rest of the push here from PKP is now decimating the base. Axe is still in there with very low health. I think he's had like sub 10% for the last 5 minutes, but eventually will get taken out. But as will the base of Valhalla.
Man, oh man, and I just think about how this has gone about here, Dan. You can just look at the one pain point. The game, relatively even. And you just had that fight on side lane when Earn was in contest where Valhalla, they just overextend looking for a team fight. They lose pretty decisively in that team fight, and they have been fighting from the back foot ever since, and the lead has just gone more and more in favor of PKP, who simply, they haven't really made any mistakes since they gained an edge.
Yeah, and they kept it so simple. They just played, they didn't try to force the issue at all. They just knew that their opponent was in a tricky spot, and they were able to capitalize on an error, and that just compounded things. And once again, just returning to the basics, cleaning up the map as they fall off of the rejuve push there, which almost ended the game, in fact. Just a weakened patron is all that's left, and it's just one more team fight for winning the game here.
We may have some problems here, Dan, which is that, you know, taking a look at the situation, I just glanced at, you know, Wonderful Community is throwing out there, and people are just saying they've seen enough nerf Lash again. Or, sorry, nerf Shiv again. Like, it's too much. It's where a lot of people, you know, backstory there, people blame competitive play for Shiv just eating nerf after nerf. And hey, we got another game here where Axe has made Shiv look as good as ever. I don't think it necessarily means Shiv needs to be nerfed, but hey, I mean, you can't stop the narrative from building.
You can't. You cannot. I'm feeling sad for Dew because I love a good Dew pocket. I love a good pocket in general. In fact, if you play pocket, I'll probably be a fan. So it's a quick way to my heart. But so, sadly today, we haven't seen much from pockets.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think that's really undue. I just think you had a few team fights that went poorly, and, you know, Dew hasn't exactly had a ton of opportunity to land big team fight winning afflictions. There just haven't been a bunch of quality team fights for Valhalla, and this game so far has kind of been an example of one bad team fight with a few other decisions after, and you can just find yourself in a hole that's pretty difficult to get back from. I mean, I think Valhalla, they've stabilized a little bit here, but the fact remains they're, you know, close to 30k behind, and you take a look at the timer, once mid-boss is back up, PKP, they're immediately going to go for mid-boss, so that will probably be the last real fight of the game if Valhalla doesn't get picked off in lane prior to that.
Yeah, right now, you know, PKP are camping outside the base more or less. And one of the things, especially with the changes to the soul dynamics, is that once you have a bunch of players in one place all leeching the souls all at once, or like 5 or 6 players as you're defending the base, you get a lot less. So you're losing out in more ways than one because those souls get spread across the team very inefficiently. So just staying in your base, it just gets you further and further behind. But Valhalla aren't really able to do anything else at this point. I mean, with that said, with all that information in mind, you kind of want to take the best worst risk, because that's all you have left is terrible choices.
I'm thinking back to the, one of the Asia broadcasts that we had run where we had the ridiculous combo where you had a Lash pull someone off the urn roof into a Kelvin dome up top. I feel like you need that level of team fight play from Valhalla to have a chance of getting back in. But the issue is when you get 30k behind, even if you start the fight with a really clean engage, the stat difference to be high enough that you can't do much. But we do have an opportunity here to do. Drops on in, goes for the affliction. But is there going to be enough follow through here? It just looks like a simple disengage, Dan.
Yes, simply not enough follow through. And in fact, they're going to be forced to have to run back to base because PKP have had enough. They've had enough. They're in the base. They are trying to finish the job. PKP, and there we go. The job has been successfully finished.
It's just like, by the way, the game is it's just done. It's just like, yeah. Unfortunately for Valhalla, things just got really, really away from them, Dan, and yeah, they weren't quite able to bring it back into order, as it were. And look, we know NA Deadlock is a little bit in flux. Valhalla, they've looked really, really good in the past, but it's been good.
Yeah, definitely. Pretty nice opening from them with a lot left to show, I feel like. BKP
wrong team winning, boys.
Yeah, wrong team winning there. But we can pretend. We can write the narratives here, ZP. We are in control. So, if you want to win, we get to decide that. So even if you win the game, you might lose the game. You never know.
Oh yeah, that's another Patreon perk that we're gonna have up on top there at some point. It's just like, actually, with enough to Patreon, you can just decide that a team has lost. But no, Valhalla did not win. It was PKB.
We got $1,000 donation from Buds, and we had to give him the win. We had to give him the dub.
For a second, I heard that there's $1,000 donation is what I heard, but Jason, that's lies. You can't hold us to that. But I was hoping, I was like, oh my God, really? That's amazing, because that's another prize pool for these teams. And if you guys want to donate or crowd fund the show as we move forward, all of the proceedings, all of the funding will go to future prize pools, so we can keep running the night shift Deadlock shows. We want to keep this going forever, basically, until ZP is gray and eventually dead, until he's rotting in some mausoleum somewhere. We still want to be doing night shift Deadlock shows.
I'm not sure I love being the center of that. We're just like, look, I've got a few gray hairs here and there of like condition 1 has already been fulfilled. Maybe fall down the stairs. Like, look, we're saying, for a long time, it could just be 2 weeks with those conditions. But, get to the highlights here. It was pretty one-sided, Dan.
Yeah, it was pretty one-sided the whole way. I think, you pointed it out. It wasn't really necessarily something super amazing that PKP did, but they managed to get ahead, and then they just played the basics, the fundamentals very well from that point. And I think it's this fight here where this was a game changer for me, whereby we saw basically the rush to the urn, and PKP were looking to go for that urn, and what they did is they pulled back in towards their tower, into their territory, and right as Valhalla were trying to set League up with a nice Death Slam, but the team just went in too deep. They didn't call off the push and wait. They didn't respect PKP's positioning, and that mistake cost them the fight pretty dramatically. And then from there on, the macro was just fantastic from PKP to keep capitalizing.
Well, Dan, we've talked enough to break down the rest of the highlights and more. We're throwing back to Jason and the boys on the desk.
Jason and the boys. I like that.
We can get used to that. I could work. I could be the boys.
Good with me.
Well, you know what? That match, as Dan was saying, you did see that pivotal change when it came into that urn turning, going into enemy territory. And PKP, we were pretty much dead even at that point. But once they got that fight under the belt, it seemed like it was inevitable for them to take the win, because they were able to get up to a nice 20k plus lead. But for seeing the Shiv for the first time here in DLNS, Jake, pretty decent result.
Yeah, much has been made of Shiv being out of the meta. And in fairness, he did take a ton of nerfs. I like the choice to just go for a heavy, straight up gun build, where for the most part, that hasn't been nerfed that much on Shiv. Your survivability, of course, is a little bit worse. And, there's some limitations to it, but he shows that it can still be super effective, can still diversify. And I think with more frontline threats stacked on top of him, right, especially, Yamato following behind, and then having that backline Mirage, it caused real problems to the opponent. Ultimately, they kind of got ran over in a lot of those mid-game team fights. Like, Yamato was just taking names, and Shiv was getting those executes off of her opening damage.
Yeah, I mean, John gets really out of control by the end of that game, by the way. Like the amount they have farmed that he's able to get, excuse me. And obviously being a toxic bullets, carrier obviously is very powerful, but he's also sitting on burst fire. So if you don't really interact with this guy, his hollow point and burst fire are just going off and he is just shredding you. So at that point in the game, there's not a consistent way to really address the backline. Sire zones so effectively at the start of these fights, also sets up some nice supply drop bombs. Goober also just knocks people out of position. And Axe is able to create a ton of space on that Shiv, be a real nuisance, and also spec into some of the more defensive items as well, like Counterspell even getting picked up by him. So very, very good look in the end. I think that, the people that had to carry in this game do. I think Braden's not able to get like an early lead, but ends up still becoming a real threat, has toxic bullets of his own, and still able to get into the game by the end of it, getting himself 4 kills. But I mean, John doesn't die, and Sire also, bro has siphon bullets, and I don't think he died either. So that's pretty good. You know what I mean? You're building those stacks up quite nicely.
Yeah, Jake, like we went into this match, my initial thoughts was, okay, well, we have Paradox, we have Saya. Of course, Saya's going to be playing Paradox. We have Axe. Remember seeing him back in the melee creep days. Ivy would definitely be something he's playing. And then we have an entire switch up come through. And on top of that, Saya goes gun Ivy instead of playing support Ivy. And he put on a clinic.
I think this shows that, there's a lot of farm on the map right now. And if you're willing to take a risk, I guess, with going with a little bit of a greedier comp, you can come out to a really strong spot. I mean, I think this will be a different game if Yamato and Shiv aren't doing as well as they were this game to have that lead, to have that space to farm. But also we see a lot of Colt sacks across the board for Valhalla who went for a heavier spirit build, which kind of makes sense. You'd think the patch notes had sent the game more in that spirit direction, right? With the across the board nerfs to gun damage. But seems to be greatly overstated. PKP just doubling down on the gun with a ton of bullet resist shred, a lot of commitment from pretty much the whole draft aside from Yamato, and it ends up being more than enough. They just absolutely cleave through this Valhalla defense.
I feel like though the Colt sacks, like they really get their value and can snowball you if you are pushing those objectives down early and getting like unfettered access to the neutral camps and the jungle. And frankly, Valhalla lose all of their Guardians straight off the bat, right? So not a great start. And that obviously gives them far less of that flexibility. And that item investment, right? Obviously, they're not really able to manifest it in a huge ways. Like you'll notice, like have a look at this breakdown and the proportion of souls from neutrals that they're able to get as opposed to troopers on the other side. Like you see like Axe is able to get like into the jungle, farm a lot of that up, like a lot more access to those neutral camps here for PKP as they get that map control.
I mean, that's kind of an interesting point because we talked a lot in the pre-match too about like Shiv and the ways change, rage generation, etc. You want to be hitting players for the rage generation, but Axe actually has his highest out of his team. Like he has neutrals as the highest percentage of his soul income compared to everyone else.
Yeah, and he gets his rage one way or another. Like bro is going to be in those fights and stays in them for quite a while. Like he picks off Battle Vest and Enchanter's Emblem, so definitely wants to like make an impact. Opening rounds also picked off. So the idea is he comes into the fight and obviously, is very healthy, stays quite healthy. So those conditional items that depend on his, the amount of health he has or like just, early in the fight are really important. So yeah, he doesn't get a full rage bar from farming cans, but you can see that Lash is still someone who can, create that space really effectively and just be an absolute menace, in those more drawn out fights. It's where he wants to be.
I think we also got to give Saya a lot of credit for that big objective damage, right? Clearing off some of those walkers in the mid game. And I mean, as much as Gun got the across the board nerf, one other factor is that without those walker teleporters, sieging walkers early, split pushing, it is really strong, maybe more than it was before with it's being more difficult for defenders to come in and rotate. And the downside of these heavy spirit builds is you just don't have damage for objectives, right? Yeah, you can, even though the spirit damage does hit hard on objectives, in reality, it's going to be cooldown limited. It's going to be gated. Whereas gun damage is like, you always just dump gun damage, hit your reloads, and take down those objectives relatively quickly. So it turned what could have been like a moderate lead into a blowout, I think, with them being able to clear those walkers and snowball in, especially clearing something like the mid boss very quickly as well.
Well, that does lead us into our player of the match here of our challenger match over in the Deadlock Night Shift North America. And I think we all kind of agree it has to go to the man, the myth, the legend of Axe on this Shiv. We were really curious to see what she would bring to the table when it comes to this competitive play. And one thing I did notice that we haven't really touched on just yet is what he maxed out first. So going for the execute, as you talked before, Jake, maybe that's something that needs to be changed, but he went for his bloodletting second, which I think, thinking back to just a month and a half, 2 months ago, you would never see bloodletting maxed.
Yeah, maybe they feel like you need it now with like the big nerf to survivability on the default strength of bloodletting. I mean, which really did hurt it on its base level. Maybe now maxing it can kind of mitigate some of that. And in the end, he's going for a full gun build, right? So you're never going to be doing that much damage with the knives and with the or with your dash. It's never going to be that game changing. You don't really need to get those perks online because you're not building to enable those skills. You just treat the knives as some nice harassment. The dash is a mobility skill. And then you're really all in on gun damage, executes, and tanking as much as you can, of course, with that max bloodletting.
That latest update really like made it worthwhile investing heavily into bloodletting, right? There was like an increase from the like amount of deferred damage up front, but also like at like max rank, it's now 35% of that deferred damage cleared. So really, I think like Shiv players are going to probably spec into that pretty hard and benefit from the bonuses. I think that it was only patched like end of last week. So something to make up, I guess, for, the way that his rage has been affected. I think he's still powerful. It's just a different direction. You can take that Shiv and really focus on his sustain.
Well, one thing the Deadlock community does extremely well is overreact when they see a nerf. And now that we see a buff for Shiv, maybe we'll see him come back into prime play. But speaking of prime play, we're going to move on to take a look at what we have coming your way next, as we did have PKP take the win up against Valhalla. But that means they get a chance to play against Hydra Nation in a best-of-3 finals. But gentlemen, the real juicy part about this match is you have John and Saya against their ex-teammates of AVG and Low Main over on the Hydra Nation side. This is going to be such an interesting match, such a battle between those 4 players in particular. I think we're all in agreement that Hydra Nation should have the advantage just based off history, how long they've been together now and practicing. But man, I would love to see a 3-mapper here.
What have they been working on? That's what I kind of want to know. Obviously, like I said, they were in the Deadlock deathmatch and did quite well. They lost to a team. I don't know if they're on European server or not. I'm unsure, but they died to Sanya Sniper's team. So obviously European squad, maybe ping issues. I'm not even sure, but they've been still getting at it. And again, these guys half the reason Vegas leaves Hydra Nation is because they are sweating. They are still putting that work in, right? Lord NM, who I'm pretty sure was on this team at one point and then left the team, but now is back on the team. Obviously comes in, not so recently. So I'm curious to see what they can show us here. I think that was like a week ago. We heard that he's joined the squad. So no Vegas, but Lord NM, no stranger to the Hydra Nation setup. Different team that he's alongside now. So still expecting them to be dominant. Are we going back to that flat out Hydra Nation dominance? We'll see.
Yeah, well, since we're talking about it, why don't we take a look at the roster as well, just to refresh you guys who haven't seen them in maybe quite a long time, unless you did check out the DLDM. Obviously, we mentioned AVG, we mentioned Low Main, but of course, they have the staple trues of Lord and M. You have Hydration in there, you have Alepha in there, and of course, you can't forget about Rokane on top of that. But this is like the really interesting thing for me, like I guess first time that I'm getting to see them in person now with AVG and Low Main on the roster. I mean, I know they ended up leaving Melee Creeps before the Woman in Bombshell event. I mean, they didn't mean to do it then, but they were going to do it after the event anyways, because they felt like they wanted to grow a little bit more as players and saw a little bit more of a skill ceiling within the Hydra Nation squad. And honestly, like, this has the potential to be, I think, easily a team that can go head to head against EU's best and take maps and even take series against them.
I mean, you have to consider them kind of the hope here. That being said, I feel like everything's up for grabs here in NA. I was pretty impressed with PKP's performance. I thought they put on a really solid game 1. I don't think Valhalla is like a free win or an easy opponent. So it's solid for them to come out in their opening showing with that. And as much as Hydra Nation, they've been working hard, they've been scrimming, it all comes down to this, right? It's been a while since they played in a tournament. Maybe it's been a while since they've showed their stuff here on the big stage with a different look in terms of roster. However, you'd be hard pressed to bet against players like Lefa and Hydration, who Lefa, always brings that consistent high farm performance, where Hydration just shows immaculate flexibility, great comms for the team. So this is that squad that, like, they're the many-headed Hydra, right? You cut off one head, they just come back stronger. They show you something different. So I think we're very likely going to have a competitive series here. And I'm just glad to see PKP the ones to make it through. I would have called them the underdog in that challenger match, but they didn't make it look like that.
And I mean, this team, if you remember Hydra Nation, a lot of what they used to love to do was try and get Infernus as often as possible. They were really big into picking Paradox. Some of their best games though were when they get 7 on Vindicta. Some of those, slightly more optional heroes. Games changed a lot since then, but they definitely had a pretty distinctive style, getting Mirage every single game. So we're curious to see what their tendencies look like now after a bit of a break. And straight away, Holiday taken off the field. This will provoke a potential ban of Paradox away from PKP, lest they risk giving it up.
Yeah, I think this also speaks to Hydra Nation wanting some of those potentially vulnerable late game carries, right? You know, in fairness, being a lassoed on some of these characters is probably one of the most painful skills in the game, since, you know, it can catch you from pretty significant range, and often you're just a guaranteed kill in the late game if there's enough focus fire involved. So for Hydra Nation, the road's clear. If they wanted to go with an opening in Furnace, they hadn't been scared to do that in weeks past. I wonder, though, if prios have shifted and maybe options like Abrams, Yamato, Warden end up being that in that first slot.
Yeah, I think it has to be kind of Warden coming through for Hydration almost at this point, just because it's been a staple #1 pick constantly throughout EU. But they ended up going the Yamato instead. Okay, I mean, I think that's still a pretty solid pick to come through for a team. But of course, they do give up 2 picks, and they do give over a Warden to John here if they want to go that route.
Still, I mean, a lot to be looking forward to about Yamato making their way in. We know Leffer is a prolific Yamato player. So when Vindictor and Holiday taken off, PKP locked the Warden in straight away. Good call. Yeah, making sure John gets where he needs to be.
And we've seen a lot of teams take Abrams in this spot, but the matchup against Yamato, it's not bad. But it strikes me as maybe a little bit more awkward with the threat of Hertz breaking those stun control combos, and maybe even Abrams not being able to stand up to the damage at close range.
I think what's really interesting about this matchup between these two teams is the fact that PKP, I believe, have only been scrimming since not the Sunday that just passed, the Sunday before. Like, they've only been playing together for just over a week. Hydra Nation, they've been this roster ever since the woman bombshell, like 2 months ago, pretty much at this point. It's just about whether or not they've been able to keep practicing since then. Are PKP in a little bit of a honeymoon state right now because things are really meshing well within their roster? But I think this definitely has potential to be an insanely good matchup, as you do have a couple more picks coming through here, Mitch.
Yeah, Mirage picked off, and that's something that, like, we know that AVG and Rokane love to go for generally, but 7 gets involved here. Historically, pretty strong pick for Hydra Nation, and right now very, very powerful with that like early surge of power rush. Turn them into a pretty terrifying threat, and here is the Viscous. Maybe an homage to a departing Vegas, but obviously very powerful in the right context.
You see people going for this like nuking melee / express shot Viscous build that does a pretty serious amount of damage, and we saw how powerful the goo ball can be too in some of these team fights. Also maybe preempts a bit something like a Mo pick that maybe wanted to come out against your Yamato.
I got you.
Damn. So all right, so PKP, I mean, they're denying away the Infernus for the side of Hydra Nation if Leffa wanted to go that route. Looking at what Hydra Nation have right now, AVG to me would be on the Yamato, even though we know Leffa can play it. So it's interesting to see like kind of the adaptations of flexibility that Hydra Nation have within their roster. But PKP seeming to really focus on like counter picking Hydra Nation by taking the heroes that they would normally play. But this is also exactly what PKP would play. Kind of reminiscent of what we discussed with Abrahams and VP having very similar draft pools.
We saw Brayden take the Infernus in the previous game, and just like generally like a pretty quiet start. There wasn't a whole lot going on for him in that side lane, but ends up building towards a decent critical mass by the end of the game, and a little overshadowed by the Lash, but that can absolutely happen. Sometimes you just never get to that stage of the game to allow you to pop off, and there it is. So no more Ivy for PKP. That one's going to be taken away from Sire, I think it was, in the previous game, who was looking like a real nuisance.
I'm surprised to see Paradox get this deep into the pool in NA. I mean, I know we've discussed before, EU and NA have such drastically different drafts, especially priorities when it comes to certain heroes. But Paradox make it into the second turn of picks both games in a row now, compared to EU, where it's picked in the top 3, I think, every game so far.
And so far, PKP are just running it back with their draft from the Challenger match, with the exception of Warden instead of Yamato, which was snatched away from them. Ivy also banned, so there will be a couple change-ups in this roster. But I mean, PKP, I think going with what's works, with what they've practiced maybe. Also curious to see who's going to be the Warden player, because John has also played a ton of Mirage. Recently, we see him more and more on that heavy farm Mirage style. See, though, I mean, the greed for PKP is pretty significant, and Hydra Nation seem to be leaning into the punish. Lots of CC, lots of early game snowball here. See basically how they want to go. Do they want to go more late game with this next pick, or just keep doubling down maybe with a Kelvin?
Okay, so they do feel like Lash, like after like Holiday and Paradox are unavailable, still pretty decent. Good option in the lane, like we talked about a little bit tonight. Good sustain, and generally, like you have a lot of, like you mentioned, lockdown in this team. It's just like I'm curious about the low Paradox priority for Hydra Nation in general. PKP is still trying to take that Mo and Krill out. So that second ban, they're definitely concerned about being stopped in their tracks. Mirage, I mean, that backline Mirage build is really hard to spot, like at the time, to see just how powerful it is. It's not until you get to the end of the game and you look at the amount of damage they've done, you're like, oh my god, this is kind of disgusting. So quiet achiever, but really potent when you're able to get that sort of pressure late.
Geist pickup makes sense here. You know, there's not so much like hard lockdown to stun and control her. There's a lot of initiation stuns, but maybe I see a world here where Geist can trade with someone like Yamato and stand up to Abrams in terms of the frontline brawl and threaten turning things around there. I also like the Kelvin as a response to last year as a way to break line of sight for his ulti or save targets, could isolate people away from Yamato or Seven or catch them if they're trying to escape. And the Viper is going to be the last pick. Hydra Nation have shown a willingness to play this in the past. And actually, we talked about in that post-game interview, we talked about the risk for Viper being that you get hard targeted with CC. And yes, there's the Kelvin Dome. Yeah. And the Mirage Tornado. There's a few items of CC here for PKP, but they don't have much in terms of like a hard stun lockdown. And they don't have the most chain stun here. So I feel like there's a world where they can maybe get away with the Viper actually looking pretty good this game. A lot's going to rest on Viper, though, with the amount of early game in the draft. I think Viper kind of needs to be that mid-game carry where Seven might farm a little bit deeper into the game. So let's see how the Viper works out and who's piloting it, because it's the first Viper pick we've had so far today in Night Shift.
So I'm hoping it's AVG on Viper, even though I know it's not going to be, after seeing him try to draw Viper in Pictionary Part 1. If you guys missed out on that one.
Yeah, that looked pretty tragic.
It was pretty damn tragic. But we've seen Hydration play it. The first time we saw it in our previous iteration, it was Hydration to be so. And that's also what's cool to see within the Hydra Nation rosters. They have so much flexibility between so many members of their roster. AVG, Hydration, Lefa have so much flexibility between them. Low Main and Lord and M have so much flexibility between them that they have like very heavy overlapping of hero pools across every single member of their roster, which makes them have that deep level of flexibility, which is so cool to see. And I don't think I can think of another team in Deadlock right now that has that kind of level, which makes them an interesting factor.
We've even seen like Rokane also like with a pretty wide pool, right? Sometimes on the Infernus, sometimes, you know, like on the Shiv or even the Yamato, like there's, you know, on the Mirage as well. So there's wriggle room there in general. I just think like Vipers, I was curious to see like how hotly contested they'd be, because they recently got like the headshot, the crit damage reduction, like from like 80 to 70%, I think, and just like some slight nerfs to mobility in general. And, you know, a lot of PKP's comp does want to play within a pretty confined space or up close and personal, right? You know, you've got Last Stand, you've got, you know, Soul Exchange, a lot of things that make you want an upfront fight.
Well, gentlemen, we're getting into our first champion match in North America here at the Deadlock Night Shift. So to send it back to our casters to drop us into game with DDK and ZP.
You know, Dan, yeah, we're back. And I gotta say, Dan, as I look at this, the fact that Viper is being played now makes us a flashpoint in the community of the arbiter of, is Viper good or not? Does Viper need more nerfs, or is Viper totally balanced? This game will be used in future arguments one way or another. Be prepared.
Yeah, very curious to see how it will pan out, especially because it's in the hands of Hydra Nation, the favorite for this series, of course. PKP definitely showed good fundamentals in the previous game, but the Hydra Nation's always a different beast. You're dealing with overall better mechanics, overall better macro. Wait, I should just say better overall everything. It'd probably just save myself some time, right?
Well, also, it's not just being played by anyone in Hydra Nation. It's being played by Lefa, where you think about who has kind of brought Hydra Nation over the top in many games in history, aside from the time when he was off the team. Generally speaking, it's Lefa. So there's a high degree of faith in running the Viper here. So this is, to me, definitely the story to see how effective it'll be in comp, where EU clearly shied away from running Viper. NA in the first match didn't want to run it. Lefa just says, nah, I'll make it work.
Well, it is like very scary. If you can really get it working, it can snowball very hard. So it'll be fun to see. Very fun to see indeed. Now, in terms of the rest of the lane matchups, anything that we're liking here for PKP, ZP?
Well, PKP, I mean, there's going to be a different look in middle relative to what they had before. They still got John Mirage, but they weren't able to get the Yamato to pair up with it. I mean, Geist Mirage still pretty darn scary, but, you know, against Viscous Yamato, that's kind of a lane matchup that could go either way. So it's not quite going to be as easy for PKP to just poke down middle and eventually get it via attrition without some sort of hero Abrams play, which is, you know, the very favorable spot that they found themselves in last game. So middle is definitely winnable, I think, by either side, depending on skill and how they play it.
You get some initial creep in there for the Viper. And Yamato and Viscous. Definitely difficult to get a kill against this, I would say. Mirage on the other end with the Geist. Definitely a nice mid lane as well there for PKP to hold on to things. And PKP, they managed to get 3 towers down due to that, I think, initial lane victory that they had in mid ZP, because they had the Yamato and they were able to abuse that and get that mid tower down first, and they snowballed it into all of the rest of the lanes. That's not going to be as easy to do against Hydra Nation, especially now they are not on that Yamato.
Well, also, you can take a look at how health is going on here. Middle-wise, they just have immense pressure going on. Meanwhile, over on the left-hand side, Lefa striking first on the Viper. So you think about heroes you don't want to get ahead of the game. Viper is probably high on that list. I mean, based on recent performance, I would say Viper is kind of in the old shift here of, please do not let this character get over-farmed on the game. But I think it's a little bit problematic because Lefa is also going to get some help here potentially from middle if middle doesn't clear up for PKP, because they're really getting outpoked by the Yamato Viscous at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of action up in the faces of PKP on that right side lane as well, with the 7 lash also. So just the pressure is really on right from the get-go here. With that said, we're not seeing any crazy soul disparities. I know it's only 4 minutes, but sometimes you do see that. And again, given the fact that we're looking at Hydra Nation here, which is always a stacked roster, I feel like, you know, PKP are doing good to just, you know, keep things in a good spot. They're not losing too much chip damage on their objectives either so far.
John so low. Look at the mid lane right now. They are having their way with the tower, bringing it super low, and John is forced to play super far back. In fact, John, the rarity here actually has to go all the way back for the full heal, and you just look at what's going on in mid. You look just at the icon for the mid Guardian right now, Dan, and it's going to take even more damage while John's away.
All right, well, we're going to get some pressure coming in here from PKP there with that Kelvin. Trying to keep themselves alive there, but indeed that mid tower is going to go down very soon, and it's very hard to deny this. That's the problem. You're in a losing lane. You got to lose it the best way you can, taking the fight straight to AVG, but AVG is looking pretty comfortable in this one. A nice find there from low main onto Wage, and so all the control here for Hydra Nation, in addition to getting the objective taken out, and the chase, the pursuit there with the power slash is on, but it might actually go in not the best way here for AVG. Able to still kill John though and stay up thanks to the shadow form. That is outrageous, and still gets out.
Also, I mean, I gotta compliment the individual play from John there. That should have just been a clean kill without needing the shadow transformation. John had enough moves that AVG was actually going to die without the shadow transformation. So good on John getting at least a cooldown out towards the very end, making it a difficult kill, but doesn't really make the overall situation that much more pleasant here for PKP, where now in terms of rotations, you're gonna have a lot of opportunity if you're Hydra Nation. And you know, the question here is, do you leave the Yamato to soak middle and let the Viscous roam? That would normally be the appeal, but you have multiple ways of handling it.
Yeah, we'll get the Death Slam coming on through there for Lord NM. Gonna get taken down though from Braden. Nice find there for PKP. Able to pick up that one. So that's obviously a nice look on this right side lane. Still unable to really get any damage or pressure onto the objective though. You can see it's pretty much at full health. So it's a small victory. And like you say, ZP, that Yamato or Viscous being freed up for Hydra Nation now with the mid tower down to roam as they please. This is where things get dangerous if you're PKP.
They actually shifted up entirely. They said low main, go help the right lane win, and they moved Lord NM over the middle, and Lord NM might be in more of the roaming sort of role here. It's either Lord NM or AVG, but it's an interesting lane swap up coming from Hydra Nation after securing this bit of advantage. Now, Wage in on the chase here on Geist. Got Lord NM trying to play a little bit of distraction here, backing on out. Not really a fight that they want to commit to here at the moment.
Yeah, John was in there, maybe sooner than they expected. So what looked like a juicy target was in fact also juicy after all. Now, we do have I'm curious actually what Lefa's going to be up to. Just getting those neutral camps down, trying to also help out with that left side lane whenever possible. There is some push there from PKP, but they can't really gain much ground on any of these initial objectives. In fact, if you look at them on the minimap, there's basically no damage that's been done to any of them. 7 minutes in, that essentially tells you that on every single lane, it was a losing lane for PKP.
And their best lane that they had was the right-hand side, but I would argue the right-hand side lane got made stronger by swapping the Viscous over. So, I mean, Hydra Nation, they actually reinforced the one thing that may have gone a little bit rougher for them and opened up the Lash to Rome, but we'll see how this goes. Team fight going to place here. Petrify out early from Lefa, looking to bring the fight over the Paradox on the chase down. Venom out, just needs a little bit more, and it's Goober desperately trying to get away from this very full HP Viper right now and running out of options as the chase down continues.
I'm sorry, I thought these guys were supposed to be tough.
Yeah, a little bit of a nuisance, but that Paradox will eventually die. Not much Duke Goober could do there, and in the meantime, we do get more pressure coming in there from Brayden on that right side. Trying to get something going on that lane, but it's the left lane that's under assault here. Hydra Nation putting the pressure on there. They may get another objective right now as we see the 7 ult being connected with above the right side Guardian. Now looking to find the finishing blows there on the remainder of PKP that are trying to challenge this objective. Really good control, I have to say, from Hydra Nation. They're not allowing any of their objectives to really take a lick of damage.
Yeah, I mean, doing well against the 3-on-2. Meanwhile, Lord at M got commit the Death Slam, taking down 1. And Hydra Nation keeping good control across the map. And again, they're still dealing with this, what amounts to 2-on-3 over here on the right-hand side as PKP desperately tries to get their first Guardian wage. Meanwhile, gonna fall.
Oh, so scary for PKP. So much a control now being won by Hydra Nation. And looks like it's going to be death for Sire at the hands of Rokane. There, not really all that much to be done. And 45k now on the overall souls to 36. So 9 minutes in, almost 10k advantage for Hydra Nation. It's not looking good.
Hydra Nation, I mean, also you think about win conditions that they have there. You have your Yamato and AVG super ahead of the game, has been able to get, periods of time of getting solo mid-farm. I believe. And then Lefa having a very good laning phase too. You look at PKP and who would be contesting that, they don't really have the power the way things have been allocated. So not only are they behind in the aggregate, but in terms of who you want to have the souls, they don't have great answers here at the moment. And Hydra Nation, they've been taking advantage of any opportunity, but in this case, low main, maybe a little bit of troll, but nah, Gooball, gotta come out, low HP, still looking to roll away, 200 HP, getting hit from afar, able to make the zip at the last moment.
Actually kind of a crazy escape there. It's just like a straight line the entire way. That's, no. It's a fortune on his, in his favor there. Now, an attempt to add this Guardian, this last remaining objective here for Hydra Nation. And I do love how Hydra Nation has managed to keep all theirs up, as well as getting all these advantages by getting their objectives, taking these fights across the map. Now, what is it that PKP need to do to have a chance to bring themselves back here, ZP?
I mean, they have to find a way, I guess, first and foremost, is what do they trade out to get Guardians? You need Guardians down, period. And I think they tried to do that when they allocated, in this case, you have a Kelvin just going down, but they tried that, Dan, where they tried the over, push on the right and have the 3-on-2, but the problem was that Hydra Nation had the tools to actually successfully defend that push. So that was where they were trying to keep things equal Guardian-wise, and it didn't quite pan out. To me, I look at how this has gone down, and on a macro level, Hydra Nation has made really good decisions, going all the way back to just swapping the Viscous off to right lane after they won mid.
And it's always a scary prospect too, when no matter what Lefa's playing, he's just getting all this free space to farm, can essentially just play PvE at this point, do whatever he wants. But with that said, we'll see if there's anything to be had here for BKP. Looking to go in. Rokane, not the best storm cloud opportunity there in the covered spaces, but in comes Sire with the frozen shelter here to just take down Rokane, deal with him once and for all. But there's the cube coming on through, and that cube from low main is going to keep Rokane alive just a moment longer. But now there comes the ball again to just cause chaos in the fight, but that's going to be low main able to make an escape. And in fact, can he find any extra damage. It looks like it's going to be none here. Maybe he should have just kept up in the ball and rolled away.
There was a lot that went wrong there for Hydra Nation, not the least of which I think was PKP just having a really good engage point to where Rokane decided, you know, those old science experiments, you know, the storm in the bottle that, you know, wasn't, you know, looked a little bit cool, but wasn't very dangerous. Yeah, that was Rokane's storm cloud there and making the storm cloud underneath near the veils. But it just, I think Hydra Nation just got caught off guard by how that fight began, and PKP just picked a really good engage point. Really helps to bring things back into play, even though they don't feel like contesting this early. I think for them, Guardians are the main focus, and they would much rather get the left Guardian, if possible, but it's not guaranteed.
And PKP might be losing a fight. They might be losing both players on left lane if they're not careful. They are disengaging now, but it's still, at least one player's at risk. And they managed to actually recover the soul differential somewhat. We just see a bit of a spike coming on through for Hydra Nation as we go into the pause, a 7k advantage, but it was actually only a 4k advantage a minute ago. So PKP managing to find some edges back into this game. But I think, ZP, we might be at somewhat of an inflection point with this urn now in play. Because the urn, as you say, there are some decisions to be made here for BKP. Do they try to fight the urn? Do they try to trade towers? This is where we will see one of the two teams, or rather Hydra Nation potentially, make a much bigger advantage.
Yeah, for the 15-minute urn, that's going to be interesting. The previous urn, they decided we don't want to deal with that urn anymore. Like, you guys can have it. And they tried to go for left Guardian, but the reinforcement from Hydra Nation was really quite good. Also, during the pause break, I just took a look at the YouTube side of things. Give YouTube a little bit of love. And the main factoid I saw there, someone dropped, is that PKP is also an abbreviation for a Polish train service. I don't know if it's a public Polish train service or not, but alternate things other than pure kicks puppies or the much safer pure kisses puppies is the other alternative, as Lefa actually getting caught.
A lot of players congregating around the mid position at the moment, and again, that urn yet to be collected in. Now, Flame looking to try to find an engage here. You got that viscous movement with the puddle punch. Really, always beautiful to see. Back onto the high ground. A better position. That said, Hydration actually was in the mix there for a moment, able to look to take his engagement. It falls back to his teammates instead. Looking for opportunities, both teams at the moment. Hydra Nation cautious not to give away their edge, and PKP cautious not to get further behind. Only a 6k difference overall, so PKP, they are managing, ZP, to keep things somewhat stable in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, I think PKP, the main thing is they really would like to get another Guardian. I assume, the play here for PKP is you position for a team fight off on the right-hand side, let John maybe push down the left hand, because, you would ideally, like to free up more of the map of the situation. But the good team fight they had, that, where they got Rokane underneath, you had the bad Storm Cloud, that at least made this more competitive in terms of the next few fights are going to go on, even though you kind of look at what we're seeing map-wise. It's still Hydra Nation with a pretty commanding advantage in being able to take what they want on the map.
Yeah, only one tower, one objective so far gained by PKP. So there's extra 2 objectives. The fact that Hydra Nation can hold on to those is really nice. It's a mounting pressure for PKP to maybe fashion a way to take them down, but I get a fight here. Looks like Low Main and Lord and M have maybe found Sire, so he's going to be very cautious there. Sire's going to be able to escape on the ice path. At least I'm assuming that's how he escaped, CP, because he was going very fast on the minimap.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a few ways that's going to happen, but mid buffs coming on up. First buff just immediately going to be snagged here by Lord and M. A little bit of poke back to Saya. Not a fight he necessarily wants to go in, because he doesn't know who's behind Saya at the moment, and instead, it's just about how this next urn fight is going to go down. Hydration's going to be the urn carrier, and you look for PKP here. It's kind of a difficult fight where you have to play around the death slam.
They do have actually all the ultimates online, PKP, so there is a world where if they can find good timings on the engage, I think the last stand was just popped. Okay, so they are already looking to take those fights there. That's not going to be able to be used in that urn fight, so this urn's going to go for free for Hydra Nation. Perfect for them as they extend their lead. 11k now in advantage. Mid objective is under assault. Lord and M has an answer for that. Death slam straight into the tower.
Oh!
And he's going to get swapped back out for safety. Good maneuvering there from Goober, but can he stay alive? He is surely going to be chased down here. as we get Brayden also trying to assist. And in the meantime, we've got this left Walker under attack, CP.
Hydra Nation's getting everything they want. That wasn't a trade. That was just purchase of we get earn and also we get objectives on the map. And PKP, you get nothing. Like, there was no fair dealings there. There was nothing. It was just Hydra Nation collecting everything on the board as if PKP had to skip their turn. And it's kind of weird rotationally how that panned out. Okay, yeah, Leffa gets caught towards the very end, but you're giving up a walker in turn. And you know, you think about it here, I mean, PKP, they're still desperately trying to get at least one more Guardian here at the moment, Dan.
Yeah, I just love how well Hydra Nation have held on to the lane control for both of those respective lanes that those Guardians are on. And now it feels like the lead is just going to keep compounding in favor of Hydra Nation. And you can look at the minimap and just see how much map control is available now with all the lanes pushed for Hydra Nation. They've got that mid presence as well, threatening that mid walker. And in comes the rest of Hydra Nation as they look to take a fight.
If you're Hydra Nation, you would love to fight right now. You have no reason not to fight, especially AVG leading the way at 21K. You're Yamato that gets to play as server admin here and at the moment. So, you know, for Hydra Nation, so long as you don't get into a spot where you're fighting 1v3, there's no fight that you don't like here. And you look at Lord NM setting up, Death Slam soon, ready to go right now. Goober looking for a quick reposition. Already used his swap. Run away from pressure, Lord NM. Back over to the side. Death Slam soon be up, but for now taking a trip down the sewers. AVG, meanwhile, finding room to work with here in lane, chasing on down. Chow transformation in the bank, and a lot of HP to go along with any sort of engage.
A lot of ways also for Hydra Nation to take advantage here. If they're going to win a mid fight, they can take Walker, they can go for mid boss. Lots of options, but for now, they're going to be forced back a little by this last stand coming out of Axe. Looking to get that mid Guardian. They really need a Guardian here, but not able to finish it off just yet. John is pounding it there with that gun damage, but forced back as well as Leffa comes into the mix on that very dangerous Viper. There's the tornado slow him down. Good damage coming out here, but I think Leffa is not alone. He's going to have some assistance down into the underground. Smooth moves for Axe as he escapes, and he might actually just live.
Yeah, John right now swooping back and forth might have given them the slip, but I think for Hydra Nation go, you know what? If we're going to chase people down here near the mid-boss, maybe we should just grab mid-boss on top of it. You're pretty far ahead. You have several areas of advantage. Your Yamato still a shadow transformation as rejuvenators come on down. And you look at where PKP is on the map. I'm not sure PKP is really feeling too jazzed about coming on him to try to steal any part of the rejuvenator here. So this should be pretty darn free for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, it looks pretty free indeed. It's not, like you say, no options. The PKP really at the mercy of their opponents at this point. Lord and M with finding the finishing blow there onto John. And once again, all that needs to be done here from Hydra Nation. Push all of the lanes, take some of the neutral camps away, and then there's that those two walkers. They can split push these walkers. Actually, they can create a very difficult scenario where PKP, they're already so far behind that I don't know if 5 of them could take down 3 players from Hydra Nation. So the math doesn't math very well for PKP at this point on the defense.
Also, Dan, we may have oversold the beginning a little bit because, well, I think Leffa has had a completely fine game overall. The story of the game hasn't really been Viper. It's been Hydra Nation, just the rotations and presence have had on the map after taking mid lane super early. I mean, Leffa's been okay. Leffa's been here. But I think about the storylines of this game, and you can't really draw the Viper OP from this game here, from my point of view. But Death Slam in, and Ice Path may not be saving things this time. Still got the Frozen Shelter, but maybe a lease on life rather than actually getting you out of danger.
Yeah, just sliding his way on through. Axe cannot escape. As tanky as the Warden may be, it's not enough. And I totally agree about the Viper. There's not really been that much opportunity for Leffa to do too much. And so it was like just a sequential, objective by objective, victory here for Hydra Nation. PKP is so far behind now. Mid Walker under a threat, right Walker under threat. Exactly like we said, the split push. It's just at this point so hard to defend.
Now, I will say here is that Viper has some incredible win more ability when you're ahead, given how Left was just melting things down. But take a look at AVG. AVG Shout Transmission in progress, in quite a bit of damage. Hydration, look at the solidify. Up and over the Seismic Slam, takes down one with the aid of team on top of it. And yeah, I mean, Hydra Nation, just too much health to chunk through here. And, you know, we do use the term stat check a lot, but we've certainly hit that point here, Dan.
Yeah, I think we hit that point a while ago that everyone's getting melted here for PKP. They tried as best they could, but overwhelming strength from Hydra Nation, not too unexpected with the reputation that they have earned week in and week out here in these Deadlock weeklies. And there goes the patron. And I mean, they could just finish it right here if they wanted to. They're just too strong.
I wonder if they will, though. I think the one thing I've really noticed about this game so far is that, I mean, Hydra Nation has always had periods of excellence in how they are generally ahead macro-wise relative to other NA teams, but this has felt next level where, you know, starting all the way back to the beginning of the game, where they had very good swaps after taking middle. They've also, I mean, sometimes you think you'd get trades, and they haven't even traded. They've just gotten everything they want. But here we go, Dan. One more fight happening. This could be the last one before this map is over.
Here we go. Yep, there's the opening kill onto Axe. And everyone is just dying. The health bars, they're just going down so fast. All right, 5 players dead. Yeah, not much of a fight. Not much of a fight, I'm afraid. And so now it's just the ceremonious finish. Execution of the patron, the weekend patron. As there we go, Hydra Nation picking up a map number 1. Again, PKP, an unsurprising victory, but a victory that seems like it was on the cards right from the very start, ZP.
Yeah, and I think for me, when I go back and kind of evaluate, okay, when the world happened, how did this go this way? I mean, Hydra Nation's fundamentals were out of this world. I just think they didn't really make mistakes once they got an advantage, and they pushed the advantage and secured it in a way that you don't always see, where not only did they win mid, but they also did the lane swap after going middle and decided, hey, right lane, maybe more competitive than we like. Let's throw Viscous there to cool things down just a little bit more. And it just, they kind of stamped out any area where you could have seen PKP get an advantage or a foothold into the game.
I do love your call out on the Viscous swap there, because one of the things I totally agree with is the fact that, you know, if you take an advantage and you feel like, oh, we're the better team in every category, you could just play really aggressive. Like you could try to do that. But I love how they were trying to play good fundamentals. Like, okay, we don't have to, but what if we play aggressive and also reinforce our defensive capabilities at the same time? Because that effectively reduces the risk and the variance. And essentially, it is the stronger way to play correctly. Fundamentally, that's how you should play the game. So I actually think that there's a lot of respect from Hydra Nation in doing that, because I think that, you know, Hydra Nation is a team that not always they don't have to play the game that way. You know, they don't have to, especially when you know you're the best in the region. You don't have to do that, but the fact they did it, I respect.
Well, I think there's a lot of idea to you want to play as you practice, and we're going to be seeing a lot of well-practiced plays as we get into the highlights. And you know what that means, Dan? That means that in this iteration of the show, we're just going to throw over to the desk. We got Jason and his fine compatriots to talk about the highlights of this game.
I wonder if he means like fine looking, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm definitely not feeling good looking compared to these two sitting next to me, man. This has been a game.
This is an embarrassment of riches, bro. Jason, and I won't hear anything else.
That's it, bro. You need to gas this up a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Now we're getting old, but it doesn't mean we have to get down on ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Just I'm aging like a fine wine, a little bit of gray, but you know, I look better than my brother. That's all that matters.
Dude, if I had some gray, I actually want a bit of that sprinkle. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, bro, I need some salt and pepper in my life.
Well, you say that until you find it in places you don't want it to be. But one place that I do want to see is Viper in this game, man. I have been bowling with her for such a long time. I've been saying for such a long time that she's insanely strong. Obviously, a little bit different when it comes to comp play and me playing down at initiate level. But seeing left on Viper was a thing of beauty. And Jake, we were talking about just like the chase potential, the double armor buff as well for her, the 2 armor items picked up, making her just so hard to kill.
Yeah, the tankiness definitely a factor. And I think they just had the window to get the Viper in here due to the maybe a little bit light on CC draft from the opponents. I think it was one of those heroes where you can bring it in, it can look really strong, and then the opponent drafts a little bit more CC next game, and you just go with like a Wraith in the same spot, and you get a much more standard strat. But it was cool to see the Viper come out. Definitely shows that the hero has a threat, and I mean, probably uniquely one of the best objective takers in the game. When you are ahead and you have the space to actually just put damage on a walker, man, this hero is just dominant.
Yeah, terrifying. I think that like that late pickup of the escalating resilience really like encapsulates what the plan was for Leffa, because they knew that they were fighting against a team that wanted to be within relatively close quarters as well, like Kelvin, Geist, Infernus is there. So, before Leffa was really picking up the nasty gun items, there was already like you mentioned, battle vest, spirit shielding picked up, knowing that they'd be fighting at close quarters, and they really needed to find a way to like be able to stay alive long enough to ramp.
Escalating plus Slither plus Battle Vest when you're against Goober, who's gone Gun Paradox, John, who's Gun Mirage, Wage, who's also gone gun items on Geist, and then Braden, who also goes gun items on Infernus. Like it's almost the perfect pickup that you almost become pretty damn unkillable at that point. Even Lucky Shot there towards the end.
Yeah, they're actually really light on spirit. Now I look at PKP, like in general.
Yeah, some just insane pickups. But I mean, it wasn't just the Leffa show here, Jake, right? We were talking and watching AVG and just talking about how much of a beast he was playing on the Yamato as well.
Yeah, I think the Yamato was huge. Going deathless on Yamato, you're always going to be looking at a pretty sick game. But by the way, I just looked at the stats. Lomane almost doubling up the game. He's got 31,000 damage, and he's one of the least farmed on his team, second least farmed with Abrams, and he's topping the damage with 14 assists, huge kill participation. I mean, I feel like this is Lomane's game. I feel like we talked a lot about the carries, and yes, they like reached that farm point, they did their job, but Lomane was just camped out in mid lane for so much of this game, and PKP just could not approach. It was just the immovable object. We talk about Guardians creating that kind of space. If you defend them, keep them out. I feel like Lomane was kind of like the Guardian of the center of the map, just kept PKP honest, didn't allow them in to take position or to put too much pressure on, even after the Guardian was down. And I feel like that's a huge factor, having this brawling Viscus on pretty low farm prio, barely jungling at all, and just very, very focused on fighting, and massive damage output in the stats to show for it.
Yeah, the burst is there. Like Loki, that I think the express shot also like coming out of ball is pretty terrifying. Also like Spirit Snatch is picked up there to empower like the puddle punch. And as we know, at max rank, it scales off that heavy melee damage. So there's a ton of stuff like out of nowhere. Bro is doing like an unreal amount of damage. And Viscus sometimes suffers from this, kind of just gets overlooked a little bit. But big investment in a lot of those melee abilities, which is, definitely still a very powerful thing to try and do in this game. And yeah, I'm really impressed with that output over the course of the map.
Bro, even Lomane was in chat begging for us to show stats because he wanted to get some highlight going on there, and for good reason. Yeah, you can see it on the screen there under the final items. Show stats. Well, you got it, Lomane. 31,000 damage done. I mean, also as a side note, compare that to his opponents. He has more damage himself than like 2 to 3 members combined, depending on who you're picking on the other side.
Yeah, this is huge for Viscus. I wonder if this pick maybe gets a little bit more contested going on in the series. I mean, that stat is kind of out of control. Like, I'd understand if this were, the 7 and top damage, he's getting a ton of farm. Sure, he's going to do a ton of damage. I wouldn't be that blown away by it. But for Viscus to have very low farm prio and to be very focused on fighting the whole game and be that out of control in terms of damage, like that's a lot of players, not just the kills, the assists, right? That's players sent back to base. That's like space created on the map, on top of having stuns, having movement control that are assisting your teammates as well and dealing their damage. So huge performance on the Viscus from Lomane. I feel like got to give this game a lot of credit to him in terms of why you snowball, why the game is so out of control so quickly here for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen who are watching, before we do continue to talk about this last match and of course what's to come up next in our second map, remind you guys once again that we are doing crowdfunding now here in the Deadlock Night Shift. You can do exclamation point donate, and every single dollar raised from this goes directly into the prize pool. And if we breach past the 2K mark for our prize pool this week, our overtime pay goes in towards next week to make sure we have continuing funds for all of these teams and all of these players. There's also other ways to support the show, and that's over on Patreon. We have different tiers set up for you guys for different amounts that you want to pledge to us. If you hit the $5 threshold, which we'll also do within YouTube members when we get that partnership done, and of course you're on Twitch, you get access to the Graveyard Shift, a post show that we're going to be doing right after the show finishes. About 10 minutes later, we'll be bringing in a special guest every single week to talk about Deadlock, talk about life. Maybe Lomane want to sneak in and talk about his Viscus and really brag about it. but it's something we're trying to do to help give back here to the community that are supporting us to make Deadlock great. Not to mention, we have different tiers for all of your levels of support. But it's been fantastic to see. I believe right now we have almost 1,900 raised for this week's prize pool. So we're about to hit that threshold. Anything you can give is amazing. Not to mention, you make
sick.
all the
So we're
players
basically
happy.
back where we were in terms of that prize pool. Damn. Love to hear that. That's massive support for the community. Thank you very much. It's like nothing's changed, guys, except we look older and our graphics are way cleaner.
And just as an FYI, if you do pledge over to Patreon, make sure you're linking your Discord account so you get access to the special role, to the special channels, and access to the Graveyard Shift, which could be happening very soon considering how this series has gone. But before we head into our next match, any final thoughts on match #1 between these two teams?
I think we really overlooked the build. I think when I realized just how little spirit damage had been built, on PKP's side, I was like, damn, that is actually kind of messed up. That Left was able to get away with so much. So yeah. And again, like some of the things in this game can be really subtle, like overlooking just like low man's impact over the course of the game, but like it really adds up. Consistently getting involved, consistent pressures. So this is the kind of things that Hydra Nation just do better than anyone else in NA.
For me, this just hard work pays off. We've been hearing Hydra Nation has been grinding, really working on their team synergy, being around for a long time. PKP coming together recently, and they put up a good showing, but I mean, they're coming up against a wall right now, at least so far in the series. And, I think that is as we would expect it to be, given that Hydra Nation have invested a lot of time in being the strongest team they can be, at having the best meta, the best read on the how to approach this game as a team, especially in these new patches. So well played to them. We'll see though, PKP, there's a chance to turn it around here, but I think you guys are right. They're going to need to make some big changes. And I'm wondering whether they have that strategic depth, given them being a much younger team that hasn't been together as long.
I hope so. I hope you're happy.
Exactly. I mean, do they have the potential to play something more, I almost want to say team fight oriented with control of some CC? Because now it's been 2 back-to-back games where they're just running, all right, we're going to go straight at you and just try to out damage you and win out in these fights. And not to mention in the match versus Valhalla, they got a little bit lucky by the overcommitment by Valhalla over towards that Walker with that earned turn in for them to turn that game around. So we'll see if that depth's going to be there here as we're having exactly the same bans we had in match 1.
It feels like Hydra Nation don't care if they have to deal with Paradox, as long as they don't have to deal with Holiday and Paradox combined. I also think like the burst Holiday, like with this tank buster, and like with the barrel empowerment, is pretty gross against some of the more durably built heroes. So taking away, a hero that is kind of like being built more in the spirit direction now. When you are like maybe almost wanting to force your opponents in like to that gun direction, so you can build discussing bullet resist, might also be part of the play. Yamato prioritized #1 yet again by Hydra Nation.
Yeah, Holiday is so hard to lock down as well. Like just the value from going the rapid recharge, getting the extra charges and extra spirit power on 2 very strong abilities that you're probably going to max already, that give you mobility, they give you catch. Just so efficient for Holiday. She can be pretty poor souls wise and still be such a huge threat. PKP just running it back right now. I kind of hope they have a different approach this draft, but this next pick is maybe the moment to deploy it. Maybe not. Maybe you still want the Mirage. Maybe you still believe in the Mirage Warden opener. I don't hate it in theory, but got to make some changes at some point in this draft to try and drive a different outcome. I'd love to see like maybe a Mo coming out here, maybe a Viscous ban in this middle phase.
I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head in my eyes, calling the Warden Mirage first picks, because again, they're a very young team together. They haven't been playing that long. So maybe they only really have like one play to use at the moment. But I think with the skill of players they have on the team, I think give them another week or 2 and they can easily come back strong with a much deeper pool across the board.
So if you're PKP, what are you chalking up that last map's loss to if your draft is looking so similar right now? Clearly, they don't feel like in pick and ban they got bested, because we're heading in a really similar direction.
Yeah, I think there's 2 ways to look at it. You could look at it and say like, okay, maybe we have draft problems, but you might also think, look, we just haven't practiced enough to just like completely change things up. And we have a better shot running it back and just trying again with the same strat, given that at least we're going to know what we're doing, right? Like, whereas if you get chaotic with it, I think there's like maybe a couple picks deep in the draft we could see shifted. Like there's a moment here where you could look to go for the Mo, but the Viscous matchup kind of makes that less likely, less appetizing at this point.
I got you.
Yeah, pretty much exactly
get the
the same
again,
now.
brother.
Yeah, I think for PKP, it's really hard to go up against Hydra Nation because they've proven to be the best macro team in North America. And with the changes to the teleporter in the side lanes, macro gets punished even more if you're not good at it or if you're not able to read into it correctly. So I think Hydra Nation are just going to be a step beyond PKP when it comes to knowing when to rotate, which we heard DDK and ZP talk about before. it's just something tough and something that takes time to learn as a team.
Yeah. All right. Waiting on our response ban here from Hydra Nation. And again, maybe they just let the Paradox through. Don't seem to really care about it. Paradox never really got off the ground. And it will be once again. So the same ban strategy, same pick strategy for Hydra Nation. Again, you don't fix a system that ain't broken. But PKP, I'm really looking to see a divergence here. Surely they think there's some way that they can trade up in terms of their pick ban strategy here.
Yeah, I think there's a vision here of just like running it back again and just saying like, look, you know what? We have a stronger laning phase. Do things a little bit different. Here's the changes. They're going to snag the Lash this time. Could be nice. You could still see a responsive Kelvin come out from Hydra Nation, but that would force pretty significant, change in strategy. We'll see if that Lash impact is enough, or if a Paradox maybe goes the other way now. If Hydra Nation want to prioritize that, as it is kind of our last conventional pick/catch hero aside from Bebop, if they want to bring it out too.
Yeah.
I like the Lash though for PKP. It gives them a harder initiate that they were previously lacking in the last game. I mean, even honestly, like a Bebop wouldn't be too bad. Obviously, Viscous is a decent counter to that because you're gonna just cube the person who gets hooked in. But having some way to start fights for them is going to be so helpful now in this matchup where they struggled before.
Okay, they get the Paradox. God, you're getting everything you asked for here. Now, PKP give this up in order to get the Lash, but we have like potential low main Viscous again. Hydra Nation really like working with a ton of stuff. Remember their like 7th strat was to take some more of those like supportive items and not worry. I mean, there was no surge of power until like really late if it was all picked up. So a different approach here in NA as we've seen in EU. There's that Bebop. You have the cube up your sleeve already, though.
I mean, the cube is sort of a double-edged sword into the Bebop matchup, though, because while you can cube the guy who gets hooked in, sometimes it just doesn't matter because they're hooked so deep, they just come out of the cube and then die. Alternatively, you could cube somebody to save them elsewhere in the fight, and then it's almost a free hook for Bebop while they're in the cube. You can just yank them back over to the team. And the Sinclair is the findings here. I like that in terms of a major change-up. Sinclair has some strong ults to copy. Notably, the Viscous ball, I think, is like one of the better ults to copy in the game. Pretty strong, and you naturally build a lot of spirit nuking on Sinclair if he goes for that bolt build. So I think this is the sort of change that we wanted to see. I like that they kept the cores relatively static, which is an adjustment in terms of the early game team fighting. Still, I'm worried about the lanes, man. This Yamato Viscous lane is just devastating. You can also throw Geist in there to swap from one of the two, but those heroes,
more importantly,
I just don't know how you lane against this.
I need to do a dramatic reading of this copy pasta because it is a banger.
Oh no. Is there an uwu fanfic again?
Jake Overwatch. Silence thick with meaning. Crumbs of the universe fall gently into open hands. Laughter, ancient, echoing through the bones. Time kneels. A peach splits in sunlight. No past, no shame. Only now, only glow.
Wait, that's like a work of art, man. That's
Deadass, bro. Is that like a couple haikus stuck together? That's fire. Thanks for that one,
your
chat.
sub sound, like your sub alert, Jake, I think, for your stream.
Yeah. I don't know the only now, only glow. Yeah.
I don't know how I'm related to any of that, but I love it. I love the vibes. The vibes I love. I don't understand, but I love.
It's really abstract, but honestly, like it's giving transcendence, of the mortal coil.
Okay, yeah. I like that.
A peach splits in the sunlight. I don't know if that's a euphemism or not. I'm worried if it is.
Do I want to know?
I got tinglies on my arms, all my hair sticking up from hearing that. But
I heard sunlight is very good for certain unmentionables. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let's go to our casters before I say something that gets me fired off the show. DDK and ZP, take it away.
So close.
These guys are animals, CP.
Yeah, that took some turns at the very end, and you know what? At least you know your limits. Jason realizes at the end it's like, no, I need to pull the plug now. I know where this could go, and that's how it's going to be. But Dan, we're going to break into it here. Some differences in the draft, some pretty significant. Where PKP pulling out the Bebop. And of course, as we know, anytime you put a Bebop in middle, oftentimes the game can hinge on the idea of, is your Bebop having a good game or is your Bebop having a bad game? But when you're going to put Goober as your choice, the odds of being a good game do go up.
Ooh, got some punches coming in. Does anyone else, when they see the name Bebop, think Bimbibap and get hungry? Or just me?
I do not, even though that is a regular for me at Costco. Fort and M, though, kicking things off with a bang.
Wait, you
find
get
better
your pivot
attacks
back from
early on.
Costco, CP.
Yes.
I feel like that's shameful, but
No, it's
I'm
actually
alone in
quite
my
good.
judgment.
I mean, look, is it actually perfect? No. Does it do the job? Yeah, it does. But speaking of doing the job, I'm very interested in this middle lane. Where you think about the last game here, Dan, things went pretty heavily against PKP based on losing the mid lane. Once more, they're going to be up against a Yamato in the mid lane, though played by a different player in Rokane this time around. And it's the same Yamato Viscous lane that gave them such trouble before. Maybe the Bebop Sinclair will work around it.
I feel like you're really deflecting from this Costco thing, but that's fine. I'll let it go.
No, I'm absolutely Well, look, you mentioned Costco, you'll get Civil War in chat one way or another. That's just how it goes, you know?
I'm glad we're seeing Sinclair though, because Sinclair, the Vexing Bowl, you know, the resistance that's now no longer on those objectives means that Sinclair should be really irritating to deal with and should be able to chunk down towers pretty effectively with that. So I'm looking forward to seeing that dynamic play because we have not seen it yet today.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. You think back to, the month previous, you did see Sinclair either picked or banned in pretty much everything, and Sinclair, falling a bit in priority. But Sinclair's early laning still can be pretty fearsome, and clearly PKP decided we need to make some changes here. Not changes to the degree of actually trying to deny the Viscous Yamato, where, by the way, I think Hydra Nation did have more pressure on them to pick Viscous on the earlier side just because of the fact that you don't really want to give the goo ball the goober. I mean, goo is quite literally in his name and was almost a one trick for a period of time on the Euros. So, securing the Viscous, multiple benefits for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, we got PKP looking to at least get a better start than that first map, and they are getting some good pressure off of this Mirage lane that they have. So that's good to see. Wage on it this time as opposed to John. Hello. Okay, well, we've got some aggressive moves coming in from the Paradox. Lord of M is straight in there. But the HP is pretty low for both these players, but you know what? They found what they were looking for. That is a Kobe and a half.
Yeah, that was from downtown. You looked at it, it's like, okay, AVG, you're going to have to back out. And AVG says, no. Still got one in me. And that's actually quite brutal because you look at the flow of battle in this lane. And I mean, there's a world where, Wage may have been able to start turning it back around, but losing your partner there does make things a little bit rough. We got Hook coming on in. It's on Viscous, however. We'll see. Is Lomain going to be able to get away right now? Looking like a safe retreat. Just a little bit of HP damage is the tax.
All right, well, looks like there might be a just narrow escape from Braden. It would be really nice to stay alive here, but you're going to be giving up a lot of tower damage here because you've got the 7 bearing down on this position. Okay, there comes once again Mr. Lash. John. But the HP is still pretty low on this lane, so it's not a very happy place here for PKP right now. They're going to lose a lot of control, and there's going to be more trip damage.
Also, I mean, John really getting forced out of his comfort zone hero pool-wise, because normally if you had Warden and Mirage on team, you'd expect John would be playing one of the two, and instead John got stuck on Lash duty here. So it's a bit out of his normal hero pool as you see some trades going down.
Richie, nice catch there. Finding Axe. So actually, this 3k difference on the souls actually looking at the top of the screen at the moment. AG will get traded out though, so that's good. Good news for PKP.
PKP has been able to keep the lane phase a little bit closer this time, but I gotta say, you look at middle and even going to Sinclair Bebop, it hasn't quite been as good for them as you might have expected. A little bit buff control going the way of Lomain, and the mid tower nearly down the half already, and I do wonder if we're going to see some of the rerun of the same movie here if Hydra Nation's able to crack open mid lane early once again with the same exact lane from their end.
Yeah, it's definitely a better look overall, but I fear the inevitable. Hydra Nation so strong, keeping the pressure on in this right side lane. Power Slash coming on in, but there we go. Saya is going to become a Gooble. And the cube is going to be stuck on to the Amateur there. Keeping him alive for just an extra second or two. The Shadow Form coming in for extra survival. It's just so hard to kill a Yamato, damn it. Max will take down Lord and M in the meantime.
And Yamato just able to escape. Meanwhile, second look here, back on the left-hand side, swap in from AVG. AVG turning up the heat, looking for Axe. Axe right now going a little bit of round and round here on the statue, but how long can you survive? You know death may be imminent, but may have broken the ankles just enough there, Dan, as we see Axe was able to get out of the danger.
Once again, Lord NM with the most aggressive paradox possible here, trying to get himself the kill under the tower. He'll do just that. Very nice find onto Wage. And in the meantime, there is a Guardian there taken out for Rokane and Hydra Nation. Now that's the first Guardian. It's the mid one. It's the nicest one to get.
It really opens up the map for them in the same way that it's going to work from last time. Also, conversely, you don't have to worry about a Bebop winning first and being able to do that as, oh boy. You copy Shadow Transformation, but all you've done is pick a fancy way to die, as the mid lane continues to be a clobber zone in favor of Hydra Nation. And I mean, you look across the map right now, seeing a little bit of pressure coming in from Axe here on the left-hand side. We'll see if PKP can get anything going, but they have to be careful not to let things get completely out of hand.
Well, Wade's able to take down AVG. That's a good find. See if there's anything else to be had here. Falling back to the tower. And has successfully done so. So Wage getting away with that one for the time being.
Dan,
We're being really careful though.
But they're doing this. Hydra Nation's doing the same macro adjustment they did last game, where you win mid with Viscus, and then Viscus goes in and helps the other lane, relentlessly chases down Wage behind tower, and now you've just brought the Geist over in the mid because you think it's a better allocation of your resources.
Yeah, the ult fire from low main, like a couple of those connected super nicely there. Rough stuff for PKP. They're almost down 10k at the 8-minute mark. In fact, I think this might be worse than the previous game, actually, by this point.
Yeah, I think it may be. Even though PKP was able to get some even swaps early on, the actual damage done was not that severe. The Hydra Nation. Hydra Nation's still been able to get way up on souls. You're staring down the barrel of a very farmed Yamato, a pretty darn farmed Geist at the same point. Wage, I mean, is still kind of in there, but I gotta say, the way Viscus is being played to win middle, and then you just swap it over to make another lane even better, I think it's really smart how Hydra Nation is playing around with sort of lane norms and how you can swap things around after a win.
Yeah, it's very smart. Like going to a Korean restaurant for Korean food as opposed to Costco.
Look, man, sometimes you need food on demand. You go to your freezer after a long broadcast and you go, I want some good Korean food now. And that's where frozen, entrees from Costco, look, they could do you a solid. That's all I got for you. But you got a hook coming on in. A little bit of extra here for Rokane, but Rokane, no Shadow Transformation, super vulnerable, and won't be able to get out of that one.
Yeah, everything's falling apart now, it seems. Tower going down. Keep able to take that one down though. So some small consolations coming in, but Sai is in trouble here. This is I don't think you can escape necessarily from this. And indeed, the swap comes on through. It's a nice duking, but straight back into Lord NM's clutches.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Some zone. It buys a little bit of time here, Dan. However, the Guardian, just does enough. Rose Sinclair right to the backside. But the moves there, kind of nice for a brief period of time as we end up with a quick pause.
Yeah, definitely. That was a close one. That was a close one. I thought that maybe when we actually got the assist coming in there from Wage, I think also John. I thought maybe there was a chance for Sire, but no. I was proven wrong. But they are keeping it at the 10k mark for now, in a couple minutes, and we haven't seen further edges gained by Hydra Nation. We'll see if there's any comeback potential for PKP. Now they've got 3 players here, PKP, or rather Hydra Nation, I should say, towards the right side of the map here. So could get a potential pick, especially given the fact that Goober is around here with the Bebop. Although now he moves back to mid, so that will leave Axe alone on the Warden. So not much potential there. But there's a Wrap actually coming in from Hydra Nation. This gank here from the back, 2 players. The guys down the Paradox are going to look for 2 more kills. Wage trying to get away, but that's not going to happen. Really a nice gank from Hydra Nation.
Wage was getting it from both ends there. Like, we were watching the Geist end, but the other end just as fearsome. Just too much damage coming in Not even Tornado gonna save you in that situation, as Axe getting caught off by low main, continuing to be a menace off on the right-hand side. A little bit of Seismic Slam from Hydration. The get out of danger, as Hydra Nation now up nearly 15k. First earn in control right now by PKP, but you know, you have to wonder, how do you approach this team fight here, especially when the fact remains that Leffa could be called in with the Storm Cloud. Not the easiest terrain to go for an earn fight.
No, it really isn't. See what they can do with it, though. 2 players to challenge. I mean, if not for the soul differential, that might be pretty doable, but this is a rough spot. And I like how Hydra Nation, they're not ever reacting here, but we do actually have a fight. Lord and them gets caught, and there's multiple players here from PKP, which Hydra Nation, they may assume that most players are with the urn here. So this is a great catch, but look how difficult it is to kill Lord and M. How is he still alive? He survived for so long. There's 4 guys there.
Yeah, he's finally down, but yeah, it did take 4 guys, as it were. Even though I will say Lord M in this game has been playing a very in-your-face Paradox, you know, eminent from the beginning. But right now, PKP using Last Stand just to secure the Guardian, force AVG back a little bit. Guardian's still important to get, and I mean, for PKP, that part of the game is going better, Dan, relative to last time, because last time it took them forever to get a second Guardian. This time around, 12 minutes, far speedier.
The Spirit Urn is waiting to be
Yeah, he has been a pretty aggressive Paradox. It's like a Paradox that has toxoplasmosis or whatever that thing is that makes you aggressive that you can get from cats.
I didn't realize it made you aggressive. I just thought it made you love cats. Like, is where that went. But Walker, Slam coming on down. Taking a look at Goober right now. Just defending the right-hand side. And, you know, PKP just trying desperately, Dan, not to have this get fully away from them. Earn in rotation, though, as we speak. It's Rokane bringing on over for Hydra Nation, who would love to add to their lead. But you look at how PKP is positioning, they're certainly looking to contest this one.
Yeah, it feels like they likely have to, and it wouldn't be too bad of a contest here. The opening, though, not so good. Goober getting pinned and finished off. That's, again, not a good start for PKP. And up in the sky, Leffa for the moment, controlling the space, and perhaps time as well. He is quite powerful after all. And the rest of Hydra Nation are able to push now into PKP's territory to threaten that Walker. But with that said, Rokane gets sniped.
Yeah, so they may not be able to get the walk on after, but they were able to get the Urn add on to their advantage. Or also, more importantly, make sure PKP not getting the Urn in turn. So, you know, I think in terms of trade-outs, this has not been anywhere near as bad for PKP as the last map has been, but they're still finding themselves in a hole. And I do think an X factor here still is that, you know, in a game like this, it's been kind of quiet from the Bebop end. When you pick Bebop, you're kind of gambling on the idea of, I want my Bebop to take over the game. We've seen other teams have Bebops playing that way, but Goober not quite getting the opportunities here just yet, Dan.
Not quite. Not quite. This is very difficult, I think, when the other team can be so aggressive and so tanky at this point. There's a quick Hellstorm coming in, and that's never a good look. If you're on the other end of it, AVG taking all the advantages, and Hydra Nation turning up in Force Hill, losing the objective, but they have a lot of players ready to fight, and there's just nowhere to go. Nowhere to go for Wage.
I mean, the upside for PKB, you get a Guardian. The downside, that was a very expensive 1 minute sequence of events. I mean, losing 4 people, now giving up positioning on lanes where, I mean, PKP's done a reasonable job of stopping this from escalating to losing a Walker, but you take a look at the soul deficit right now. 20k is super, super significant. And you start to run into issues where you have a Geist that is significantly ahead of the game. You have 7. That's going to be a problem. Even Hydration, you don't have a whole lot of people that can fight him 1-to-1. And, you know, as an Abrams, anytime you have that level of edge, you're really able to do things that otherwise an Abrams wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah, totally. That's the problem. Just how the equations change with the numbers in that way. Oh my goodness, the spirit damage is nasty. And it must be fun to play Viscous.
I mean, Viscous, the thing for Viscous is that depending on the game you're in, you really can just adapt your play style. Again, we tend to see Viscous being played more, you know, of a focus on playmaking in early game, but, you know, low main has certainly made it look good, especially with the macro swaps going on. But right now. We got John out for blood right now, looking for Lord NM. A little bit of an aerial battle here across rooftops, but here comes Low Main to save things, make things a little bit more difficult here for John. Trying to get out of danger if possible, and the rest of PKP coming on in to punish Low Main. So the save comes at a cost.
Yeah, really nice from John not to overextend on the first kill there. Kind of baited Low Main into the Walker. That was great. So one small victory. Now the oh no, actually going to be collected by Saya. If he's able to collect, like actually turn that in, that will be huge. There might be some problems along the way though. He's getting chased. Hydration hot on the heels of that earn turn in. And actually, oh, they've cleared it. They've cleared the path. That will be an earn, but what will they lose in exchange?
Well, if you were to ask Hydra Nation, they want the right-hand side walker. But, I mean, PKP, they're set up to defend it. You still got John sitting there in the lash, being a threat on the rooftops, you know, basically saying, hey, if you walk forward, I'm going to ground strike you. That's just how this is going to work. And the message is kind of heard by Hydra Nation. They don't go on in. It's actually a clean earn take for PKP, and they're making this one a match here so far, Dan.
Yeah, that's a situation like in anything competitive. If you give something up, you must take something in return, else you just give something up. And that has your opponent getting ahead or closer to where you are, and that's the case here. So that is, you know, that happens something similar to that, like one or two more times. We've got an even game on our hands here. So PKP set up quite nicely now to try to recover this match. We'll see if they can find a pick, though. There are some players congregating around mid for Hydra Nation. I don't know that any of them are easy pickings, though. But there's not many neutral creeps on the PKP side of the map, so they will be encouraged here, I think, CP, to find a team fight.
And Hydra Nation, they're going on in and immediately just clap Saya. Blink and you miss it, gone. Also pretty important before setting up a major team fight, just because, you know, we didn't really touch on it, but you still have the dynamic here, too, of Saya being able to copy Stormcloud in bigger team fights, one of the higher value Sinclair clones you can get. Looking elsewhere though, Lord NM, aggressiveness not paying off, being caught. However, like and more in focus, concussive combustion comes on. AVG actually gets caught on the lesser end of it all. Hydra Nation down 2, PKP about to get Saya back up into play, and you know, Hydra Nation, it looked for a moment like maybe they were considering going mid, but a little bit split up, and PKP was able to punish.
Yeah, it's looking like things are still within the realm of possibility with that for PKP. Again, just need one solid team fight, and at this point in the game as well, you can convert into mid boss potentially, or for them. You know, the interesting thing actually, with that said, is that all 3 walkers are up for both teams. So, with that said, this is fairly even right now, and you know, given the fact that Goober is on the Bebop, that does give ample opportunities in this period of the game to find picks with that hook somewhat frequently. And so if he's able to catch one of those hooks onto an enemy, that would be an amazing way to start things. PKP actually alone on the right side here, CP.
Looking for Saya, not quite able to connect onto the charge. John there on the backup says, yeah, I'll take this fight. Versus Abrams, Hydration now, backing him over. What support is he gonna get? You got the Geist in the area. AVG, do you want to stay? Probably not, with how PKP is rotating over. In fact, they still know Geist is nearby. They're looking for it, but I don't think they're going to continue the chase. It's going to be AVG getting in the way. Still, though, another nice pickoff, and this keeps happening, where PKP keeps finding areas of advantage, and Hydra Nation, what they get in exchange, they get a walker. That actually very much worth it.
But right now, PKP, that's okay. They have to, in exchange, get the walker on the right side. That is a non-negotiable right now. It looks like they should be able to do it. There are some things that are going to be coming in to spoil the effort. We'll see if they can get it, because in comes a team fight. Hydra Nation bringing themselves to bear in this one to see if they can prevent that walker from going down. I think it's going to fall, but at the same time, what is going to happen off this team fight here? The team fight is so important for PKP to get back into this game. Flying strike on in for O'Kane. Critically weak. In comes Goober around the corner. Can he find it? The power slash around the bookshelf or whatever the hell that is. And it looks like he's not long for this. Well, oh, Goober able to take him down with a bomb. And it's looking like PKP not coming out too badly from this fight. And in fact, in the meantime, Wayne just looking to whittle down or in fact kill outright the walker on the left side. And that is going to have PKP in a decent spot here.
if you're PKP, you love what just happened. And that also, Axe had a great last stand there where, yeah, Axe ended up going down, but Axe had enough damage to make the rest of that fight malleable, to give Goober the opportunity. However, Hydra Nation deciding, okay, yeah, we may have given up the Walker, but we think we can get mid-boss. Taking a look at the rest of the map, it doesn't really appear like PKP is really looking for a contest here. This mid-boss is taking a long time to go down. You got a Sinclair and Saya moving down, but no, decides not gonna go for it. Hydra Nation, they take a quick little look-see around and decide, okay, it's safe, get the rejuve.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You can see them prioritizing the urn instead, but we'll see how that's gonna actually work out here, because even an urn fight, now that the rejuve buff is on Hydra Nation, the game is so close. If you were to lose a team fight because the other team has 3 players with a rejuve buff, that just sucks. I think, you know, from that point forward, it might be too hard to recover. So PKP kind of have to time out the rejuves, it feels like, CP. The game is too close here. The rejuve makes a sizable difference in these fights.
I mean, I think for PKP, the thing they would love to do here is get urn control and then time out the rejuve. I don't know if that's going to happen given where low main is set up, and the fact that Saya right now is running for his very life. Yamato chasing on down, and not even Sinclair able to get away from that one. Just too deep of a chase down. So you get the man advantage. We'll see if the urn is going to be grabbed in turn or just some walkers. If you're Hydra Nation, I think you'd probably prefer the walker end, and that's why you see everyone congregating here in middle. But the defense is coming on out. Brayden over. Concussive Combustion. Cube coming out in response from low main. Short NM picks up the urn while this is going on, and Hydra Nation still looking pretty healthy while hanging out here around the walker. Here comes low main coming on in. Gooball, more disruption, and the damage continues to pile on in favor of Hydra Nation.
Yeah, PKP, I think, in two minds in this scenario and giving up a bit too much in this mid walker rolling into team fight is really swinging the game pretty enormously at this point. So that's a huge problem. Now, lane control on the left and right side is still with PKP, so that's something, I suppose, but they need to somehow not lose shrines. It looks like the Hyper Beam is going to prevent them from entering the base, but yeah, ZP, it kind of felt like PKP didn't really know what their job was in that particular situation. Obviously, you know, hindsight's always 20/20, but you know, playing the defense, like they were losing the rejuve no matter what. That was a great call from Hydra Nation, but they're kind of at that point then just in a spot where all they have to do is protect the walkers, and they were kind of like caught kind of mid-team fight, trying to like reposition around the urn.
This is a little bit risky here. Low main deciding to try the Punish the Mirage, but you have other members of PKP that come on in, but also Counterspell comes in. No way! No, Wage not quite going to live. Still, though, made it competitive. Lefa getting pretty low in turn as the rest of Hydra Nation comes on in for the contest, and what looked like it could have been a little bit greedy ends up being perfect for Hydra Nation, picking up another 2 kills, and this time around the lane is pushed up on the right-hand side, so more damage perhaps soon to be done against PKP as they continue to stagger elimination after elimination here.
Yeah, it's not looking great from this point forward. Hydra Nation seemingly have done enough to secure this victory, and how fitting would it be for Hydra Nation to be the first winners of the Deadlock Night Shift #1 tournament, given the history that they have in these weeklies.
The opposing team may be different than the ancient past. It's not quite Cat Girls and Friends and Best of 5. But it's Hydra Nation on a throne and looking to defend it quite well, as PKP, they had a moment of brilliance. They had nearly brought the game back to even, but the Hydra Nation call to go rejuve and the PKP defense in middle just lead to a set of circumstances that now lead Hydra Nation up 40,000 and on the verge of being your first champions for Deadlock Night Shift North America.
Yeah, certainly looking like it. 35k, 36k advantage. Looking to find once again another pick on Saya. Saya's been really getting the barbed end of the stick on so many occasions.
It's interesting too, because usually Sinclair can be a little bit more evasive. It's just a bit behind. Okay, meanwhile, drops Chow transformation, comes on in, looks to punish Wage. Wage throws out the parry, hoping for the miracle, but no gimme parries coming out here this time around. Don't need to drop the melees when you just have the damage. The Patron getting pummeled all the while. And that's going to be Hydra Nation, your victors here in North America for Deadlock Night Shift #1.
a GG's exchange between the teams, and it was a great recovery, a great effort from PKP if you look at how the first map went and also how the beginning of the game went. But it is as inevitable as death, taxes, and something else that's inevitable. Hydra Nation winning a NA tournament, I guess.
We're gonna work on them final moments, brother.
Hey man, it's you gotta let me cook.
Yep. Well, I handed off there, and a little bit of cooking was done. But we got the audience there. The audience didn't love the cooking that was served. We'll be throwing to you soon, Mitch. Don't you worry. But for now, take a seat. We'll let you know when the highlights are here. But Dan, all in all, Hydra Nation making great macro decisions overall. PKP finding areas to make it a little bit close. But in the end, Hydra Nation still remaining consistent and still able to use some of the same tactics in game 2 that they used in game 1. Most notably to me, I go back to the early game and they just decide, yeah, we're going to use Yamato Viscus to crack the game wide open. And then we're going to turn the Viscus into a lane that, was doing a little bit poorly perhaps and use it to shore things up. So they just continue to make smart gameplay decisions on top of having great mechanical gameplay and general game sense.
Yeah, that rejuve attempt with 2 players from Hydra Nation, that was the sort of game-winning moment for them, because even if PKP at that point, after equalizing the game, getting those walkers, having a big team fight, even if they had to give up that rejuve as they did and defended the walker all as a team, they were still at a pretty big disadvantage. So yeah, hats off to Hydra Nation for just closing a game which got a little bit hairy. And I'm just excited to see PKP in the following weeks, because they showed a lot of great potential and adaptation throughout this series.
Well, that's going to do it for me and Dan here on the casting side. We'll be back around for the graveyard shift a little bit later. But for now, got to send over to Jason with the mustache and his 2 clean-shaven companions.
Okay, I can get behind that,
No, I had trouble identifying Jason.
Has Bro not
we got
looked at
that
me?
good description.
Bro, I look like Castaway, midway through, genuinely. Clean shaven? Wow, I just
I think he's talking about your
forehead. That's unreal. Maybe he was looking at the forehead, and that he identifies my forehead as my entire face, and not this scraggly, crappy beard I'm sporting right now. So thank you for not seeing that, ZP.
That's the problem, Mitch. You just don't grow a good beard, so it actually did.
Okay, brother.
Oh, hit a man where it hurts.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. It's really just like I've given up on life. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. Yeah, just let it roll.
I was gonna bring it up, Jake. I was like, clean shaven. That's definitely Jake. I can see that. I don't know if Jake can grow
my life, brothers. Not on the cards for me.
I reckon you could get a little bit of.
It's all on the top of my head, all right? It's all on the top of my head. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it.
There's a reason my camera's not any higher, because if I ever turn my head forward, you would see maybe I would be very jealous of what you got going on your head. But what a great match yet again. Hydra Nation putting their foot down in history here in the Deadlock night shift and closing things out. The first time we've been able to see them in quite a long time outside of DLDM to see what they can put forward. And honestly, pretty damn solid stuff. The macro game looked clean. Individually looked clean. Had very good plays from so many different people in individual moments. Lomin obviously coming into the first match, and we saw a ton out of everyone in the second. But what was your take on this game? Because it definitely felt kind of one-sided throughout the entire second match here, Jake.
In the end, I think my take is that PKP mechanically are quite strong, and I want to see more of this team. I want to give them more time to gel and find the strats. But Hydra Nation, the macro play, they just look so much more well-practiced as a team, the way they're moving around the map, taking team fights, cleanly turning those scraps into objectives, into game-winning moments. Like a couple of those moments, like going for that mid-boss there to close out game 2, I was questioning them, do they have the damage for this? Or is the contest going to come in time? But they really have the clean read on what they can get out of each and every fight, and they're just always getting the maximum.
Biggest contrast for me, I think, looking at this is 2 builds on either team. Leffa has a very, very tanky 7 build. Bound of Spirit eventually gets picked up, but it's really, really late that he actually goes for that. Outside of that, Counterspell, Bullet Resilience, Spirit Resilience, Fortitude picked up. Really tanky build, and still dominates in this game. 9 kills, still has the kind of scaling to have an impact late in the game. Saya goes for that, the max spirit nuke build, really trying to prioritize the Vexing Bolt. And I think it just goes to show just how important it is to be able to stay around in these fights for longer and longer. Saya was doing a disgusting amount of damage, and also I did see how he stole AVG's ultimate as the guys drove by and used it on the guys that dropped. He was Saya was 1 HP, very, very low. Sol exchanged AVG as they went past, and they got blown up by incidental damage after that. Very, very nice. But again, not able to have a huge impact over the game. 12 deaths, that's fine. But, really want to see Sire, that investment in towards that spirit power paid off. And unfortunately, there's just limited opportunities to do it. And a ton of resilience on the other side. Look at Brocane has a ton of resilience items as well, but you sort of expect that. Obviously, Divinus Kevlar is kind of core. But a really tanky Hydra Nation team shrug off a lot of this incoming damage.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't want to say this is necessarily like the PKP we can come to expect in 2-3 weeks time. I think this is just kind of like that early iteration of the team trying to play what they're comfortable with. Their hero pools maybe don't match as cleanly across the board that they need to pull off like certain compositions, because they definitely strayed away from these tanky comps quite consistently here, Jake.
Yeah, I think sort of building these heavy green items for me tends to be a sign of a strong lead. Like when you're winning enough where you just don't need more damage, and then you have this ton of tankiness where even if the enemy, they get the catch they're looking for, they get that number advantage fight that they're trying to use as the start of a comeback. Well, if you're just building these super tanky builds on your main cores, like they're just going to take so long to die and be so difficult to clean up that the rest of your team is going to be able to show up and trade. And it just makes it very hard, especially when you're going with sort of like a nuking pickoff style build for PKP, where to actually secure a kill without being punished for it ends up being a little bit too difficult. So I think it's good read from Hydra Nation, but in the end, the fact that they're in that position to be in such a lead, that they come out of the lane so strong, that's been their calling card for a team as long as we've seen them play, right? They come out strong, they have good macro play. They're the team, I think, that's just working the hardest in NA. That's been the longest, been here since the beginning, pretty much competing, and obviously under a bunch of different faces, but always with some very strong players, always generally the best players in NA wanting to come join this team because they're really putting in the work that it takes to be the best.
I find that interesting because I can't disagree with you when it comes to Hydra Nation. But one thing that stands out to me is I remember Buds and Cool Mally back in the day, they said they didn't want to join a team until they felt like it was a team that they could be happy with. And we now have Buds joining Valhalla. I almost certain he could have had a slot on Hydra Nation, considering him and Hydration go far back.
Yeah.
So at least for the NA, it seems like there are a couple of teams out there that we could have a 3-horse race. But when it comes to our interviews, we only have 1 horse involved, and I don't know why I'm calling him a horse. We got Low Main as our interview
More of a goat
for
than a
this
horse,
last match. He wanted to see the damage that he did. He wanted to see the post-match stats. Well, he's here with us right now. Low Main, first of all, congratulations, man, on taking the first DLNS.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad DLNS is back.
Yeah, I'm
back,
so glad
man.
it's back indeed. And it's good to have you guys back as well. Maybe I can start things off with a question for you, because you have been rotating around roles quite consistently depending on like what team you're on. You had a stint as like the Lash player for Melee Creeps. You ended up playing support for them at one phase. Now you're playing a different role within Hydra Nation. Where do you feel like most comfortable as a player?
I think right where I'm at right now is probably my best comfort champs, where like I rotate between like basically all the super strong laning characters. Like basically, I mean, to sum up what I play is like I just play anything that like it was a funny joke yesterday or like 2 days ago. Leffa, I played Dynamo one time and Leffa was like, I'm not used to playing a weak laner because I was saying that I wasn't doing anything in lane. He said everything was going perfectly fine. But basically, I just play every laner that's like super OP.
Sounds difficult. Jake, what do you got for the man?
Yeah, I mean, I think that really does speak to the general success for Hydra Nation, where you guys have often as a team, come out of the lanes really strong and then snowballed there from the macro play. And thinking of the game more in that sense, this patch there's been a lot of broad changes with like the slight nerfs to gun things, changes to spirit, but I think maybe the teleporter removal on the walkers being one of the biggest calling cards of this patch. I'm just curious how you see, especially for like people playing solo on the ladder, people who might be watching and thinking about how do they change their approach to the game in this new patch? Like, what would you say about that, especially those teleporters being gone? How do you think about playing around those side lanes?
I've had like this past like 3 days, I've had like a crazy like my teammates call it a monologue, but I've been monologuing crazy about like basically the map state, because we played the Deadlock Air tournament where we lost in the grand finals to a European team, Lotus. They played really well, and in my opinion, like that main loss was contributed to our like waves. And since there is no longer a side TP, we need to like constantly be on waves. And I was like complaining about that a lot. Like I was like, I would go on like hour rants about how like we need to like be on our waves and like stop like taking like so much, like we need more emphasis on like where the minions are on the map. Like we need to be like what we can, like we need to try what we can do to like shove the minions as much as possible, so we have space on the map and like we're not like super congested. Like that's why, like if you look at the second game, if you look at the stats, I literally did not take a single like jungle camp. Like I tried my best to be on like our waves so that we could like, you know, have a better map state, if that makes sense.
Tell us, like on that note, maybe this is relevant in like the macro discussion, Low Man. How are you feeling about like the mid boss changes now, with like the buffs really only applying to players, and also like the way that rejuve buff is like distributed amongst your team? You feel like this is a positive direction for that, or no?
In my opinion, I mean, there was no reason to change the old mid boss. Like I've never once heard anybody complain that the old like mid boss was like needed a change. Like the only thing I've ever heard about the old mid boss was that sometimes the minions were too hard to kill. So like in that regard, maybe they could have reduced them, like the strong minions, by like 50% or something. But nobody has. I've never like had an interaction where I'm like, dang man, I wish like I respawn half as fast. Like it's like, you know, it's not really much of like a, that shit was balanced. But right now it's like, I'm not gonna lie, self revives are fucking Thanos broken. And like if you get the second rejuve where you get 4 rejuves, it's like auto win. Like you can literally just run at the base and shoot the base because you have 10 lives.
Yeah, I was watching the games thinking that too. The rejuves are just so strong. I feel like it lets you end the game maybe more easily than the last the older iterations of rejuve. So interesting new changes, but I'm sure this won't be the final state. I'm sure it's always gonna keep shifting for quite a while now.
Yeah, and Lowman, you're actually, if you didn't know, our MVP or player of the match of that series as well. We're gonna get some of your highlights on the screen. But I did want to ask you maybe one question. I know you probably have mentioned on your stream, but for the people out there who are maybe unfamiliar, you guys obviously, you and AVG were on melee creeps, and then you ended up leaving a little bit more early than you wanted to at the time to join Hydra Nation. I just wanted to give you a chance to maybe like talk about what was the decision made for going to Hydra Nation, and how have kind of things been within the team now that you've been there for, you know, almost 2 months.
So I'm not gonna like, okay. Basically the swap happened. I was on vacation during this time, and then I received DMs of like possible roster swaps and like maneuvers inside, because like everybody in everybody in the competitive Deadlock sphere is like connected. Like we're all friends. Like we all like VC all night. Like, you know, we're all interconnected. And basically what happened was there was like a turmoil between like the teammates of melee creeps, and there was like a mentality shift. And like basically the mentality moved from like trying our very hardest to win to like something else. And basically it just like the vibes weren't good on melee creeps, right? The vibes weren't good on melee creeps. So AVG like tried to perform a roster move, and then from there it happened. And then like the teams agreed, and then yeah, and then we're here
now.
Late night.
Where are the vibes at now for you guys?
Honestly, we try literally our hardest every day. I mean, okay, not hardest, but like we like try every day to like get better. And it's like it's nice. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
The vibe is
probably.
nice.
Yeah, the vibe is nice. Vibe is good. Vibes are good. I like my teammates.
Is there any late night Roblox happening with you and the Hydra Nation guys?
Yeah, sometimes me and Lord and them, we hop on Squid Game.
All right, well, Lowman, before we do let you go, we did finally get a calculation of how much money was donated throughout the night and throughout the last couple of days, and it seems we will be doing 903 prize pool per region. So you and Hydra Nation will be taking home $903, and I'm hoping that whenever we get to see each other at LAN one day, you're gonna buy me some Chipotle.
If that's what it takes, yeah, I'm down. I mean, the Deadlock competitive scene is nothing like without you guys. I'm gonna be honest. Like I appreciate everybody on this like production. Like I appreciate the donations. Like everybody. I'm telling you, everybody that plays competitive Deadlock is extremely grateful, because like we are literally nothing without you guys. Like you guys donate to the prize pool on top of production. Like it's insane.
I would love to take all the credit, but you know what? It's not just us. You got Gluten Snake putting out some fantastic content and some events. You have Deadlock Deathmatch run by the Dead Air guys who are putting out some events. Finally, Deathy doing the Deathy Death Slam. You got Core doing events as well. You know, it's not just stuff. We can't take all of the credit for it, though we do appreciate any of the credit we do get. It is a big push of everyone to make Deadlock big and make it awesome, because we all love this game. But Lo, man, thank you so much for joining us, man, and can't wait to see you guys until next week.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you guys for hosting again. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Bye, cutie. Don't get jealous.
I mean, it goes both ways. Like, I do think that like something special about these Hydra Nation guys is that they put in like an unreal amount of effort, and we're in a like really early phase in Deadlock's history where like there's not anything like concrete on the horizon. But these guys work their asses off to sort of keep NA being a competitive region. And like, you know, Lamaine said, like they bust their ass basically every day. So I like to think it's reciprocal between us and teams like them. So any Deadlock team that's out there working their hardest, we're working to try and recognize that as well. So keep it up.
All right, let's do a quick little recap of the day. If you guys missed out on the EU matches, we did have finally one win, overpowering the team that seems to knock them out every single time here, taking out Virtus.pro, but then losing 2-0 up against Abraham's, able to defend their title here at the Deadlock Night Shift. And then, of course, Valhalla losing to PKP as we got to see their first glimpse into Axe & Co., but it wasn't enough as they went up against the reigning champions of Hydra Nation in a 2-0 fashion as well. But with some great games this week, that means we do have Abraham's and Hydra Nation returning next week to defend their titles. What teams that will be matching up against them is yet to be decided, and not to mention what the prize pool will be for next week as well. So from this moment on, any donations that we get will be collected and go towards next week's shift and directly into that prize pool. You can type !donate in the chat, and we'll be keeping track of the leaderboard over the course of this week and show everything on air next time. And on top of that, we also do have our Patreon still available for you guys to show support towards us and what we're doing here at the DLNS. You can go support us in different ways, but if you do $5 as a pledge, I couldn't think of the word for some reason, you automatically get the ability to go watch our post show, which is called The Graveyard Shift, and we'll be sitting there talking everything about Deadlock, everything about life, and we'll have a special guest every single week. This week it will be AVG, and it kicks off honestly in about 10 minutes time from now over in Discord. So if you guys sign up for that tier, make sure you go link your Discord to Patreon and join us for that. And if you can't be here for it, well, we'll still have a VOD available for you guys to watch it later on. But that's pretty much been it here. Jake, any final thoughts before we end off the show?
It's just good to be back. Good to be casting some Deadlock with you fine gentlemen. And honestly, just a huge shout out to the community. And we talk about, Lamaine was hyping us up for what we do, but also, I mean, the reason I think, or a huge part of the reason a lot of us are wanting to be so involved in this game and this scene is the game is great. You know, the community is super passionate, and we're just really excited to see where it goes. So I just want to give a thank you to the community for all the donations and support. We'll have Twitch subs hopefully online pretty soon to be another way to support us. We want to make this like a sustainable community thing. We want to try to bring in sponsors as well. So we're looking to make it work and be sustainable on all fronts, but we couldn't do any of that without this awesome community.
Yeah,
what about you, Mitch?
I would just echo that. And I would say, yeah, like obviously right now, we're not running with sponsorship because it's something we feel strongly about doing. We want to give back, but I think we also get a lot out of, being able to cover this Deadlock action. And just as casters and craftspeople, I think we really appreciate how it challenges us to continue to be better. So you can trust out there that we're doing our best to bring you the best quality show, not only as commentators, as hosts, but also as production people behind the scenes, graphics, replay, all of that stuff. It's a way for us to really put all of our creative efforts in a direction like this to support the community. So we really appreciate your support. Please keep it up, and hopefully see you guys next week.
Yeah, I just echo all those sentiments, and obviously for myself, for Jake, for Mitch, for DDK, for ZP, our production team as well. All appreciate you guys being here, and we hope you guys enjoyed the first iteration, the first shift here at the Deadlock Night Shift. And now you have to wait one more week until we're back yet again, but the wait won't be too long. We'll see you next time.
Bye.